What's up, guys? Good morning. How you guys doing? Sorry it took me a little bit to get this thing going. I apologize. I've been sitting here for about a half hour, just not sitting here, but just getting ready, trying to get this stream up, get everything connected. I don't even think my AirPods are connected. But good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you're doing great, actually, because if you didn't catch the watch list last night, today's the day. This is when the week starts. The volatility is going to ramp up. Right? Get your sleep. Get ready. All right. The ones that are going to perform and execute are the ones that are going to kill it this week. Are you going to be one of those? Thank you guys for joining us. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. If you could, do us a solid. Hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It helps others find the stream that would like to be here. So with your help, you can help someone else find the stream, maybe get an education, have a place to trade, make some money at the end of the day. Not saying you're going to, but that's what we're here for. So I was thinking this morning, what's up, Wiz No Fear? How you doing this morning, man? So I was thinking something this morning when I went and washed my face. Yo, this fucking camera is going to piss me off. Let me disconnect it from the, this is what I deal with, right? This is what I'm going through. Like when I'm trying to get the stream up and it takes me a little bit. I've been up since 5:30, 4 o'clock, or like 5:30, 5 o'clock this morning, trying to get this stuff going. So what I'm going to do is, let me see if I can go here to the settings real quick because I want to get this out of the way. Because if it doesn't work, I'm just going to leave it paused because I want to get going. So as I'm washing my face this morning, right? I'm hearing a few things like not anything about the market, but I'm thinking about anything. Or I'm thinking about a few things. So I'm saying to myself, what type of person are you going to be today? What crowd do you want to be in with today? All right, because everybody right now, for the most part, 80%, 75% of the population right now is going out to go to work, right? We're going out to go make some money, to provide maybe the life that they want or just to get by. So what I'm getting at is there's a layer, right? There's a layer of what people are going to bring home by the end of the day. All right, some people are going to go in. Let me get to where I'm going real quick. They changed this all up. They changed it all up on me. Dude, they changed this all up. Let me just see if this works to like reset it. Usually it will. And let me do this. I know I just clicked it a few times. I know that's not really going to do anything, but it has worked in the past. I guess shutting it off. Maybe I should take this off of like Xbox and my HP and all that stuff because I don't need it for that. So as I'm getting at, if you guys could again hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, and if you're new, welcome. And what we're going to do here is I'm going to go right into the watch list, and we're going to go right into levels. So I thank you for your patience. And if this doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'm just going to leave it paused. All right, just going to leave it paused. If it don't work, it don't work. I don't have time to fool with it. So there's going to be groups of people today. There's going to be people that are going to spend 8 hours, bring home 80 to 100 bucks. They may be happy with that. They may not be. That's not the point whether they're happy or not, or whether they're going to struggle, or whether they're not going to make it. Okay, worldwide, people are going to bed because they just got off of work or just got done today. People are starting the world, waking up right now. The West Coast probably getting up right now, starting their day bright and early. How much are you going to make today? What class of people are you going to be at the end of the day? Because there's going to be people that are going to bring home 100 bucks. There's going to be people that bring home 200 bucks. There's going to be people that bring home 500. Right? There's layers. 100 to 500. There's going to be people that bring home 500 to 1,000. And then there's going to be people that bring home 1,000 to 5,000 today. And then there's going to be people that bring home the big ones, the big bucks. All right? Whether you think I'm crazy or not, whether it's a house sold, and that's not even the biggest, whether someone sells a house, brings together a buyer and a seller and collects their 1-2%. They sell a supercar. They sell something of value, collect a percentage on that, whether it's a watch. They sell 2 watches today. They brought home 10, 15 grand because they sold 2 Pateks or an AP and a Patek and, you name it. But then there's also people that are going to be making 100 grand today, right? There's going to be a lot of money circulating today. So how are we going to get into that, and what level are we going to get at? Now, I don't know your capital, but my point is today you start helping the year yourself from a year from now, the 2 year you, the year you, the 5 year you, because what you're going to do today is going to help you in the future. You may not be where you want to be today, but taking the steps today and just knowing the destination that you want to go on, because people don't even think about the destination that they're on. They just show up and just do whatever they do, not thinking that they ain't never going to make it because the math don't work. Okay? That's okay, right? If you have individuals who have, let's just say, grass cut. You're going to cut grass, right? How many grasses do you think you're going to cut for $50 a grass? How many think you're going to cut in a day? Right? Again, you can hire people. This is expanding business now, just as an individual by yourself. I don't have no one. So it is the margin and just even understanding what it is you're trying to get and how you're going to do it. It's so hot. It's so hot here. And I'm going to have to take this sweatshirt off. It's like, dude, we just got snow. We have snow on the ground. It's going to be 60 degrees today. Anyway, so just wanted to bring that up because it's going to be making moves. And those people set themselves up to be able to be in a position, whether they're the 500 earner, the 1,000 earner, 30,000 earner, 100,000 earner, whatever. They made moves today to set themselves up for tomorrow. So I want you guys to think about that. Just know where you're going. All right, what do you want out of life, and where are you going? How are you going to set yourself up? Whether you got to put yourself in the marketplace, however you got to do it, right? You want to have $1,000 day. You want to have a 10 grand day. If you want to have a 10 grand day, if you have credit, right? There's always ways to get money, right? You could always go to the bank and go get money. You're going to have to pay interest on it, right? You're going to have to show them that you can pay it back, right? There's always ways. You can go out and ask for it. You can go to a hard money lender, whatever it needs. So I'm saying if you're saying that you need money, well, we can start making it today. If you can be patient, right, and help the year to 2 year you out, and consistently just even taking. That's why I say take the small wins. When you have a bad day or two, you need a win. You need a win to get your confidence back. All right. So think about where it is you're going. Because there's people that set themselves up to put themselves in a class that they're going to be at today, in a layer of bring home at the end of the day, at the layer of income today. What earner are you going to put yourself in? What's the 5 year earner of you? What's the 10 year earner of you? So let's get into it. The S&Ps are popping off. All right. So this is what I mean by watching the indexes and understanding that when Netflix reports like they did, and they make up a decent majority, and it's just going to help that whole tech sector in the S&P. So, sorry. So let's get into it. I hope you guys are ready. It's going to be one hell of a day, guys. And there's still more to come. There's going to be still more to come. Like this volatility won't just end today. All right. This is just the start of it. So let's go into the SPY. I'm not really going to trade the SPY unless you see some huge volume breakout. Other than that, I'm not going to be trading the SPY. I don't think. Okay. If I need a win, if I feel like I need a win, maybe I will. Let's just look at it. It's overdone. We get the pullback, I'll trade it. What I am going to look at is the IWM. All right, so we're just going. So what I think this is right now, like yesterday, we consolidated, and now we're just going to keep ripping. We're just going to keep ripping. But I still think that I feel like, I don't want to say it's a trap, but I feel like it's a trap, guys. You're starting to get all these unemployment numbers all these companies coming out, laying off. They were talking on CNBC this morning about somebody that was on vacation, scared that their card wasn't going to work for the hotel because they just got fired, because they just got laid off. And that's the other point to what I was talking about this morning. Are you going to let somebody else? Everyone says go to work, go to work. You need a job. That's fine. You're right. You need some income. That's fine. But you need to understand, unless you don't put yourself in a position to provide for you and not depend on someone else, they can write you off in a heartbeat. You got a family, you got a little girl, right? You got kids, you got a wife, and you're going to work for someone else. Someone else is signing your check. First off, are they going to pay you what you deserve? Probably not. They're going to reap the benefits. That's why they're in business, because they work for themselves. Okay? And they can just poof, go on, learn a new skill. So whether you work, you can, this is the thing, is you can do this at work. You can, after work, go to Uber and still do this. You can trade futures. You can use markets. There's just an avenue of success to even just get you started, to even just take you a few $100s, your few $1,000s, your 10 grand, and just get something up under you to get a base built. And then from that base, you figure out what it is that you want to do. What are you good at? All right? Just keep compounding money. I don't care. Turn that compounded money into a real estate, right? And just keep, monopoly it, because that's the name of the game. They don't teach you that stuff in school. They don't teach you that, the banks, you putting the money in the bank is only good for the bank. It ain't good for you unless you're going to use the bank. How many people do you think have money in the bank that don't use it? Right? The only reason that the only thing good for you out of a bank is leverage, is borrowing. Now, you're going to borrow it on a piece of scrap metal that's going to, in 10 years, is going to be rusted, or you're going to use that money and buy assets with it. All right? So just be aware. And if you want to learn a new skill, and if you have questions, just ask. All right? I'm fucking so ready to kill it this week. When the opportunity shines and it opens up, I'm going to put my foot on the pedal today, tomorrow, and Friday. We have CPI, we have GDP numbers, initial jobless claims still to come. You still have Tesla. There's some news out on Tesla this morning. All right, I wouldn't even really call it news, but it will move the markets because it gets the people's attention. All right, and if you guys are struggling with anything, reach out, fix it. Stop the pain before you're dead. Okay. All right. So here's the S&Ps, right? We can see obviously here we need a pullback on the S&Ps to yesterday's pretty much pivot high, which is this double top here from today's Wednesday. So from Monday. Today's Wednesday, right? Sometimes it's like that. It don't even tell me the damn day or the day that it is. I know it's Wednesday because it's trash day. So pretty easy here, right? You have a double top on the S&Ps. Use futures, whatever it is you want to use, but that's your area. You pull back, you find support. What I would look for, though, is to get into that little cup, right? You're going to get inside of that a little bit. This would be the area if you want to get long the SPY. I'm looking at 484, plain and simple. 484. Let this thing go. Let it go. Because all it's going to take is either initial jobless claims, just boom, spike. Now we've just shifted from bullishness to, oh my God, are we in a recession? Here comes the gap fills. Go 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, a month out, 2 months out, 3 months out. Back yourself up. While puts are cheap, by the way. While puts are cheap. Make sure you know where the VIX is. That's the SPY for us. Damn, I think this is ripe. Guys, I think it's coming. I do. It's not like a big crash. I'm not saying that's like I'm not one of those doomsdayers. But I do think that, like, I think it's going to flip, right? It may be a week, it may be 2 weeks, it may be 3 weeks, it may not. Maybe it's next quarter. But I feel like we're going to get caught in this just rally. Boom, limit order down. So be prepared. Have orders out just to manage your risk. Especially if you really got if you got a full-size position on, have something out there to save you in case something hits the tape and this market just, boom. There's Russia, Ukraine, Middle East with the Red Sea and all that fun stuff. So we got to be aware of just everything, right? What if the Fed comes out and says that they're cutting rates because now they're worried about all these job losses that are just popping off left and right, right? That could happen. Of course, the camera goes out. I apologize, guys. All right, so I'm going to write this stuff down for myself. So we'll look at the broader markets. We just did with the SPY. What's funny is Grant Cardone, right? I didn't really care for him or anything, he would talk about it is the same amount of bullshit getting to $10 as it is $1,000,000. All right. Now again, when I say this, I don't mean you're just going to get it in a day. You know, maybe you can. Right? Who says you can't? You can. It's a free country. There's a lot of money out there. There's $22 trillion just in the U.S. alone. Right? Just in the U.S. alone. So I want to see, this is what I want to see, is 484 on the SPY. Because I want to get not just that top, right? But I want that pivot low to make it support, right? You guys can see how if it pulls right in there, you can see how it would just scoop it up, right? That would be a really good buying opportunity, in my opinion, for the longs. Like, not the high, but I want that pivot. I want this minor level right here, this flat top. Because you can see it never tested it. You can see you never broke out on a 15-minute chart and pulled back to it. Just like the Fed day. When we broke out of Fed day and put in that double top on the S&Ps, I said, guys, I'm waiting for that retest. And we went for like 2 weeks before we retested it. All right. And again, if you guys have any tickers, you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Let me see here. What am I doing? All right, 480, right? Is that what we said? 480? 484 on the S&Ps. 484 is our level. All right, so we'll run it over to the Qs. Now, if you guys want me to use futures or whatever you guys do, it's the same thing for the most part. Same thing for the most part. I need to bring up my scanners. God damn it. Be nice if we get to a day where I can hire somebody or have someone that would like to do this with me and we can work together so I get half this shit done even faster. Same thing for the Qs, just about. You know, it feels like the Qs, this would be a better level for the Qs. 423. 423. Damn, guys, the Qs are almost catching up to the S&Ps. That's crazy, isn't it? I have not watched a daily chart. We are so extended. It's unreal. And that's okay. Because what they don't tell you is in bull markets, the RSI is going to remain high. It's just going to remain overextended, right? We're just going to climb, climb, and climb. There's still a lot of money being put to work. A lot. And this is it feels like this is they just gave up. They just gave up, and now it's time to go long. So my focus today is going to be to the long side. And it's that simple. All right? It's that simple. So I'm going to write down the Qs here. What is this? I wouldn't mind seeing a test. We're at 427 though. See, we're way up here. We just fucking gapped. Excuse my language. I don't mean to cuss. We just gapped up again. That's crazy. I'm gonna make sure the battery's not dying. Okay. So yes, sorry guys. The Qs. And I'll stop saying sorry, but the Qs, I need a pullback, all right? I need a pullback to Monday's highs, something, all right? But, even if it doesn't get there, but in order for me to trade those indexes, I'm not going to trade the indexes today. I want to find a stock that, is going to go up with the indexes, okay? But if you're the type that just strictly trades indexes, there is one actually that I may trade today. And sorry, I got to put the camera to the side or the mic to the side today because it's taking the trade away. So I'm looking at the IWM. All right. I thought about putting this trade on. So Monday, right here. Okay. I almost put this trade on Monday. And I didn't because I thought we had a really good opportunity off of this double bottom support here to put in a gap fill or, to come in the next day with the gap up. Regional banks reported this morning and yesterday not doing, they're doing okay, right? They're being provided liquidity. So there's no issues because the Fed has their back, right? Maybe we'll get more information when it comes to the, maybe we'll get more when it comes to like non-banking related companies. in the IWM. So, scanner. All right, appreciate you guys going with me. I had a few different things that I had going on here. So let's look at this. Let's look at the IWM, because the IWM is where I feel like the opportunity lies. Now, we can trade the double. You can trade double leverage, triple leveraged IWM, whatever. You can just trade IWM with the options, or you can throw some leverage up under your belt, whatever you want to do. And I explain to people, like, I was taught that when you guys trade or think about trading double leveraged, triple leveraged ETFs, the point to that is to be able to dwindle your position size and still make, if not the same, but more, and not risk the same amount. Okay, so think about, you can even use that in senses of hedging, right? If you have a long one and you want to spend a little bit of money, okay, on a triple leveraged ETF because you want to back up that upside with some downside protection, okay, triple leveraged ETFs. Okay, that's where a lot of people don't and I need to use it more often, right? I don't use it enough. So I'm going to be thinking about that. I want to see what type of setup we have. So here's a daily chart. And this stuck out to me on the IWM because look at this pullback to the 50-day, right? And we just started gaining ground. And this is what I like to see in an uptrend. And that's, just each level we get to, we're just working our way higher, working our way higher, working our way higher. All right, so you can see yesterday we finally cleared right here. You can see support, right? Support, it bounces, we break it, resistance, resistance. All right, now we turned it back into support. So I want to look to get to this gap fill. We're already at, I was looking at 200. I may just get in this thing and see if I can't take it to highs. I don't think Tesla should have too much bearing on this name when it comes but what does it do to the market, right? I mean, everyone knows Tesla's getting kicked in the what, and it's not stopping the market from making new highs. Tesla's making lows, the market's at all-time highs, and Tesla's just getting murdered. So I do need to plug this in real quick. So I will be watching the IWM today, and I'm just going to watch these levels, and I'll give them to you real quick. All right. And for myself. So what I'm also wanting to be aware of is I want to pull back. Again, I need a pullback. I don't think I'm going to be able to take this long unless I get a pullback. Unless I get the pullback. I know it did it yesterday. And what I want to do is see if this can pull it back. Now it may start to give us a pullback because it's starting to come into some resistance up here. All right, you got to remember, like, this area here is still where the selling took place, up at like 199. It's 200 to like 199. That whole area is where the selling took place up at 205. But you can see here, what is this? Right? Where did the selling take place? 201. Where did the selling take place? 245 cents. Sell. Right? Goes right back up. Consolidates. Tries to rally. Sell. All right? Goes up and you just get it. You got a nice break and retest there. All right. So that's what I'm going to watch for. So the IWM is up at yesterday's high. I'm going to use the intraday levels for this because it's at yesterday's high. And see if we can't get... Man, I kind of want to get rid of this box, but I don't because it's important. Right here, guys. This is the level I want for the IWM, which is going to be 196.50 to 197. The level that I have is 196.75, and we'll call it 196.50. I want to see 196.50. All right, that's what I want to see. 196.50. Come in here. We'll take the long. Let's see here, because that is there. Yeah, I'm just going to put that right there. All right, so that's 190. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it. I'm really curious if we're going to get a gap, a pullback here off of this gap up. This is a huge gap up. I have so many lines on this chart. I need to clean these up. I started to clean my charts up last night. So we have a gap fill here, which is good, which is going to be good to know. All right, take notice that yesterday's pivot high was a gap fill. Yeah, I'm on point. This is what I want to see. I want to see a pullback to 196. All right, 196. 196.75 on the IWM. Man, I hate having this on the right-hand side. All right, so IWM. The only way I'm playing the IWM is either we get news and I'm at resistance and I'm getting short, okay, or I'm getting long at 197. All right, and I'm getting long at 197. Let's go to, I think I went to an hourly chart before. I would really like this level here, guys. 197. 197 would be a beautiful long, guys. And you can see to the left of you, what do you have? What is 197? 197 is support. Look what happens at 197. Up, up, and you just rally, right? Up, up. So 197. Now, I mean, you know, you also want to be prepared for if it, you know, takes out yesterday's high and turns yesterday's high into support. But then you got to ask yourself, what is your risk to reward at that point? You know, me getting long and just being patient, and if it doesn't give me 197, it doesn't give me 197. Instead of, you know, just saying, okay, we broke out and I'm going to get long at 128. Well, I've just taken off $1 of a stock that moves $5, right? That's 25% of the move on the stock itself. So that's why it's important to understand, right, that if it doesn't give you what you want, you don't take it. All right? You don't trade the markets, or you don't let the markets trade you. You trade the markets. And I think people get that concept a little bit confused. All right? So I want to see 197, 196.75. I want to see that pullback, and I want to take this long. Now, you guys can see here as well that 192 has not been tested either. 192 has not been tested for support on IWM. So we could run into some trouble, and if we do, I'm looking to get to 192. All right, but that's not today. Today, it feels bullish. All right, it feels bullish as all hell, so that we're going with the long. At least I am. You know, you do what you want. Okay, you guys do what you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do. Man, I am so just... I hate when this happens. Like, I need to get a mic that's not on the desk, or I need to get a stand for this thing, because when I go to write, the mic's in the way, and then it's in the way when I go to use my keyboard, and it's so weird. It's so uncomfortable. But it's all good, you know. It's all good. It's not that big of a deal. All right, so that's the IWM. That's what I'm looking for, right? Looks like we're having a bit of resistance up at yesterday's high. I'm going to look to pull it back, and I'm going to get long, all right? Especially if it shows me a low volume pullback. I'm getting long at 197, and we're going to look to get through yesterday's high, and we're going to look to have a beautiful day, and then talk about it on the watch list later on. Let's go see if they've released some of the early morning movers. I know I have some, but I don't know why. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I have just been on a tear this morning with the words. All right. So again, you guys remember Boeing's CEO will be speaking to senators today. Come on, just refresh. You know I don't care about the 5 things. You know what I want. You know what I want. Oil prices dip on demand worries as gasoline stocks surge. Hold on. Hold on a second. What? Oh my God. Okay, so if you guys haven't seen this, I am still waiting for gasoline prices to go higher. If you guys need what, like, what I would do if I could, if I had it, right now is the time to be buying gas, not the stock itself. But yeah, maybe even the stock itself or futures. I don't. How much lower do you guys think that they're honestly going to go? Especially if things worsen in the Middle East. All right, it could go a little bit further down, but I think you got some support here, guys. All right, and until that support's broken, I think we're going back higher to retest 2.5. All right, so be aware, gas is probably could go a bit higher. You can see that nice curl in it. You're starting to get an increase in volume there. It is kind of dropping off right now, but all right, so that's that. Come on, where? It's not going to show. It's not going to. All right, let's see here. Let's go to investing.com because I just want to see some of the. I want to see what's moving this morning. And let me look on the scanners real quick. Remind me, guys, Alibaba. I think Alibaba yesterday expects to post solid beat and raise Citi. I keep thinking C and Citi was the same thing. They've already reported. Spotify to start up and to start in-app purchases on iPhone in Europe after DMA takes effect. Apple plans new fees, restructuring for downloads outside the App Store. Wall Street Journal, Chipotle to hire. That's a first. To hire 19,000 additional workers to peak demand season. Abbott forecasts lackluster 2024 earnings. Shares down. Futures rise to boost Netflix chip stocks. All right. So Meta, mega caps, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. So this is the time when we look at them. Tesla rose 1.5% ahead of its results later in the day. The Reuters report said the company had informed suppliers that it wants to start new production of new mass-market electric vehicle, codenamed Redwood, in mid-2025. So here we go. Roku and Paramount Global also added gains of 3% and 1.5% respectively. All right, so this is where we want to be, guys. Locate, identify, put yourself in the right position. This is where everybody's going to be at today. Netflix, Roku, Tesla, DD, DuPont. I'm not really worried about DuPont, but AT&T. And this is from today, right? Today's the 24th, 25th. Because I seen that news with DuPont. There is a, never mind. I'm not even going to say it. Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, RWT. What is this? RWT. I'm not sure what that. Oh, Redwood. Oh, wow. Okay. So I don't know what that Redwood. I didn't know that Redwood was a company. So Nvidia, right? We'll look at our semiconductors, chip stocks, including Nvidia, Advanced Micro Devices, and Intel gained between 1.4 and 2.2%, following European chip making equipment maker ASML Holdings, which we talked about, right? I said watch for ASML and the semiconductor. Find your winners. Find your winners and your losers. Just locate them. All right, and then we have some cloud security too. I talked about Snowflake yesterday. ServiceNow, Net, which is Cloudflare. We talked about them and their layoffs. German firm SAP strong annual growth revenue forecast. I actually put that in the watch list yesterday and I took it off. Okay, TXN not too great. Shed 3.5% after forecasting first quarter revenue. So we'll look at this and we'll go through this list. Baba, Billy, Li Auto added between 1.9 to 3.2%. After China's central bank announced deep cut to bank reserves in an attempt to support the country's fragile economy and plunging the markets. We talked about that. So here we go, gang. We got a list of liquidity, we'll call it. List of liquidity. Let's run it. All right, first thing we'll go into is Baba. And then I'll go back over some of the losers and winners. So we have the IWM, right? We're looking at that 197, high 196 long. For anybody that just joined us and hit the like button, this is what we are looking for. We want to look for a pullback into this area on the IWM. Personally, I'd like to see 196.50, but this will do. All right, 197 to like 196.50, that whole area, right? You can start to come down, find some support. It starts to hold itself up, like, so to me this looks like a cup. That's why I'm saying it. Like if it were to pull in here, it should start to hold it up a little bit. We'll see what happens. It's pulling back. So, all right, let's go to Baba, guys. And you guys, I know it's easy sometimes to get discouraged and stuff, but you gotta understand we live in a great time. We have a lot of opportunities that others don't have, but it's up to us to use it. Okay, make a plan for yourself, guys. Make a plan. Know where you're going. Have a destination. If we go to Florida, we go to Miami, Florida, I'm not just like, all right, how do I get there? I just hop in the car and start driving. Next thing I know, I'm in fucking Canada with snow. We plan. I know I'm headed south. All right, I know I'm headed south. I know every day if I can just compound a few $100 every day, compounding a few $100, you're going to have losses. It's not going to be every day. And in taking that and increasing on the days when you get moves like today, I feel like today's going to be a decent day, which is rare for a Wednesday. Okay, we do still have a lot of data, but it feels like bank earnings were decent and the sentiment is shifting. Like they're kind of just getting some of this stuff out of the way, this rally. And then, they try to price it in, and then next thing you know, someone doesn't do so well, and there's the market pulling back, right? There's our pullback. So, all right, Alibaba is jumping right into the 50-day moving average. That's the first thing we're going to take notice to. All right, so what am I going to do with Baba? Fucking Nikki Haley. She's just doing it for the money. If this isn't like, guys, I gotta leave this. I'm gonna have to just leave this camera alone. Okay, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry for the inconvenience. All right, so I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything in the way on the weekly chart, daily chart, 50-day moving average. We're above it, so I'm gonna look for a pullback to 70. See, we didn't hold 76. All right, we did not hold 76. We haven't got there yet. We did not get to 76 yet. Let me do this. This could be really nice. This could be a really nice play. I still like that area. Hit it. And let's go to a 1 hour. You're coming into some resistance up here. That sucks. You're coming into a small bit of resistance up here at 76. A small bit. I feel like that volume. See, what you want to see is this type of volume. If we can get a high volume today, I'm going to tell you guys this right now. I want to look for a pullback and see if we can pull back to like 74, which would be the 50-day moving average area. I think it's at like 75. All right. 50 days at 75. At 75. I want to pull back to this 50-day moving average, and I want to start taking this. Let's see today if we can get another high volume day, and we'll look to take this up to the 100-day moving average. All right, which is up here at 80, but I think we could go higher. You have a strong base up here that you're going to run into. All right, that's a pivot low. I would call it like, yeah, that would be the level right there. All right. So our target, and at least my target right now is going to be $80. Why is that? Because look what we have coming in. Look at this 100-day moving average right here. Look at that 100-day moving average coming in right there. All right. So what that tells me is, depending on the gap up today and the strength, it should start to work its way down as Baba comes up. it's going to start pricing in, the price action for 100 days, and it's anchored down. So it should start to like pull itself down, and they both meet right here at $79. All right. Now, I want to see an increase. I want to see this. I want to see that high volume, right? I want to see, like, it doesn't have to be higher, but, like, I want this, right? I want some volume. We need the volume to get through that level to solidify that resistance is going to be support, okay? That resistance is going to be support. I wish we could get to 71 long. I doubt we will. This is a really nice setup here. Yesterday's pivot low. Held that. And now it's just working to the top end of this range. Alright. So if we can get a pullback off of 76. See if 76 becomes resistance. Okay. And it pulls back to the 50-day. And we start getting some buyers right here in this whole area. Alright. I want to look for buyers to start showing up here, and we like get some time on this trade and take it to the 100-day moving average. So I'm looking for like 74. Gotta wait for 74. If it gets to like 75, you have to understand that like price is an area. Okay, it's not going to be exact. So let me take that off, and here we go. All right, so you can see here. Double bottom, right? Support, 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 support. It breaks it. Resistance, right? Resistance, resistance. But we're up. We gapped above it. So look for the pullback and see if we can get down here to hold the area. I kind of think this is our area here, right at 75. It's kind of like really at the end of the day, it's down here, right? 70. And 77, but you gotta make it work. We made it support here at this pivot high, 73. So we're walking it up. So 74. All right, we get down to 75. It doesn't hold. I'm like, okay, 74. I want to get long 74. Yesterday's high, and you wicked up here at 74.50. So 75, 74 area. I want to look for a long. Ideally, I would like to get 73, but it already held it yesterday. Okay, it held it yesterday. But, so now I'm going to look for the highs. 74. Baba 70, pull back down to 74, 75, long. So let me make sure, it's a bit overextended. It feels like it needs a pullback. And again, guys, if you guys have questions or anything you guys would like to talk about or cover, just give me a shout. Now, and I'm not going to go so far as to say, like, to try and short that pullback because there's relative strength here. So I don't want to go short and say, oh, I'm just going to go short because I think there's a pullback. No, the move. The move is to the upside. China, liquidity, Baba, long. Okay, Tesla, short, Baba, long. Right? So don't fight the trend. Like if you think you want to just sit there and scalp the pullbacks and miss the actual meat and potatoes and you just want to, eat the asparagus and not have the mashed potatoes and steak, okay, that's fine. Whatever you want to do. I don't think you want to do that, though. I think you want the whole plate and dessert. All right? So, nice divergence here. I was watching Baba last week because I sensed that there was just going to be this turnaround, but this gap down kind of just threw me off. And I noticed that there was a high volume just coming in down there. So, pretty simple. Pull back to the 50-day. We'll see if we can fill the gap. And then we'll look to take her higher. All right. There's a major resistance level. This should be the target for now. All right. Of $80. $79.50, $80. I'm going to write that down. All right, so I'm going to stress that one more time. We are a buyer of the pullback. We have an increase in volume. It's showing us the signs and everything that we want to see. All right, so we're buying pullbacks. All right, let's go over and look at Tesla real quick. So that was BABA. Let's look at Tesla real quick. It's 8:30. Got to get this thing on a move. Thank you guys. If you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. It helps out a lot. And I hate to keep saying it over and over. Just in case someone else is here that showed up. This chart is a disaster, at least on my end. All right, the amount of lines and shiz that I have going on, this is crazy. This is insane. All right, so we are up to 212. We're still just sitting at that level, right? 212. You guys seeing a trend here? Right? 212. 212. Every day, 212. We make it up to 218, 217, 212. All right? 218, 212, 214. Those are the numbers. These are key numbers. This is a major support level. This is a good sign. What's even better, on a 15-minute chart, see, we haven't done it yet. We have not even done it yet. So, well, we kind of have. All right, this is just starting to get strength to the upside. I would not long Tesla yet. I would wait for one more downside. All right, one more downside, and see if maybe the report helps them out. All right, maybe the report helps them out. I still do not think that this is okay. I still don't think she's okay. Right now, she's down bad, and she needs help. All right, she needs a lift. All right, like, this is family gathering around her, and, you know, she's almost to the point where she might need some life support. Might have to call up Xi Jinping and get some of that liquidity he's giving out. You know, give out a little hope. So, again, there's a lot going on. You guys know the news with Hertz selling 14,000 vehicles, 14,000 Teslas. Okay, 14,000. I did not want to remove that. I just want to get rid of some of these lines. If you know, I know you guys are being patient, and you know, I want to leave that also. That pink line and that white line. See, all these lines are just intraday levels. You know, I'll just get rid of the ones that were above me. That's all I really needed to do, because now we can trade it. All right, if I find myself not in the right area, you know, we can scalp here. You can see it starting to cuff itself around, right? See how it's like starting to curl up. That doesn't mean it's going to go higher, but it could mean that it's just, you know, finding a base and finding some support, and could consolidate to give, you know, a bounce later on. But all that we'll have to wait and see. So that's Tesla. Well, 205. Okay. If Tesla, depending on how they report, if they don't work things out, I love how these two gold lines, they have just been like keyed. Do you guys notice that? I know it's a little hard to see here, but they are just acting in a way that like it was meant to be. Like it's stuck between the two. It's going back and forth to them, right? It's not exact, but you can see the closing price, right? The closing price, right? And then like it hits it, comes down. Maybe it's me. And look, it turned it into resistance, and then pops. Goes back down, resistance, hits it, and then look at it holding here. So this is like kind of telling me this pivot low and this hold here, you know. So it's not like a Da Vinci Code or anything. So Tesla. All right, Tesla's pretty simple. All right, Tesla's pretty simple. You have some... This is your middleman, right? Right here. You want to look at a chart as a whole. All right, you can see here support, resistance, double top. You came up, consolidated between that. It's this whole area, right? If I were to draw a box, that box to me, really, it's this box right here. That box right there is your middleman. And what are we doing? We're sitting on the top of it. We're sitting on the top of 210, because that feels like we break that 210, and it's not that it's over then, but you start getting to 200. Then that's when you're like, okay, here we are. We may go test this area down here at 160. Like we're going to go down to at least 180. Okay, like this area. Okay, because right now this is your middleman, this whole little gray area, and we're just sitting at the top of it. Okay, so you want to always look at the picture. Tesla's been in a downtrend for 3 years on top of it. It looks like it's trying to put in a little bear flag here. I know it's hard for you guys to see. I'm sorry. But you can see how it's like trying to turn this into resistance, guys. Every time it gets here, it is rejecting hard. Like these tails back here. Look at these tails. I think she's going to sell off, if you had to ask me. Look at the volume. All right, look at that volume. Look how thick and red it is. That's like, it's just consistent too. Consistency. So it feels to me like you're getting this curl, but that curl is only taking this, whatever's above it, it's only just like trying to just drill this thing down. It's trying to go, it curls itself up, bang. Curls up, bang. Right? So that's what I think with Tesla. I think we're going to wait till earnings, and I just think the sentiment isn't good right now. I think this thing gets back down here. And if it does, take the opportunity to buy it. This is a good thing. Okay? If you own it and you have a ton of shares from early on, and how you doing today, buddy? I heard about Redwood for Tesla. All right? I don't know really that much about Redwood, right? But could you type the news in there for me if you could? Because maybe I misread it. They said something about it. I don't know if it's a new. Okay, the European Central Bank set to hold rates as market debates cut timeline. So they're just that's the ECB did have their rate decision today. You are correct. I mean, I'm not saying you're not correct, but I'm like, yeah, like I forgot. What day is this? This is Wednesday. Wednesday. See, I don't have it from yesterday. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of known that they're, we're gearing up for a rate cut, especially when the Fed starts to see this many job cuts day after day after day after day. Now they're like, oh shit, maybe we should have did it a little bit earlier. But we need these things, guys. It sucks, but the first thing to all this is just being aware and understanding it and knowing it and learning a skill, right? Having a few things in your life that you can use to help you get through these times, and making sure that when the good times are here, that you're buying on these lows, so when you get that next run and this happens again, you're able to buy distressed assets. Let's say if we have a real recession, right? We go on for another 5-6 years. You just consistently, whether it's, I don't care if it's $50, $20, $100, $1,000, whatever you do, everybody's different. Buy assets, and then when it comes time, and you're starting to sense things may or may not go down, raising rates like we did, you get into a scenario that is favorable for a recession. You want to make sure you set, I'm not telling you what to do, but sell some of them to bring some cash, so that when the opportunity arises, you can pounce. Okay, you can pounce when there's blood in the streets. You can pounce, and then set yourself up really well. And it's hard. It's when everybody's the most worried is when the bottom's in. Especially in the markets, you'll see it. You'll see in the markets when we pull back, like that 20-point day we had in the SPY, it'll just go down and it'll just rip right back to the upside. So if we get these prices, again, just remember, we may not see them again. And I'm telling you guys, I think it's coming. I feel like it's coming. We're just stretching to all-time highs. Everybody's got to put money to work. Money managers are still thinking about last year. They just missed everything because they bought treasuries or tried to short the market. And the market was up 30-some%, right? And they missed out on that. Now they got to worry about if their clients are going to leave them to go to someone else who took advantage of it. So now they're just like, man, I just need to put capital to work, right? I'm chasing alpha. They're chasing alpha right now. And what happens? Bang, it turns around. Then they're like, shit, I just bought the top. Like, it's this psychological cycle that can happen to people. But if you just look at the dollar, you look at rates, okay, and you just understand kind of what's going on, right? The dollar has fallen. What has happened? Asset prices have risen. All right, yields have pulled back. All right, but the only thing that I can say for the next time is going to be a worry of a recession, right? Yields will be pulled back. The dollar has pulled back. And even then, the market can still pull back on the backs of a recession from a switch from QT to QE, back to QE. And it's a cycle that's just been repeating itself since the 1950s. All right. But yeah, I just want to say that, like, just make sure you guys are buying when you have the opportunity, when it feels the worst, when things are just drilling. Just buy a few shares. If you don't have much money, just buy a few shares. And I'm telling you, and you just give it just 1, 2, 3 years, your 5-year self, 10-year self will thank you a lot. Because you're not going to understand the amount that you can, like, just go look at a chart of Apple and do the math. Think about if you spent $50 a week, $25 a week, instead of buying a meal, right? Instead of going out or wasting the money on a new car or whatever it is, and you went and bought Apple. Guess what? You're going to go buy a fucking apartment or a complex because you got not only the 20%, but you damn near got enough for an outlet center. And now you're able to purchase a big thing of real estate if you so choose to. Okay, if you so choose to. All right, if you're willing to take on that responsibility. All right, people have different things that they would like to have out of life. But you, by doing that, you're also doing other people a disservice if you're one to not do that. Like, help people get a job, right? Those are the things that help people get jobs, and it helps the economy, right? So, that's, if you don't have anything, that's the best thing you can do. And this is why we should be thankful, is because we have the opportunity to purchase these. Some countries aren't allowed to. Their people aren't allowed to in a dictatorship, communist party. They're not allowed to participate and grow their wealth. All right? So, Tesla, I feel like she's still just, like, fighting here. And like you can see, it pulls back, goes up, rejects. Curls itself back up, rejects. Curls itself back up, rejects. Is this gap up the day where it tries one more time and then it just falls out of bed because of earnings? We'll find out. We'll find out. I feel like it wants to make a little progress and at least get back to 225, because I feel like in order to, we don't have to, but, a nice little bounce to get, because a bounce right here, guys, will curl this 50-day down. If Tesla can get up to like 220, 225 and close, like, you need these closing prices a little bit higher, and you can start really just, that 50-day will just it'll just start coming down faster. You're going to notice it because it went down and then it's coming back up quick, and it's going to price that in. So it's just going to like tilt it and anchor it like straight down. And that helps painting the picture of what's going to happen. Okay, so if that happens and Tesla does bounce, where do you think they could meet? Where do you guys think they could meet? Oh, this looks like a good place. Oh, that's a major resistance level. Who's to say that Tesla doesn't bounce and the 50-day and Tesla meet at 225? Right now, this chart's telling me everything about 225 has my interest. It feels like Tesla is going to bounce, possibly. Not saying it will. It doesn't have to happen. But chances are, this looks like a chart that wants to go to 225 and see if we reject that 50-day. All right, that's what this chart tells me. All right, and what else is there? What's funny about 225 was their previous earnings. This is the day after their earnings call right here. And where's that? 225. So 225, pivot low. 225 and 195, 200 area. All right, it's holding 205. That's an obvious area that you would write down. You break 205, hello, 195, 200. You get above and you hold 205, hello, 50-day, hello, 225 area. All right, that's how I'm going to be looking at this. So I'm not going to trade Tesla today because there is just too much IV with these earnings that I'm not going to pay 4 or 5 times the contract. Oh, all right, let's see here. So that was Tesla. What do we have here? Is there any tickers you guys want to look at? Netflix. Let's go look at Netflix real quick because we have the list. We went through BABA. All right. We'll look at pretty much because Netflix reported yesterday. Today may be a good day for the large caps. Let me refresh this real quick. Okay, Netflix. Oh, Roku. Roku was the other one. So let's go look at Netflix and Roku. Okay, Roku.
Letter B, Visa and Red Bull Formula One teams announce global partnership. That's letter B.
That's letter V. Visa and Red Bull are getting together. I'd like to get together with Red Bull. You guys know how I like my Red Bulls. All right. So we'll look same thing. Look at this 50-day moving average right here on Roku. Roku has a dividend coming up. Let's pan this out a little bit. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into the mic. I'm sorry that the mic is so close to the squawk box, but like I need to write some of these levels down, so I am prepared. I do apologize. I got to get a stand for this thing. So you can see here, 100, like 101 area is a massive level of, man, see, I would, right here, this 101 area, 100, I'm sorry, 100. Let's make this a 3. We'll make that a 3, all right? Because you can see here, I'm sorry, the mouse is pissing me off. So we have resistance here, and this is where the 200-day lines up. So I wonder what happens on their next earnings call, because look at that 75 level. If you guys can't see this, look at this. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with today, but look at this, right? You pull this thing back here. Look at that 75 and what's there. Look at that 200-day moving average sitting right there at 75. This looks like a beautiful, right? Resistance, resistance, support, support, resistance, 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 breaks it, support, resistance, right? So you guys get the point. Yeah, that looks like a let's rally, and if we do get a pullback, that's where she's going in the future. I just had to point that out because that there could be an area of support in the future. But let's not worry about that right now. So I'm going to focus on this level right here, and that is not 100, this 100 level. Double bottomed on it, came back, resistance, 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 blah, 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 blah. So let's see if we can run it and gun it up to 100. Run and gun to 100. We're at 87 now. I took this short a few times. Right here, not right there. All right. So that's Roku. Let's get this squared away here. That's a really nice hold of the 100-day moving average. They have back-to-back decent earnings. So they've been able to turn things around for the most part and bring in some solid business. They've gotten sales up, revenue up, all that fun stuff, and their stock is still hurting. I don't understand why. I get that their product is pretty damn cheap, but they're still selling. 96. All right, first the 50-day. Let's worry about what we got to worry about first, and that'll be the 50-day moving average. All right, where are we at right now? 93.50. 93.50, and we don't have. Oh wow, we're above. No. 93.50. So we are pretty much just under the 50-day, guys. So this is the level I'm going to watch for. 93. Roku 93. It looks like we're broken above it. So if we can pull back, and here's why. Look at this, right? To the left, resistance, resistance, right? You open up, no gap up or gap down. You open up right at that 93 level, 92.87. All right, it goes up, rejects 95. What's it do? It comes right back down and retests 93, high 92s. Okay. And then it makes this little pivot low at 91.95. And then where's it go? It goes right back to 96. I'm sorry. But so we're at 93.50. So you can see this range here, right? Support, resistance, resistance, and then it shoots up. Comes back down, support at 96, bounces, comes back down to 96, turns 96 into resistance, breaks. This is the day we took a short on it, bounces again, and you can see this just curl right up here at 96 and pulls back. And then what do we have? Support, resistance, resistance, breaks above 96. So key number 96. That's a key number. 93, a key number. Really, it's 96. So 96 and the 50-day should be our target because that's a major level here. Like at least the past few weeks. So 96 would be the target. All right, 96 is the target. We're going to look at the 50-day to be able to get through it, hold it, and then bounce off of it and get to 96. It could take 2 days or so. Let's go look at a chart of Roku. All right, let's go look at the chart. Let me see this. So it did get above the 100-day, it looks like. Tyrone, what's up? Is Netflix going to drop today after a huge increase after earnings? Let's go find out. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to, but I wouldn't be surprised if they took some profits. I was going to go to Netflix right after Roku because I mean, you got to think if the market right now, because that's a buy signal. That's a big tech buy signal. All right? So Microsoft, Nvidia, even though they're not semiconductors or in that sector, dude, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, just a big 7, they're going. And there's a reason why they're gapping up. Have you seen the SPY this morning? The SPY is just ripping. So today is going to be a mega cap type of day. We do have Tesla. You can see on the back side, we could see on the other side, if we do not have like a nice day today, it will be because, like, as far as a nice day, as far as volume, it'll be because people want to wait for GDP, CPI, or not CPI, but PCE, job numbers, okay, Tesla earnings. So we have GDP, Tesla earnings, PCE, initial jobless claims. So there is still a little bit to come here in the next 2 days. This could be the start, though. This could be the start. Maybe we start to price in the good, right? We get a nice rally. Money gets put to work today. We find out whether that gets taken back or not. But yes, like I said yesterday, if someone's not taking profit up there, I don't know what they're doing. They had, and even like yesterday, I said when I wrote it down, dude, their guidance for Q1 is double EPS than what they did this quarter. And this, the fourth quarter that they just gave was the biggest that they've ever had. And here they are, Q1 doubling EPS for their guidance. I think they reported 2 something, and they said they're going to give they gave an estimate of 4 something. So they're looking to double it next year with an extra 400 and some odd million in gross revenue. So 96 is resistance, guys. We can see that here. So let's find the support level that we want to look for, and obviously that's got to be the 50-day. I missed Roku yesterday. Look what that thing did yesterday, guys. Look what that thing did. So Roku, I'm going to write down 93. 93 on Roku. 93 hold. Target's going to be 96. I take a little bit of that back. I'm still going to look for this level. You know, we do have selling up here, so just be careful. All right, the real selling's up at 96, 95. You got some resistance up there, so we'll see. We're going to let's wait and see where we're at. It's 9 o'clock. We have a half hour. Let me go over to Netflix. I'm just going to look to see if we can hold 93. All right, 93. 93 hold. And then I'm going to look to go target 96. If it holds, okay, if it does not hold, if 93 doesn't hold, if 93 breaks, that gap fill, if it breaks, then we look for yesterday's high, yesterday's close, and 91. So either way, a few dollars on Roku is going to be a nice payday. Let's bring up Roku. Let's go to, or not Roku, but Netflix, NFLX. Let's go to the daily chart. So they're still, so they're going to 550. 550, you know, this thing's just going to just go and go and go. You know, I don't know if there's I don't know if the short float on this thing. I doubt that if there is, it's probably not much. Okay. Gotta look for 550. Gotta look for 550 there. That's what I'm gonna watch for. I don't even think you're gonna get a pullback, especially with the markets the way that they are right now. They are, or were, they were ripping and roaring. Come on. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so Netflix, look for prior day's low. All right, to look to get long, 550's got to be the target. All right, it looks like it is struggling a bit. So you could be right, Tyrone. You could look for 545 to pull back. Um, and now Seattle Times reporting on Boeing. Let's see here. Let me go to. I'm going to use the pre-market and daily levels for Netflix. All right. Come on. I'm going to use this pivot high here. All right. 535. Does it hold? Or do we start turning it into resistance? All right. I said this yesterday on the watch list that, you know, with the monster move that this made, you just can't be surprised if people take profits and lock some of that in. They're not going to sell their whole position, but you know, because again, there's a fight between putting capital to work and not putting capital to work, and losing your job, okay, because you didn't put capital to work and create alpha. So 550 or 500 is a major level. Now we're at the top of the range, coming into 550. All right, 550s. You have a gap fill here, by the way, as well. Just so you guys are aware, Netflix does have a gap above 550. Right here. Let's see here. There we go. No, I don't want to make it 2. No. IDEX. Wave charging sets industry milestone with the first ever OEM approved commercial wireless charging integration in Kenworth class electric trucks. Oh wow, IDEX Wave charging sets industry milestone with first ever OEM approved commercial wireless charging. Yo, that is insane. That is crazy. Do they park it on like a big battery? Like, remember when you would set your phone? You would have that thing that was either on your dash or whatever, and you would set your phone on it, and it can charge it. You just park a truck up on it or something. That's crazy. You'll have to send the link, man. I'd like to see that. That is crazy. Approved. Yeah, wireless charging. That's crazy. So there's not much I can say with Netflix other than 550. It's going to be about 350, 550 in this case. All right. That's about all I got. You start breaking 440, 540, then you look for the pullback. I don't know how far it's going to go if it gives you the pullback. I can't say whether or not it's going to hold this because let's see what the volume looks like to the sell side. All right, we just gotta have to wait. We gotta wait. Let's see what the market does. So let's bring up Boeing real quick. It's 9:07. There was just news on Boeing, and let me bring up CNBC. Let's see what market movers they have going on here. Go here. This company is offering $10,000 if you could stay off your phone for a month. Hell yeah. Psych. 10 grand. Let's see here. Netflix. Stock price jumped 9.2%. We know that. ASML. Oh, ASML. There we go. So we need to watch semiconductors. That's the other one. That was the other one I forgot about. ASML. SPRC. 20 million standby equity purchase agreement. Yeah, I've seen a few of those. All right, so look at that gap up with ASML. Wow. Holy smokes. It's at 824. Dude, the whole market's making all-time highs. Like, especially you just continue to get these earnings, and I say it all the time. I'm like, pay attention to how earnings are because it could give you the rest of the direction for the next 3 months. All right, if it's nothing too crazy, chances are you'll get your pullbacks, but if it's been great earnings throughout the market, it's probably going to go higher. Especially if you've had, if you have guidance, not especially, but if they're raising guidance and they're still beating and everything is gravy train, let it go up. Now, when they start missing and start guiding down, that's when the market's probably going to go down because margins are contracting, not expanding. Right? They're not making as much money. Sorry. And or they're laying off. And therefore what happens is when we start getting all these layoffs like we've been seeing, that's less people that have jobs, that have money to spend, that in turn goes back to all these companies. And we brought up the chart of macroeconomics and how the cycle of money pretty much works. And I don't have it up there anymore. I'll have to bring it up and post it again for anybody that wants it. Okay, we know about Texas Instruments. We talked about that last night. ASML. So let's look at NVIDIA, ASML. I'd rather look at NVIDIA and AMD. Let's see where they're at pre-market, 603. So they have... Dude, this is insane, guys. I should have got long yesterday. All right, it's pulling back. Awesome. NVIDIA, very simple. Not that I would do it, but pull back off of 604. See if you can get back down to this is the level I'd like to see it hold. We're going to start with the most obvious, okay? And that's going to be 599. All right, 599. And then a bigger level. I'm going to keep that a 1. I would much rather see NVIDIA pull back and hold like 596. That would be the level I would look for. All right, I would look for that level, like 496 to 497. It's like $1 wide. That would be in my opinion, would be a better area to take this thing long. I have a feeling if NVIDIA continues like this, you might see a stock split. I think you see them do a stock split. If not this quarter, next quarter. Because they're going to want people to own this. All right, they're going to want people to own this, especially if something happens. They would like for people to have access to be able to buy this, so that in turn they can take people's money and invest it to grow, make more money. A lot of people, you start getting up to the $600, $700, $800, $900, $1,000, $1,100. People. There's a lot of people that can't afford it. So I wouldn't be surprised, and you're hearing it first. If it happens, I'm not trying to predict the future, but you heard it here first. It's pretty much, this support and demand, or supply and demand, Um, 592 is another area. Right, we located our resistance. We'll see if we can pull back into it, and then see how we do when we get off of it. I'm probably not going to trade NVIDIA today. There's other things that I'm looking at. Look at AMD. We can look at Apple. So AMD is making its recovery right now. Let's go to the daily chart. It's just screaming, making all-time highs. Let's go to an hourly chart. And that's up. Man, AMD might pull back today too, later in the day. I didn't look at that either. When you asked me to with Netflix, I didn't look to see if it could pull back today. So I do apologize. I mean, anything can happen, right? It's oversold. Or if it gives you that big run, people will take profits, no problem. Let's see here. If they don't, maybe it's because they're not looking at it, and that's a good thing. You know, people do a lot of damage to themselves by looking at their portfolios, and they see those numbers ticking, and they start getting emotional. All right, so hourly chart. I'm going to need to go get some coffee and get some water. And $170 on NVIDIA. All right, I want to see 170. I want to see 170. All right, AMD, 170. And then we're going to see if we can't get up to 177, 176. All right, that's what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for right there. I want to see if we can get that pullback, and or it looks like it wants to pull back too. Everything about this screams pullback for the most part. Come on. What was I looking for? Right there. Let's see. I wish we could get 160. This thing's just gone way too far. Way too far. Too quick. Alright, so we have 160 here as well. Alright, so pullbacks in the 160. Oh, what happened? Alright, 160. 165. No. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. 160, 165. Come on. Yeah, 164. I'm sorry. And then I feel like I want to take that line down there to 168. I'll just do this. I'll do this for the day. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull that down right, like right there, because it's an area. It's an area of interest today. Come on. All right, so we talked about what earner are you going to be today? Which version of you, which version of the population that's going to be out here getting that money today, working? Which one are you going to be? What section? What category? And it's okay if you're not at the top yet. Not that there is a top. All right, but you know, remember to put the plan in place to help the future you become a big earner, become a top earner. Okay, with the, you know, it's not even, you don't have to strive to be a top earner, but you know, if you want to make, again, I went through it. There's going to be people today that make $60, that make $100, that make $500. They got the ones that make 100 to a 500, and then from 500 to 1,000, and then 1,000 to 5,000, and then from like 5 to 30,000, and from 30 to 100,000. All that's going to be covered today, I promise you, by someone, because they decided that they were going to be a top earner. They set themselves up so that they could, you know, one day be able to do that. All right, we have a free country. There is a ton of opportunity. All right, there is money everywhere. There is not a shortage of money. Matter of fact, there's 24 trillion just in the U.S. Just the U.S. All right, so let's make the right decisions, guys. All right, we break here, prior support. Let's see if we can't hold 170. Okay, 170. It's AMD. What else did we have? So we went through Roku, Netflix, semis, Boeing. I want to watch Boeing today. There was just news out just a second ago about some parts or something. SAP. I didn't put it on the watch list last night, but I did. Then I deleted it. Stock added 1.3% ahead of quarterly earnings. Closed fourth quarter revenue is expected to come in at $25.6 billion in earnings at 73 cents a share. That's pretty damn good for a car company. $25 billion this quarter. Okay, this quarter. AT&T stock slumped about 4% after AT&T posted a fourth quarter earnings miss. The company also forecasted lower than expected adjusted earnings for 2024. And then we have AMD shares of the chipmaker advanced. That's a little confusing there. You throw the word advanced with Advanced Micro Devices. Advanced 2% following an upgrade by New Street Research to a buy. The firm said AMD is the best way to play data center AI chips. If AMD's forecast of a $400 billion addressable market by 2027 bears out. Okay, upgrade. Everything we need to know. AMD pulls back. We going long. All right, we going long to get her in a thong. Let me fix this. All right. Make it simple. Make it simple. They don't have anything. That Boeing news just came out again. There was something with Seattle Times. So let me go back to AMD. All right, that's going to be on my list right now. Give me one to write this down. I doubt we get the pullback, guys. We get a pullback. We get this can pullback right here, 168 to 170. That area. I'm gonna drag this little baby down right here. We get this. I think this is where we get it though. I think 168.50. No. What happened there? What happened there? Okay. 168.50. AMD 168.50 long. AMD 168. Let's do this real quick. All right. Let's take off pre-market so we know if we have any gaps, what looks right. I'm telling you, you'll get a different picture. You should try it from time to time, even if it's on a 5-minute chart. Take pre-market off. All right. You really want to see. Look at that. We didn't identify that. I didn't identify that. That's a hell of a support. It's not really a support level. See, this is a level right here that I would call a minor level. Like when AMD breaks through 164, 166 is going to be that area where it just hits it and pulls back. But we're not even there. We're at 170 something. So why would I worry about that? Why would I worry about 164? We're trying to be a higher earner like AMD 172 with time. Be on top of the world. So we ain't got shit. We ain't got nothing. We're just putting in highs. So it is what it is. That ain't gonna work. That is not gonna work. All right. No big deal. No big deal. Yeah, let's see if we can. Let's see if it gives us the pullback to this double top with this upgrade. All right, this is acting as resistance right here. You have a double top pre-market. I'm gonna make this a dotted line. All right. So 2 things. I'm going to look for if the markets pull back, if you guys could, do us a solid, hit that like button for us. If you guys smash it right now, I won't even say like, subscribe again the rest of the day. Pull back, okay? Pull back to yesterday's double top area, all right? That is 160, it's 170, really. 170. Give me 169. 169. All right, that's what we're going to do. 169, 170. So take back the 168. 169/170. Hold long. I'm just screwing up this writing. I got to do this again. AMD Okay, what is that? 169.90. Let's see here. Yeah, 169. 170 holds long, and our targets are going to be 176. First take profit will be at 173 or 172.50 pre-market highs. If we get long down here, look to get back up to pre-market highs to take some profit and see if we can break it. You know, you want to see some nice high volume. You want to see the SPY behind you. All right, it may just hold here and start going. I may have to try and get this right off the bell. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Or wait for like the bell to open and you get that tick down. Bang, hit it. We're going long. We're going to go hit these highs up at 177. 177, 175. Okay? 177, 175. That's where we're going. We want to be a top runner today. I want to. I want to. We have minor support level right there. Right there. Right there's a minor support level. So 170 support. Pull back into that double top, right? 1, 2, kind of 3 after hours. So this whole area, 169, 170. I'm actually going to raise this because I think it's important that that is a little too far down, even though that's yesterday's close, so it's not that bad. It's tough, man. This thing just, you know, that is yesterday's close, but right there. Right there. Because if we break 169, guys, we start breaking 169 and then turn it into resistance, we know we're going down to 164, 164.50. It's that simple. All right, 170, 169 hold. Look for the pullbacks. Long. Be aware that we may not even get down there. Okay, this thing may attempt to just go long off the bell. It may fill this pre-market gap here at like 170.19. All right, maybe it doesn't get there. Maybe it gets down to 170.19. Maybe it just continues to put in higher lows here, and then bang, the market opens and it just rips. It just rips, and then people start getting long. So you got to have a plan. Got to have a plan. All right. That's 90. That's 9. It's 9:24. I don't have any caffeine made. I don't have Red Bull on me right now or coffee made. I do have some coffee here. Awesome. So good luck today. Let's look at Boeing real quick. Let's look at Boeing real quick. So what I'm doing is I'm typing in AMD right now. I want it right there. I want everything ready so that I don't have to rush. All right, Netflix. All right, NFLX. I'm not going to trade Netflix today. I can already tell you that right now. It's going to have way too much IV. I'm not going to play it Netflix. Unless I buy the stock, but I'm not going to buy it where it's at and then buy it at wherever it's at to go from 545 to 550. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So oh shoot, so that's that. And we have Roku on deck. We have a nice watch list this morning. All right, AMD with the let me put in Roku. All right, and if you guys have questions, throw them in the chat. If you could, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. All right, Boeing. There was just peace out or something like that from Seattle something. I don't think, you could probably get along on Boeing down here at this area, possibly, and take that back to the 200-day and then wait for Boeing to decide what it's going to do as far as it, the CEO meeting with senators today. So we'll look after we trade the morning Look at the volume, guys. That's so weird. Like, that's a lot of volume poking out there. It's 926. And this is a beautiful rejection. This would be my target on Boeing. 202.50. Alright, if I get short, I want to look to see if I can get it back down to 202.50 and then a gap fill. BA. Like, there could be a long off of it this morning. This area is holding 209. So if 209 breaks, look for it to become resistance. 209 break. Target is 202. Okay. 202.50. 202.50. And then you have a minor level at 206, 205.80, 205. Yeah, 205 minor level. What is that? That is, you have a minor level at 207.50. So that'll be a take profit, 207.50. Let me put a dotted line there. Hold on, man. Come on. I got to hurry up before this market opens. 9:28. We got 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I think I like that better. Right there. Come on. Alright, so that's going to be the level. Alright. What happened? I thought that it... Thanks, bro. You're the best. You're the best. Always reminding me when the market opens. So, profit taking, again, 209. Look for if it breaks, look for 209 to become resistance. Yesterday's close, even prior pre-market highs on Boeing. Okay, pre-market highs. Yesterday's close. See if that becomes resistance, and then you're able to come down, break 209. We come down to 207.50. Piece of profit, 206. Profit, target, 205.50 area. Down here's the target. 202.50, I mean. So as we drop, we pop. Pop that profit right in our pocket. All right? Drop, pop, and profit. Shit. Good luck today. What'd I tell you guys? What did I tell you? Right off the bell, running and gunning AMD. They're getting ahead of it. All right, we pull back to this level. Now we've broken it. I'm looking long 172.60 on AMD. All right, AMD, I'm looking for a long. I don't want to just run and gun out the gates, but it looks like we might have to. Let's see if we can pull it back. Hold on, let me see here. Let me run a fib. All right, so that's a nice rejection of that area of 173.37. Look, there's a test of that AMD. There is a nice price target range on this. All right, so what's going on here? Why do I have so many prices? 160. Right there would have been a nice entry. 180, 175. Give me the 175s. What is that? 175. Dude, come on. What is that? A 29 Delta? Shit. 175.50 is the ones that I'm looking at. Let me pull up the spies. Okay. Good deal. Look at that reversal. Look at that profit reversal there. Whew, how many people just got smoked because they rushed into that trade? Whew, god damn, look at AMD, guys. That upgrade did not mean anything. That was a nice hold pre-market highs or pre-market lows. So you have a 38.2 fib right here at 171.45. It's just it's screaming down. What's going on here? Look at AMD screaming. There's fucking scanners going. This is nuts. AMD is nuts right now, gang. Holy smokes. Man, if we could just pull right in there. Just give me that bounce right in there. Let's see here. I want to see her pull back. I want to see her start bringing it down. Look, see if that's resistance. 171.90. There you go. That's a nice short right there. I'm not taking that short because I want to buy the long off the pullback. But that 171.98, that's going to crack the lows. And now we're going to get down to see if we can start finding support. All right. We want to see if we can start finding some support down here. It's holding. It's holding. All right. Where are we at here? Keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. I'm ready to fucking murder this shit today, boy. I'm ready to murder this shit. Let's do it. Alright, I took a long on AMD right there. It's probably going to reject here. It's going to reject. I want to get back in this thing, though. I want to be able to get back in this thing. Let me see. What did I pay? Probably some ridiculous price. 112. I'm already up. Shit. Give me VWAP. Give me VWAP. And then I'll get long again. I took a piece right there on that pop extension to VWAP. I took a piece there, guys. Just hold on. That's a low volume bounce. Don't get ahead of yourself. Yes, I am on AMD. I just took that long, Tyrone. But wait, I want this level. So I did it to see if we would hold pre-market highs. Now let's see if we start working it up. Watch 171. It's not holding. Look at the volume, how it's lower. We want to start walking it up. All right, I was looking for a small scalp, back to VWAP. That's what we got. Look at the quick rejection. I am not getting long, guys, until we get AMD down here to 170. We get to 170, I'll take the long. Unless there's something I don't see. I crushed that scalp. I crushed that scalp right there. I didn't really tell you guys because, you know, I don't want you guys to do that, especially if you don't know what you're doing. All right, you had to have been on it and taken it through that extension. Just everything was perfect about that. I am not taking this trade until we pull back to this area. 170, 169. Keep it firm. But listen, don't just get long in there. I know you want to. Everybody wants good entries. Let it show you that it's going to get support and start going higher, pull back, hold, go higher, pull back, and like start walking this thing up. That's what I'm going to look for. Right now, the volume does not look that big, believe it or not. There is a nice upgrade. There was an upgrade on this. Now, look. Now, pre-market lows are resistance. You have an increase in volume on the sell side. Pre-market lows are resistance right now. It's still early. Watch the S&Ps for a pullback. That would be a nice short right there. You get up to this 9 EMA. You could get a nice short there. God. All right, so it's trying to hold 170. Just hang out. Like I said, I want this thing to come down. So, in the contracts that I'm looking at are the 170. I don't know why I have so many options chains up. See if it turns out into resistance there. If it doesn't turn this into resistance, guys, if it breaks above it, look for the VWAP to be resistance. And it pulls back into 171.75, and that is a walk up right there. All right, in my book, that would be walking it up, if you know what I'm saying. But right now, pre-market lows are still trying to hold as resistance, just making it resistance. Shit. And the contracts that I'll be trading, I'm in the wait, what the hell is going on here? Hold on. AMD. I was looking at the 172.50s. 172. How are they? What is going on with these options? 250. 175. Let me make sure. Let me find out what options I was in. Hold on a minute. Oh, 177.50. 175. That's okay. I got confused. I'm like, whoa, hold up, hold the phone. You see what I'm saying? Look at VWAP now, right? That's what we just said. See if we get the VWAP now. Pull it back here to like 171.45 and start holding it. That's a break above. That's holding pre-market highs. And we look for the fucking long to break through pre-market highs and get to like 175 area. I don't think we have much up here. I don't think there's much there. As far as, you know, we're at all-time highs. There's nothing really stopping us up here. We want to see the increase in volume, though, or we're just going to just continue to get rejected at 173.50. That was a mean reversal to the sell side down there, or up there, up at initial morning highs. See, exactly what I just said. Look for the bounce to VWAP. Look for it to pull back to 174.75. Watch it hold. That right there is the definition of a walk up. Now, we got to get through 172. It's got to get through 172. If you not get the increase in volume, it will break this level right here. It will break. I promise. If you cannot get above VWAP right now, we're going to break. We'll come back up one more time. Take the short, if you so choose to. Again, right there, take it back down to pre-market or yesterday's highs. Come on. That's my game plan with this. Come on. Where are you at? There you are. And as we pull it back, watch the 15-minute chart, too, because that 9 EMA is going to start coming up. See, look, what I say. Let's see if it breaks. It's still holding because it's this whole area. Look, it's going to break on low volume. It's not going to break. Look at that wick. That's what you want to see. Look at that quick reversal. That was nice. You just went from 171.15 to 171.56 on that reversal. See if they're still there. Go. Pop up. Like, I want to see this thing pop. Like, if you want to be long, you want to see it pop. And look, it's not. It's dropping. It's dropping. So that's okay. We're going to look for this. I want to watch AM. It is, you're kind of right. It is consolidating. Damn, relative strength all the way. Damn right, Ty. Trigger, I hit him up. Dude. With the call it, yes. That's a relative strength. Look at that volume. Just, that's a long in my book. You're not even going to get a pullback. You might start to get one here soon. But this is a sign of relative strength. Like 100%. Same sized candles, just up. My little girl's going to want to eat. I'm not going to play Netflix because I don't, like, look, it's through 550. I don't know where you would go, man. It's at all time, you know, I don't really have levels for this just yet. Right here, maybe. This, you have a support level at, no, come on. Sorry, guys. This mouse is just being a pain in the ass. So, look, Netflix, you have a minor level up at 580 or it's like 588. Okay, 588. Have we? Oh, we have a gap fill. Look at 570. 570 is your gap. How much are those? Let me see. I might play that with you. I may get in, Ty. If I get in, I'm gonna let you know. I still want to watch AMD. 570. Netflix. 570. They're 550. I can't pay for that because then I need to get to 575 for a break even. And even though there's volume, she's going to the gap though. I promise. I'm not getting in it. I'm not going to pay that. I've already got a green trade on AMD and like Scott. I'm not paying that much. I just don't want to pay that much. Right? And I also don't want to just like buy the like 580s. I mean, I guess I could. That would be nice. The delta's not bad. It's 22 cents. So for every dollar you're going to make or lose $22, just know that. Look for this pullback right here. This is a nice setup now. I would do this. Come on, dude, what are you doing? You got to double top up here. I would look for that pullback to 551. And look at that reversal. It's still going to go higher, I feel like. Unless like the strength is over, but that's really nice relative strength. Look for the pullback here. Let's see if I can pull a fib. This is insane. Netflix is wild. Like I said, they doubled guidance. They doubled guidance. They're like, yeah, we've had the best quarter we've ever had this quarter, and we're gonna double that next quarter. We're gonna say, you know what, we're not gonna make $2 a share. We're gonna make $4. We're gonna guide for $4. That's a tall task to ask for. VWAP 450 or 550, like 549. Call it 550. See if you get the pullback and get long at 550. That's what I would look for. Or the 1 minute 98. That's some nice volume to the sell side. Oh shit, damn right, bro. I'd be taking that profit, man. I would be taking it. Unless I don't know if you're in it or not. What a move. What a move. There is some nice volume coming in there though. Just be aware for anybody that's watching it. Me personally, I'm gonna use the bathroom, number 1. But 2, I'm gonna watch AMD and like some of these other names. Let's do a scan. But this is why it's good. That's great job, T. Great job, dude. Like that's awesome, bro. That would have been a beautiful long with that nice relative strength there. All right, so we said 209, 213 was the area on Boeing. That was that area, yesterday's somewhat small support area that it just turned to resistance. So we said bounce off of 210, see if it breaks 210, 209. Look for that to be resistance, but it looks like the volume's a bit lower on the, well, the volume's coming in on, it's coming in on the buy side in my opinion for Boeing. It may just sit here in this range and wait for the CEO. My little girl is going to want to eat now. So look, AMD reclaimed that level. There's some decent, there's still big volume up there to the sell side here on AMD. Shit. Ah, man. Fuck, I wish I could have bought it again at $1. Let's see if we can get a rejection on AMD, which we're not. It's going to pop. Come on, pull back to VWAP. AMD pulls back to VWAP. I'm going to go for the long. Let's see if it, even if it breaks out. Look, yeah, it's breaking out right now. Pull back, hit VWAP, and the 9 EMA. All right, you still got a little bit of selling up there on that reversal. It's showing us that. 175 is the area I'm going to look for on AMD. To get to is one of the targets, even though it's $1 away, already there. Dude, yeah, it's at all-time highs now, so it's not like I can't see anything with this Fibonacci. Look at that increase in volume. So this candle right here, if you guys didn't see that, it had a lot of selling there. This 1 minute candle, that candle just ripped at the very end where that tail is. That little bit of selling, it ripped. So hopefully it's telling me that maybe we can get that pullback to 173. Maybe. Damn, look at that time in sales. It's just green as hell. Just Christmas green. I'm going to go feed her and hope that I can get a pullback. And I'll be right back. Let me just feed my cat real quick. Look, it's going to break. Damn it. I should have just taken it. Alright, what I'm going to do is, I need to wait for a pullback. I need to at least try. I need to try and at least get a pullback. And the numbers just came out.
No one can. People are upset, but no one canceled orders. That's when you know when they that speak softly and carry a large stick up
the
cancel
planes.
order.
It's a duopoly.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, we should get in that business, David.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Yeah. All right.
I guess I'm going to miss AMD.
Next few sessions, and it's getting started now with PMI. Let's get to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
Hi, Carl. Indeed, these are January.
Look, it's off to the races. I may just have to pay up for it. Like, give me a little pullback, baby. Give me a high a day pullback, and I want to get long.
Manufacturing have been under 50, but not today. 50.3, it pops. That's the best level since October of 22. You see yields moving up on these data points. We know services have been doing better. 52.9, a big beat, best since June of last year. And finally, the composite leaning on the services strength side. Another solid number, 52.3. 52.3, and that is the best since June of last year. And both services and composite now 12 above 50 in a row, and that is exactly the opposite of what's going on in manufacturing. Rates have moved a bit higher after coming in lower, and of course we have 61 billion of 5-year notes up for auction at 1 Eastern. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break.
Fuck, man. Every day. It never fails. As soon, like, guys, if you guys have watched this stream before, you guys know every day, Abby girl comes in here and yells at me, Dad, I want you to feed me. Right at 9:45, 9:30, right when the bell opens. Like, it is just to a T every single day. And I feed her beforehand. I'm like, girl, I love you to death, but you're killing me. If you want cat food and you want all the treats and you want all the toys, you gotta let me do what I gotta do. But she'll sit here and she'll just freaking yell at me and just like, man. Alright, so AMD's fucking gone. There's that trade's gone. That trade is gone. It's not gonna give me the pullback. Oh god. Oh, okay. Don't get discouraged. Just wait. You got a nice little increase in volume. It's only 950. All right, it's only 950. I'm pretty happy about the analysis on AMD. So here we go. Let's see if we can get a nice pullback. Here's we should see a rejection here, a minor rejection. This is a really nice setup here with VWAP and 9 EMA. On a 3-minute, we have 172.50. Man, it's not going to pull back that far. It might, but I doubt it. I think there's too much strength with AMD and the semiconductors that... What are the 180s going for? Do I jump my order up to like a 180 on a pullback? No, I can't. Guys, do you want to know what I paid for the 177.50? You guys want to know what I paid? I paid $1. I paid a little over $1, and they're now over 130% in a few minutes. I should have just held it. That's what I was going to do. But I didn't want to sit through that drawdown of 172, 171, all the way back down to 168, and then have to take it, like, potentially, like, wonder if it's going to go higher. So, you know, I just wanted to, I just saw an opportunity to scalp the shit out of it right there. Like, that's not something I'm sitting here calling out to you guys or anything. It was just like, you know, I should have never left to feed her then. But she was scratching at the door going crazy. Look at this. Look at AMD. That's brutal. That's brutal. Dude, the 186. So I think I paid 119, I think. It's like one something. Let me see here. Let's see what we paid. Oh no, I paid 111. I was in those at 111, and they're at 258 right now. God damn. You know what? You know what I didn't have in mind? What I wanted to execute on today, and what earner gap or what group of earners I wanted to be in today, because Abby could have waited on food. She has food. She was fine. I should have never fucking left. Like, just like that. That cost me over 150. They're 256. Like, there's no reason to sell. Right now, I would sell this if it broke 250 or 175. If it broke this level, you start breaking this level, I'm taking a nice chunk of change off, because you ain't gonna. You can't ask for over 100 and some % in just a few minutes. Like, look at that increase in volume. This is insane. So that fucking pisses me off. It's every day. Every day she comes in literally right when the fucking bell rings. Hey, I want to eat. Hey, I have food in my bowl, but I want you just to give me fresh food and gravy. Like, I love her to death, but man, that one hurt. This one hurt. God damn it. So let's see if we can get this 9 EMA pullback. The volume's starting to increase a little bit, but the volume is to the buy side. This is at 171, 176. So wait, I'd say like a $10 move out of this thing. 180. You gotta be thinking about taking the position off at 180. All right, that $10. It's up 4%, 4.5% right now. So. See, I thought we had something up here. I thought we had something up there. Okay, so 176.85. So we got some selling up here. Let's see where the SPYs are. I thought for a minute, I got confused, and I thought that was I thought we were at all-time highs. Look at the SPY. That's a beautiful setup for a short. Looks like the SPY may start to pull back here. we do have this 38.2 fib, right? Today's pivot high from this morning, today's initial morning high, the reversal on that is right here with the close from last Friday, it looks like. Or, yeah, last Friday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. And then it's also this pivot low here that was support. So let's see if we can pull it back and continue to try to make 173.30s support. But we're not, I doubt we get it. I doubt it gives it to us. I think this thing's just going to break out past 180, not 180, but like 176. We'll see. We'll see what she does. That was a mean run with some mean volume, guys. Anybody that was able to take the analysis when I said, let's see if it walks it up and then get long. It starts recovering initial morning lows. It breaks back above it. It holds. Okay, let's climb it up back here to 172. That's it. We're on our way up. That's how we identify if the trend is continuing to the downside or if it has reversed and now moving to the upside. We had that pullback. We had that wick low. Grabbed some buyers. I mean, dude, they came down and picked me up. I was in that buying. On that pullback, I was buying that pullback. So they picked up buyers. It walked it up, right? It walked it up, and now it's putting in a bull flag here. The only thing I can say is it's just made a run so fast that if you even try to buy these options and try to go long this thing, it'd probably be better off buying the stock itself, because this thing ran up so fast. The IV is going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts. So just be patient and look for something else. Don't be afraid to let something go, because that's how you get hurt, because you couldn't let it go, and then you're like, shit, I just bought it to highs, and now it's falling back on me, and now I'm losing money. And now I'm frustrated. Now I'm not confident. Now I need a win. We want to go forward, not backwards, Again, I tried to explain the move as best as I could. I gave us the circles. We broke it. I said, let's see if we regain it and then walk it up, right? You didn't really test 172 that many times because it found the strength. And look at the volume there. It broke through 172. Pulled back real quick to hold it, bang, and then that was it. That was all she wrote. So here's the pullback. That's what I mean. Be patient. It will pull back. All right. When there's relative strength off the bell, kind of like Netflix had, you'll know that because the sized candles on like a 3-minute and 5-minute, they'll be the same. They'll be about the same size from low to high on the candle, and they'll just consistently move in the same increments. It'll just be like a $2 candle. And then just close green, $2 candle, close green, $2 candle, close green, with not that many wicks, right? With not that many wicks. Let's go look at Netflix, as a matter of fact. Just a mean son of a gun, man. That's an ascending wedge right there. Ascending wedge right there. Look at that, and then just the breakout. Right there, on a nice breakout. Look at that. Boop. Look for it to pull back, possibly hold this, but it's probably not going to. Probably goes right to that level. Let me get rid of this wedge. Let me look. The volume has fallen out of the sky on Netflix, so there was a lot of buying off of the bell. I was aware that there may have been that, and I was ready for it. That's why I said I was putting in everything that I needed. I was putting it in. I was making sure that everything was up, that it wasn't going to take me much time at all to be able to get in or start working these positions. The reason I got rid of AMD was because I wasn't sure if we were going to hold. And I would much rather not sit through $3 worth of downside just to find out if we're going to hold a level below us. So I had to take that scalp. And then I'll, I tried to do with you guys the best that I could with saying, like, look, let's walk this John up. Walk this thing up. This is what we're going to look for. All right, so UAL was another stock we were watching yesterday that I was playing. That thing just was insane on the payout. Insane. Paid more than this AMD trade, or it was like the same amount of paying on that AMD trade reversal than that I had. This was like another 20% in a quick amount of time on this name. Okay, so that is a second break of the 100-day moving average. So this is telling us that there's some weakness here. It is just stabilized, you know, it's consolidating, so we'll see here if it does end up holding and then trying to break out. That's an option. All right, but for me, it's not holding the 100-day. Not holding. Short up here for right now. We were talking about JP Morgan. I may not trade this today because of all the tech stocks running. You're at a support area for JP Morgan. I definitely want to be looking at Boeing today again. Like I said, I want to know what's going on with there, because this is going to be like a lunchtime type of trade, and they're talking about it. They're going to be able to, their meetings, the CEO's meeting, center. So what they're saying here is Spirit misinstalled, or Boeing, not Spirit, misinstalled the door plug. That could be a huge news for Save, guys. SAVE. And Save is selling off. That's okay. Let it sell off. Let it sell off. That's fine. Because you know what we're going to do? We're going to squeeze them even farther. Let them bring it down. I said this yesterday. Let them pull this thing down. Right? Take a nibble. Start nibbling. Right? Make sure you get some time with it. Maybe buy one weekly and buy 2 or 4 or 5, 10, contracts to the long side that are, a month out, whatever. Whatever you can do. All right? I still think that this thing has a chance to go higher, especially if they start to get away with the buyout. Because they're going to have to pay up for that buyout. Not because they're going to have to pay out, but just, it's going to change the sentiment around it. So, and especially we start getting shorts on this name, and they don't let it drop below a level. Guess what? We need shorts to go higher. That's why I say all the time, like, you'll hear me say, like, I think we need to come down to go higher, or we need to come up to go lower. I just want a mean win today. A mean win. I'm kind of thinking about a long on Safe, possibly, but the volume needs to start coming in. All right, we could be getting ready for another long. We could be getting ready for a long setup here on AMD. That's a nice rejection there. That's a nice hold, I mean. You know, that's a nice reversal. That was a really nice reversal. I can't take this thing long, guys, unless I buy the stock outright. I think it's got to be to the short side because these options are way too expensive now. With that run up, I think that's why you're seeing a little bit of struggling here. I don't think you're going to get that many more people that are interested in paying up once they see this amount, like a 62, like a 185 call at 62 cents, a 182.50 at 99 cents. That's insane. That's insane. All right, and you're already got 4.5%. So, you know, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I'm good. You know, maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. But you can see here, look at this bounce, and notice the volume. Notice how low that volume is, going right back up. Like, if I was short this, I wouldn't be covering right now. I'm like, yeah, shit, you ain't fooling shit, bro. You ain't going nowhere. Right? You got a motherfucking flat tire. You're not making it out the neighborhood. So there's the SPY, guys. If you guys took that analysis as well, look at the 5 minute on the SPY from TradingView, whatever you use. Look at that. Tell me if that is not a beautiful setup to the short side, right? It's just trailing that 9 EMA with pre-market and after hours on. Just a beautiful, clean, rejecting the trade line. Look at that. That's a double top. You crazy? Double top. Bang. Rejection. Bang. Rejection. Are we going to get it again? Let's see here. Let's see what happens. Because I want to see if we can start looking for a bounce at some point as it pulls back. So notice how we're spending a lot of time up here. Let's see if it starts making progress like right now and pops out, or if it can't and then we start pulling it back. Price and time. Those are the two biggest things you want to see. Shit, that could be a nice short there. Yep, there it goes. Look, and that's why, because they start short covering and then it does that. It breaks out, then they start managing their risk by covering their position, and you get a pop like that. As soon as I said, man, that looks like a nice short, pop. Oh, and look at the volume though. This is what I mean by not falling for it. Cover your grounds. Make sure you're looking at different time frames. And like I said, when I told you guys that we made this high today, that this candle here, literally, or it was this one, there was a ton of volume to the sell side on that little wick that increased that candle like a huge amount. So we know we got a little bit of selling up there. Damn, look at Roku, guys. That's some relative strength right there. Roku, guys. Roku, 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 Roku. And look where we said 93. 93 hold, target 96. It went to 95, 94.75, and then it broke. So if it breaks, our target's $91, and it's already done it. So we can't go short. All right, you can't go short because our target on the short side was 91. I mean, it's down 0.10%. Maybe we could. Let's see here. Can we go short? All right, if we get the chance, can we? I mean, I guess we could. We could look for an 89. See if you try to get like a small bounce to 91.50 and then reject that. That's what I would look for. Like a 91.50 rejection. Let's see here. That moving average is like literally right in the way. So, let me remove that. So that's what I'm looking for. See if it bounces and then we get another rejection and can get some more momentum to the downside. It feels, guys, there is a ton of volume on just everything right now. On everything. This is a nice little support area. Right? Nice little support area right here. So this is good, but I think the furthest we get to the downside would be 88. And if you get through 88, then maybe you get down here to 86. But I doubt it. I doubt it. You know, I feel like Roku wants to get above the 50-day and just grind higher. They've changed things around, and there's a part of Roku that's doing pretty good. All right, they're not the best of, you know, as a product. It's not the best product, but it sells. So yeah, I'll look for this level right here, 92. See if we can reject it. 92 to 89 short. That's an idea right there. Really, you actually may. I may see it's. I don't want to make this shit confusing, but damn, that's crazy, man. There is just opportunity all over the place right off the bell. 38.2. Why does this thing do that? If I just breathe on this mouth, the right click clicks. If I just breathe on it. So there it is, 94.68. 23 fib. 38.2. This is a nice area. 89. See what happens. So if you start to reject 92, see if you can take it back down to 89 area. 89.75. All right? That's I mean, it's money, right? Come up here, start rejecting, and then look to get out. Hold on, guys. So yeah. I'm going to scan. Let me look at AMD and everything else that we have on the list and see if we can't you know, catch the backside of a trade, the reversal or something. I am seriously going to think about what I did for a while. That I literally just gave up this long on AMD to be done for the day. Done for the day. All right, $1.12 entry to freaking 260 something. We were in the 275s or the 175.50s, 177.50s. These things were 260, 2 something. That's a well over 100%. Unless they were 228, right? When I looked, it may not have been at 260, so don't quote me. But yeah, they may have been, because look at these little wicks, and it's just going up. It's going down, and the option's going up. I just saw it wick down and the option go up. Sucks. It doesn't suck, because I made some nice money off of that scalp long, but that wasn't what I wanted to do. That was just an opportunity that I seen, and I had to take it. Here it goes. It looks like it's going to try now, guys. Here it goes. Looks like it's going to try to break out to new highs. Sick. Let's do this. What's everybody watching right now? What do you guys see? That's a nice rejection there. I may take this, guys. All right, Boeing CEO. The Boeing stuff is starting. I'm looking at a 170 put, guys. 170 put. Let's see here what it does off this 9 EMA. See if you get a bounce here. Dude, how are these options going higher when the stock's going higher? I guess because of the volatility? I'm not sure, but that's insane. Alright, I think this would be a nice area to take it, because we're going to find out quick if this is not going to work. Alright, I'm looking at the 170 puts. They're at 79.80 cents right now, 78 cents. Right? I'm not in it yet. I am not in it. Where was the rejection, I feel like? Fudge. Here's what I think we could get, right? We get below it. So this just solidified us being below the 9 EMA. And see if we can look at that mean reversal. Still, yes. Come on. It's going to go higher. Let's see if we can get it up here. 176. Great. There. It's either going to break out or something. Yeah, that's an increase in volume. Bang, look at that. 176.06. Like I said. Oh, no. I'm in it. I got to get out of this thing, but if it screws me. Sorry, guys. I got in at 75 cents. I feel like I got to get out of this thing before I get squeezed. I might have made a mistake. I did. I may have. I'm going to try and be patient. I'm going to be a little patient. That is a low... No, 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 no! Fuck! I'm out. I did not mean to do that. And look, only to get that reversal. It should start to get itself down on their VWAP because that's where our sellers are again. That's where our sellers are. That's where I got in it a little too quick with my hands. There's that increase in volume. See the increase in volume starting to rise on that little pullback? Look at the increase in volume coming. It's telling you something. I mean, really, you can't fight the trend. I'm going to be honest. Don't fight the trend. But it just feels like we might get a pullback. So I'll give it a little bit. If we continue to just stay up here, you might get a bounce. Looking at the 3-minute, we're above this 175.75. It's holding it as support. It may get a bounce, but it feels to me like it does want to start to pull back here. Like it's setting up to try and pull back. Is this it? Is this the long? Let's see if it shoots up. Look at this bull flag. That's a really nice bull flag there. To an extent. Right here. Right there. It's a really nice bull flag. Let's see. Let's see what happens. And is this it? It's trying. It feels like, look at all the buying coming in right there, and it speeds up. It just cannot break out. Like, that was a perfect opportunity right there to just like get that extension, to get away from this area, and then small pullback to raise that 9 EMA. That was a little early. See what I mean? Those feelings are like the entries that when you should be entering, because you should be able to sense when and if something is going to do something. You're not going to know if, but you're going to say like, okay, like it should start to break out now. It should start to do this. If it does not, then it's telling me, hey, either I'm not seeing something, it's going to consolidate longer, or it's going to pull back. I think in order for this to go higher, it feels like we need to pull back. Just my opinion. And that's about... I don't know. I'm going to go look around the markets. I don't want to sit here and dwell on that. I'm a little frustrated with that one because I just watched those go from 70 cents to like 86, 90, just like that. I accidentally took that off, unfortunately. All right, let's go look. Let's see. Boeing. Let's go to BA. So, again, if you guys don't know, I'm watching for BA 209. 209 level. Really, you could call it 209.50. All right, 209.50. I do not know why this live chat wasn't on live. Oh, look at that reversal on the SPY, guys. And you got some nice volume there. Let's see what that does to the markets. The SPY has just turned itself around. See what that does to other names. Look at Microsoft, just a beast. Apple, look at that reversal. Meta, beautiful reversal. So like we said this morning, we're going to look for the big boys, right? The FANG stocks to make their runs today. And that's exactly what they're doing. It's exactly what they're doing. Exactly what they're doing. All right. Just got to calm down a little bit. I need to get a pullback. I need to take advantage of this stuff that's going on. I need to focus. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look to see. I'm going to let you guys know. I'm going to browse and see if I see something. If I take something, I'll let you guys know. If you guys have questions, you just let me know. Curious if this is a rejection here on the Oxy. Oh shit. That's all good. Oh, what's that? Like today or yesterday? I mean, it's all good. I know. I tried trading Netflix the other day. I didn't try, but it was on my watch list and it never really did anything for me. It just didn't move in the way I thought it would. So let's see here. Let's see what happens up here at pre-market highs on the S&Ps. Let's see if we have any type of divergence. Okay, look at the Qs just ripping. Just ripping. Oh, flip. I forgot about the IWM today. It pulled back. It's a good thing. Because there's the resistance level. And it just made it resistance again. So this is a bad sign. I'm going to tell you guys right now. This is a bad sign. You don't want to see this. You want to see all three of these markets. All five of these markets. All six of them. Whatever you use. You want to see them all going up. Like the SPY and the Qs are going up, but the IWM selling off. Like, you know, unless maybe it starts to pick itself up. There's your lag effect. Not lag effect, I'm sorry. But there's your arbitrage, right? If the Qs are going to continue higher, then you should expect the IWM to start to reverse. All right? Like after, obviously, right? Because if you see the Qs, Q... Come on. It's like the best type of trade. Like you can, once you learn it, you can always use it and consistently make money just out of the divergence of the indexes, okay? And then we go to IWM. Like that's making new highs. All right, IWM, are you going to hold? If you're going to hold, let's start making our way up. Making our way downtown. All right, the Dow, same thing, obviously. I feel like the Dow is the new Russell. And then SPY. SPY probably right in the middle. Yep, right here in the middle. Towards the upper end, but still right in the middle. So what I would do is I would look to see if we can get some sort of strength here on the IWM and take it back up to 197 if the Qs are going to go higher. If they start to reverse here, then, you know, that's the other side to this. It's like, okay, then IWM is telling us with these sell-offs that things are not okay. Things are not as planned. Fucking Google ripping. I'm gonna have to make a decision and make it quick because it feels like this is definitely living up to the upgrade. Yep, I told you guys. My my YouTube think I'm black, guys. I swear to God. I told y'all. I told y'all. See, yo, I'm going incognito. They don't know who the fuck I am. It's hilarious. I'm just looking to see if I can find this, see if I can find this. Yeah, it's alright, man. It's all good, bro. It's all good. Just let it. I mean, the market's going higher, so just you know. Listen, I'm kicking myself too, buddy, because I ended up feeding my cat, right? When I brought it up, like we want to start making progress to the upside, right? We sold off. Okay, we start coming back. Like see if we can hold pre-market lows. It pulled back because there was to the left of us over here. There was a bit of an area that it held, and then it just, like we said, let's see if we can start walking it up. I got in real early, and I wasn't at the time. I wasn't going to sit through a 168, 170 pullback. I wasn't going to do it to myself. That would have just tore me up. And then I get like a huge move back to the upside, and then my options are not even break even or just barely break even. Like, so, man, I'm pissed that I fed my cat because this would have been the night. This right here, that right there told you to take the long, because it gave back and started making progress to the upside off of an upgrade that this pre-market levels were holding. It pulled back, brought in buyers, it brought me in, and you know, look, support, 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 came back, and you're just solidifying. Okay, support right there, right here. So when you guys, like, you know, just like tomorrow, hey, listen, and the week is not over. We got a big week. We got a big week. It's still like today is just the beginning. I promise. Today is just the beginning. But that pre-market, start trying to do this with your trades now to have conviction. You have a reason for a direction. Okay, let's see if it pulls back. Let's start walking it up, like on a 1 minute time frame. Take notice of the volume. You want to know like the heartbeat of the volume and start walking it up. You want to start seeing it starts to make progress on like two separate legs, like pre-market low, this pre-market high. Okay, you told me all I needed to see. Let me get long right now on this retest and go for the break. I know we'll break it at worst. We'll pull back, hold it, possibly, but you've shown progress to the upside. You're turning that previous support back into support. We're stepping it up to the upside. So I you know, that's what I try to do to give myself conviction. And it's really it's cool because I like being able to talk to you guys about what I want to see, and not just seeing if it does it, but like if it does, like that's my plan. If it does what I'm expecting it to do, then I'm seeing things correctly. That also helps the confidence. Again, news can hit the tape in any minute, but for the most part, it's just a process of just walking it up, you know, walking it up. It tried to turn that pre-market low. It tried to turn it into resistance. It came back around, just like Wheezy and the Carter. Came back around, started making progress to the upside. Just for me, it helps, man. It helps a lot to do that. So there's the SPY at highs. Let's watch the IWM. There's opportunity for us everywhere. Right here. The IWM. SPY Qs are up at highs, but the IWM and Dow aren't. I don't understand. Unless there's a reason. Like, that's clear divergence. So be safe with the longs. Be safe. You know, because it ain't safe if the IWM is not breaking out and the market as a whole is not going upside. That means there's something brewing underneath. I mean, I know we said, like this morning, our job in pre-market was saying, yo, the big seven, FANG stocks, they're going to go nuts. Or they should. We would expect them to. Because of Netflix. And that's what they did. Look, Disney pulling back. I'm going to go make a cup of coffee real quick. Because I need something to drink. And I need to get a little bit of energy. I'm going to make some coffee. And I'm going to be right back. And I'm going to find this live stream for Boeing. Here goes Boeing to the upside. Here goes Boeing to the upside. I don't have enough faith trying to trade this name without having the live stream on of him meeting senators. Or, you know, being in front of Congress and stuff. I will be right back, guys.
And as you see, it is the top gainer on the S&P. We're back in break.
There it is. There's a pullback. Like we said, 92. Pull back to 92. Dude, look at the SPY. Look at the S&P. Look at that short squeeze. Holy hell. Look at this. Look at that. That's it, y'all. It's go time. They're done. That's a short squeeze right there. For sure. Like, that's it. That's panic. Oh, my God, I'm short. Or, oh, my God, I'm not long. We're going to be at 500 before we know it. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at that. That's so insane at 580. Maybe this is the top. The top is in, y'all. The top is in. You just got capitulation to the upside.
Got a bunch of new street calls on Netflix following that blowout quarter. Our Dom Chu's tracking some of those. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Carl, if you take a look at the price action so far, Netflix remains the most valuable media company in the S&P 500, currently worth about $240 some odd billion. The shares rising right now have put a lot of focus on whether or not they could go even higher than that. Taking a look right now at the analyst state of play, as things currently stand, as these kind of upgrades and price targets, right now, according to FactSet, 59% of analysts have a buy rating on this, 35% have a hold, and 6% is target price of $539. Out there, if not above there at this point right now. If you look, just a bull bear case this morning among the upgrades coming in, the upgrade to outperform Q4 results. They waiting for moves are paying off, and they got it. So they downgrade side of the bullish case. Analysts at Deutsche Bank have now from a buy. What everything that's good is already stock. Media. So there, I'll send things back over to you.
Kind of brave. Choose to be right. And of course, Tom, as you know, market cap level, Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount. As we said earlier, Netflix seems to also says it's not linear cable assets or linear assets of any kind, and does believe that amongst certainly that could change. On the call, we did speak with and Endeavor CEO. Well, streaming deal, the W for. We also talked about what the deal says about the.
I don't think cable's going to push. You know, we did that on ESPN. This is the next. Let's go. We have a linear down, and with NXT, this. And so for us, step, it's a great deal for. In our opinion, you know, 150 hours of programming, $5 billion, 2.5 movies for 150. The global player in streaming.
Dominant player in streaming. A quarter just to the subscription coming in so from crack, it would seem, but from overall demand.
Yeah, remember when, as I mentioned a moment ago, when they did a U-turn on ads, we're like, how are you going to start this business from scratch, even with Microsoft's help? And the U-turns on gaming and live events and live sports, and even if you go way, way back on original content, who knows if that's been a rope-a-dope or if they really did change their mind.
Yeah, I know. To think
All right,
House of
so,
Cards, right, when it goes back
got a
to
bit of
that,
a
but they've
pullback
been
here.
using it, executing. They've reinvented the
Ain't nothing
company.
to see, just a little pullback. Did my AirPods disconnect? I don't know if you guys can hear it or not. I guess they did. Hold on.
It's the category killer.
Yeah, and still not back to all-time highs. We'll watch that trend line. Still to come.
I don't know
the
what
first of
the
Mag 7
flip
names,
is
Tesla,
going on with this
to
camera,
report
but it's
tonight. We're
pissing
gonna
me
talk
off,
about
man.
What the street's expecting when we're
My
back in
yo, you know what's so funny is my chair looks like Kai Kennett's chair. It's got a freaking literally the same exact chair. It's the same exact chair, and it's all tore the hell up. The fucking arm piece is coming off. I don't think you guys can see it. Can you see it? Can you see it? Nope, you can't see it. You're not gonna be able to see it. You're not gonna be able to see it. It cracks me up every time I see it. Like I said, there's the top. You just had capitulation to the upside. Capitulation to the upside. It's been a while since you've seen that. Let me get my AirPods plugged in. Look at that. That could be a nice setup. Keep an eye on the volume. This is a 2-minute chart here. Look at that low volume pullback, right? Look at that volume. Look how low it is. See how this is increasing? And look at the volume. Put a line right there. You see that big jump? You want to see, let's see if this thing pops to the upside. You want to start to see that increase. Look, right there. You see that increase? And then to the upside. Give us more increase. I'm going to start seeing some increase to the upside. I want to see that volume really come in to the upside. There should be people there ready to gobble this thing up. Like me, myself, and I. I did not think I was going to be trading the SPY today. But I may have to put it on. May have to put it on. Look, it's pulling back, but look at the volume. It's barely moving. Look at the volume, barely move. And then it like rips to the upside when it bounces. That's what we want to see. Come on, bounce. But there it goes. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. I believe in you. I'm watching time and sales. Man, I have indigestion, man. This fucking blows. Flipping blows. Let's see here. This could be a really nice long. It didn't connect yet? Hold on. Okay, I guess it did connect.
The app today.
Lots of movement this morning when it comes to AI. SAP announcing its plan to carry out a restructuring plan covering 8,000 employees. Not clear exactly what that means, but it's all in a push toward AI and AI-driven business areas. The company shares hitting a record high. Meantime, Alphabet is cutting ties with the Australian AI firm that helped train its Bard and Google search products. The decision impacting roughly 2,000 subcontracted Alphabet workers, according to the company's union. Everyone's still clearly trying to pivot toward AI. In Davos, I asked CEO Mark Benioff whether he feels that he is getting enough credit from the market when it comes to AI compared to companies like Alphabet, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. Many analysts say they're behind. Here's what Benioff says.
Our AI is very different. Our AI is working inside your company. We're not just a general language model operating on the side. We're really working to ground the AI, which is kind of a technical term. It's called grounding, where you're grounding the AI into your data so that it can learn about your company. And we've been doing that for a decade, and that's why we're going to do, as I mentioned, 1 trillion, predictive and generative transactions this week. That's pretty awesome. By the way, that's far more than any other enterprise vendor. And I don't know who's giving us what credit. I'm not looking for credit. I just know that my customers love this.
And he went through a number of customers and how he interacts with them as well. Everyone from Loro Piana to Gucci to Ford to GM about how they're incorporating this AI, the data that they've been able to collect in the AI into customer experiences. That was from our Leaders special last night. Tonight, we've got a new one, CNBC Leaders. World Bank President Ajay Banga, 8 p.m. Eastern. He has not really spoken since he's been on the job, a little more than 6 months. He's got a pretty big remit, and it's very different from the way we know him. He led MasterCard, of course, for many, many years, very successfully, I would say, according to shareholders. And now he's in charge of fighting global poverty and climate change.
A little bit of a different remit.
Yeah, but it was interesting to hear how he's bringing his private sector chops to try to fix and improve a bureaucratic organization like the World Bank.
Meantime, as we mentioned, Tesla is going to report tonight after the bell. Off to a rough start for the year so far. Our Phil LeBeau is here to talk about what we might expect. Some key areas that the street's looking for some clarity on, Phil.
The one number that everybody's going to be focused on, Carl, and we talk about it every quarter, gross auto margins excluding zero-emission vehicle credits. That number has been coming down at a pretty steady clip over the last couple of years. Look at the estimate for the fourth quarter, 15.7%. Back in the first quarter, it was up at 19%. Hey, a couple of years ago, I remember when it was well north of 20%. And the reason is because of what's happening in China. It is the world's largest EV market. It's a huge market for Tesla, understandably. They've got the Gigafactory in Shanghai. The pricing pressure there has been immense, and it has not let up. We saw price cuts from Tesla in the fourth quarter. That will have a direct impact on those gross auto margins. In terms of deliveries, the street wants to know if they're going to give us guidance for 2024. Remember, Tesla delivered just over 1.8 million vehicles last year. The consensus right now going into the call today is 2.1 million is what they're expecting Tesla to give for a guidance. We'll see if they give us actual guidance or if we get something a little more vague, like, well, we're going to be up, I don't know, 15, 20%. We'll see during the call after the numbers when they come out. As you take a look at shares of Tesla, remember, the conference call with Elon Musk is at 5:30 this afternoon. And that's really, guys, when you start to see shares of Tesla move, depending on what he says during that call. And again, gross auto margins excluding credits, that's the number people will be focused on.
Meanwhile, Phil, there's some discussion about delivery guidance for the year and some asymmetry between sell-side and buy-side expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you've heard more than a few people who have said originally, we think that they're going to be delivering maybe 2.2, 2.3 million vehicles this year. That's gone. You rarely hear anybody talking about that. And you don't hear they'll just do a little over 2 million. That 2.1 is really where everybody's coming together. And we've already seen that in terms of the expectations for production coming down a little bit, especially what we know what's happening with the Gigafactory in Berlin. And we know that in China, while it is the largest Tesla factory, that's a market that's under a lot of pressure right now, not just for Tesla.
Right.
Since there's going to be an investigation or legislation.
Sorry, Phil. We wanted to go to Dave Calhoun on Capitol Hill. Another, obviously, situation you've been covering closely with Boeing, but I believe he just ran away from the cameras or walked away. We'll be following, of course, that hearing with Calhoun and give you any updates along the way. Our live market coverage, of course, continues right after this.
So there's our hold at the initial morning high.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Sarah Eisen live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Today, investors add to some Netflix gains as the company continues to add subs, crack down on password sharing. Talk about the read-through for what those results tell us about the rest of big tech, including Microsoft and Adobe.
Then, while Netflix doesn't want you to share, Etsy is hoping you're feeling generous, launching a new AI gifting platform and announcing its first ever Super Bowl ad, an exclusive with the CEO this hour.
Rock solid quarter out of Freeport today, surging as copper prices get to a 3-week high. CEO is going to join us on the back of results and talk about what a slowdown in China might mean for commodities.
Right now, though, in the market, steady push higher continues. The S&P up 0.6%, so a little improvement just in the last hour or so. It is being led by tech, as has been the theme lately. Today, it's communication services. That sector actually reaching a 2-year high, thanks largely to Netflix, which is obviously a big winner and a big component. But information technology, second best performing group right now. That's been consistent. Financials are having a good day. Energy, consumer discretionary, and industrial. So cyclicals doing well. NASDAQ comp up 1%. NASDAQ 100, thanks to Netflix, up 1.2%. And yields are backing
There's
off a
the
little bit.
long on JP Morgan we said yesterday at 116 fucking 9.
Topping the tape for us today, investors,
169. Look at that. Pull back right to it, and it's already at 170.50. I mean, we had to play big tech though. We could get some resistance up here. Look for a pullback up here. If it doesn't pull back, look for it to hold. Right? Strength. Markets are still going higher.
Sarah, it definitely seems as if there's some softness or some conservatism in a lot of the guidance. That being said, a lot of times earnings season is more to be survived than to be celebrated. We're going to probably track toward a decent beat rate in aggregate. It seems as if the market is willing to lean on this macro cushion that we built up. By that, I mean you've had months and months of accumulating evidence of inflation's going the right way. The growth seems more resilient than we thought. We just got the S&P, the PMI numbers that look pretty good in here. So you're in a bit of a sweet spot. The market's taking advantage of that. I think much more about the internal market dynamics are interesting, which is playing by bull market rules. That means you respect a breakout to new highs. The dips aren't always as deep as you'd like to buy, and you have to sort of defer to the upside trend. That being said, Netflix's great quarter should have almost no read-through to any other company. It's just completely its own thing. It shouldn't mean that, Meta's up 2% and Microsoft's up 1.5%. It's more about the theme of digital dominance in a category has people happy again, has people excited again. So yeah, we might be building toward a moment where, we get toward S&P 5,000. The market's going to start to look rich based on even good optimistic earnings estimates. And you have to figure out, whether we've, over-embraced the soft landing thesis. But for now, I'm not seeing a whole lot to worry about. I'm watching the home builders and watching the semis outside of NVIDIA, AMD, and Broadcom to see if we're getting a little bit of fatigue in those leadership groups.
Mike, we always talk about sideline cash with you. 2 weeks of outflows now for equities. That's certainly ratifying your view that this money does not automatically bleed to stocks.
Yeah, we don't always get to witness the actual dollars that come
I'm trying to take a long here. I'm just trying to see what it is that I want to do.
It kind of misses the point. In the shorter term, it's about, willingness to let stocks go up and not sell them. And it's about, faster money.
Could be another short if we pull back here, which we kind of did. We've already tailed that. Let's see here.
Watch the tape.
see what's happening and see how stocks are reacting to earnings and all the rest of it and say, we're probably in an okay spot right here, but maybe going to get stretched before too long if we continue.
So what's the potential surprise? Is it that higher inflation? Because some of the numbers, we got the flash services PMI, we're flashing it, acceleration on that front, and that was something that was expected to be weak given all the regional manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, I try to be very willing to acknowledge how fast the macro picture can change. We look back to a year ago. Remember, everyone was shocked at how strong the economy was, and we started talking about the Fed's going to have to take rates to 6%. And then we had a really kind of exuberant peak in the stock market on February 2nd of last year. So, yes, things can change quickly, and it probably would be a little bit more on the too hot side than the too cool side. But the Fed, I think, is giving the market a little more slack to let things settle out here and not necessarily feel as if they need to restrain the economy. If inflation numbers move the right way, they're not going to try to solve for other factors. That's going to be the main thing.
Well, Morgan Stanley just trimmed some PCE numbers on some lower rent data, so we'll watch that for Friday. Mike, we'll talk in a little bit. Mike Santoli. With markets at all-time highs, should investors stay with the winners, or is it time to mix with your allocations? Our next guest says it's time to find some value, recommends investors reallocate into short-term bonds and some alternatives. Joining us at Post 9, Bernstein Private Wealth CIO Alex Chaloff is back. It's great to see you, Alex. Thanks for coming in. I'm fascinated by how people should start to think about cash differently. You think it's time?
It is. It is. I mean, I think of it as when you're in a relationship, May to December, and it's time to break up, we're breaking up with cash. And there's a lot of more productive asset classes that can generate a better return on a go-forward basis than cash has. Cash has been great over the last couple of years, but the time is over.
And the point is not to wait for the Fed to move?
Yeah, I think if you look at history, 6 months in advance of a Fed move is actually when you do best from a go-forward basis in equities and fixed income. We're not suggesting that investors should radically change their risk profile, but if you have cash because you've been waiting for an entry point to invest into an asset class, now's the time.
I just missed that. I just missed that freaking short. I just missed it. I was looking at the deltas and I was trying to get myself set up to take that short. Oh man, I don't know if you guys seen me over here looking at it and clicking on it and stuff, but yeah, I was just looking to get into those shorts.
In our view of where cash will be paying, and you're only signing up for future degradation of returns from here. So if you have a medium time frame, I would look to intermediate. If you have a longer term horizon, I know equities are rich. We can't argue with the premium valuations, but there's two things going on in equities. There's premium valuations for 7, and then there's 493 that aren't at premium valuations. And there's some value in the 493.
Even with the guidance that we just talked about from DuPont and AT&T and GE and whatever else.
I think you have to be selective in the 493, but there is value. Not suggesting run away from the Magnificent 7. People say don't fight the Fed. I think you don't fight the Mag 7 at this point. The momentum is very powerful. But there's other places where you can find good value, good earnings growth, and you're getting a discount to where these stocks traded over the last couple of years.
What if you think there's going to be a recession?
Well, I think there's things you can do to benefit from a recession. The first thing I'd point to is fixed income and moving out a little bit further into duration. If you think about what a recession will have as an effect and how it will play out, you're going to see a drop in interest rates as the Fed steps in to support the economy, and boom, that's a terrific environment for bonds. I think in equities, you can play defensive today. I think you want to be careful about quality. Everyone's saying quality this and quality that. I think that trade might be a little bit overextended, but there still are areas that could be recession-proof, and they're cheap.
But you don't think that's, just to be clear, that's not your base case?
No, our base case is a soft landing. We've been saying since last summer, we're going to get through this. It's going to feel painful. It's not going to feel, it won't be consistent. It won't be a straight line, but we're going to get through this and have a soft landing.
I'm curious in your asset recommendations to clients, whether you've incorporated Bitcoin in, because now it's so easy to buy via ETF.
It is easy to buy. We wrote a white paper about 18 months ago and really ticked the top at 60,000 odd. And our view was there's really no economic value that Bitcoin adds to the greater economy. The economy functions if Bitcoin's at 200,000, at 20,000, at $2. So it's a different decision than I think makes sense in the scope of other asset classes where you can have a more systematic valuation framework.
to your point about the broader market and the 493, the bulls keep coming on and arguing about productivity enhancements and AI and the notion that margins may have bottomed here. Are you that constructive, or?
I think you can find good opportunities in the 493. I'm not saying on a blanket statement buy everything, but there are names there that are benefiting from the trends that you just discussed, and I think have a really clear.
I'm looking to see if we hold here, and I'm going to attempt to go long here. I may attempt. I'm not rushing into this, but I am watching to see what she wants to do. This is a level right here that we'll watch.
I'm hesitant to say it doesn't matter.
We'll see what happens here. See if she holds this previous resistance as support at 487.50 at VWAP, and see if she can hold VWAP and attempt to go higher again. She's already made a crazy run. And we have, a lot of data tomorrow, and for her to be going crazy like this it's just insane. It's insane.
I think if you saw what happened in the 17 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, you could copy and paste that for next time around. But a lot of that juice has been squeezed already, so I don't think you're going to get a second effect of having another redo there.
That's interesting because 2016 it did matter a lot for the market.
Mattered.
Stocks, bonds, the dollar.
It mattered. But what I'm saying is you got paid forward, much like I think investors got in the S&P got paid forward for what's going to happen this year, last year. Same thing with the corporate tax side.
It's going to be an interesting 12 months ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to wake up in 12 months and just get through it.
Figure out. Alex, thanks. Good to see you.
I think it's a hard question also to answer without knowing what the Congress makeup is,
for sure.
right? If a Republican wins all three, what the power dynamic is. Anyway, World Bank President Ajay Banga hasn't granted many interviews since taking the top job after spending over a decade leading MasterCard as CEO and executive chairman. I did catch up with him at Davos to talk about this transition, his new job, the global economy, and his outlook for rates in 2024.
The tools you have to change systems are different because it's a different structure. And then, of course, there's the complexity of 189 countries as members. And that
look at that bull flag. Look at that bull flag right there. Bear flag, I'm sorry. Look at that.
Are you hoping that we do see
Look at her.
interest rate cuts
Look at that.
to alleviate some of the pressure on those economies?
No doubt interest rate cuts and also currency change will help. But I'm not relying on macro to make this work. I think
Come on.
interest rate cuts you're probably looking at in the second half of the year.
Come on.
To that thinking, I think it'll be later and slower.
Oh, shoot.
A lot of governments and central banks now, as the head of the World Bank, thinks the market's a little over exuberant on these rate cuts. Just a little teaser there. You can watch the full
Oh, no.
the World Bank president Ajay Banga tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Hold on. I almost
Part of our special leader series.
got short that.
The institutional knowledge he has on money flow and consumer.
I want to see if we can get back down here. I want to see if we can get back down here.
Creative pick, I think, by the Treasury to put him in this role. There was a lot of pressure outside.
Okay, so there's the pop-up. I'm looking for the pop into the 9 EMA. Okay, 9 EMA. And I have the 487s. 487s. It's got a pretty high delta, so be careful. All right, be careful. Dwindle that PS. Dwindle that PS, position size, if you need to. You got to be a little bit quicker than that. You got to be a little quicker than that.
These bills are crazy. She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Fuck.
Even a term policy?
Dude, you got to be kidding me. No. No, 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 no. No, I did not mean to get in it. That is a massive level of support. I got to get rid of that really quickly, guys. Oh, man, that sucks. I just gave back a little bit. And And it's gonna fucking break. You bastard. You fucking bastard, you. This is the support level. Down here, where we wanted to go. Let's see if it can bounce off of here. Look at this massive level right here that we're looking at to see if we're going to reject it. Right there. I think it will. I think it's going to turn it into resistance, or is it going to go higher? We're going to get some buyers here on top of VWAP, or what? We're going to try and make a run back up to 488. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? You let me know. Do you want to go to 488? Okay, then let's go. Let's go. All right, 488 longs. Just watch out. That trade line's right there in your face. You can do it. You can go long. Go long. These bullets, receive it. Are we going to hit 490 today? Are we going to... Come on, give me a pullback. Oh, I need to take it right now. Pull it back. 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 And then let's get a...
eBay, the latest tech company to announce job cuts, laying out plans to cut 9% of its workforce. It's about 1,000 employees.
Where am I at here? Where are we at here?
As the company's, quote, overall headcount and expenses have outpaced the growth of the business. Elsewhere in tech today, SAP saying it's aiming to carry out voluntary buyouts or enable job changes for 8,000 employees as part of a restructuring.
There's the bounce.
In the last year, that's a record high.
There's our bounce. Okay. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. There's our bounce. There's the bounce. There's the bounce. Where'd they go? 11, 12. See, they haven't even moved. They haven't even moved. You're going to need... They should start to move, though. Once you get up here to that high 487, they should start to move. That 488, just under it.
The new feature during this year's Super Bowl, their first ad during the big game. The stock has struggled. It's down about 50% over the past 12 months and more than 10% since the start of the year. Joining us now here at Post 9 and first on CNBC interview is Etsy CEO Josh
Low volume.
Great to see you, Josh. Welcome. Thanks for having me. So this is a big deal, and I know that.
Okay. So let's see what we have here.
From Etsy. Here it is. Explain what it
Just still grinding higher.
Is a really important high-stakes moment in people's lives, and it actually happens a lot. Birthdays, anniversaries.
Fucking PayPal selling off. You have this sector just selling off hard. Roku, PayPal. I don't know if Roku's still selling off, but
In fact, 2/3 of men say they're good at gifting, but actually only 1/3 of women trust their male partner to buy them a good gift. So while men are nervous about gifting, they should be, right? Finding the perfect gift that shows you know someone is really stressful. And also, what if it arrives late? Everything about buying for someone else, we think is actually really different than buying for yourself. And there's no one brand out there that stands for gifting that can be your go-to over and over again. We think Etsy is incredibly well positioned to be that place you go to over and over again for all your gifting needs throughout the year.
So how does this work? How does it do the job for, those men that say they're great but are actually not?
So Gift Mode leverages the power of AI and generative AI to help you find the absolutely perfect gift, but do it in a way that feels really easy for consumers. There's over 115 million things for sale on Etsy, so for sure we've got that perfect thing. but getting to the perfect thing from 115 million items can feel stressful. So at Etsy, we ask you a couple of questions about the person you're gifting for, and then we have a couple of hundred persona, and we get you very quickly to 2 or 3 persona. For example, Sarah, I hear you're a foodie. So there's a foodie persona.
Like food. Yeah.
And if you go into the foodie persona, we've got some great gift ideas, like a ceramic olive oil dispenser that's gorgeous. It's made in Turkey, but actually really affordable. Or some homemade pesto and tomato sauce gift sets that can arrive just in time, made just for you. So lots of different persona, and then within each of those personas, something that feels really personal and feels really special. And then the gift giver can send a gift page to the recipient that announces a gift is coming, gives them a tracking status, and even can do a reveal on what the gift is if you want. So it builds excitement about the gift coming before the gift arrives.
How is this going to manifest itself in your marketing?
So we're going to talk about it all year long and then some, because we really want people to understand that Etsy can make gifting easy and make you the gifting hero. So we will be launching at the Super Bowl some great ads that really lean into that. A great ad.
This fucking camera is a piece of shit, man.
Stress of finding the perfect gift and how Etsy can be the solution. But you're going to hear surround sound. We're going to be in social. We're going to be on TV. We're going to be in performance channels talking about this. Because again, this is a great reason to be coming to Etsy again and again all year long.
But how is it different than some of what competitors are going to be offering? Because, you know, Walmart announced at CES, for instance, all sorts.
You guys see what's going on here? This, well, Square, PayPal. All right, Square. Right, 5 minute, 3 minute, whatever. Selling off. PY, PL. All right, selling off. Not that it's up here. So just, all right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep these. Look, 1 bounces, bear flag, bang. So they're selling them off for whatever reason. I don't know if there's news behind it. I'll find out though. I'll find out what's going on. So I would watch these two and watch this area. I don't know what this. I know the CEO came out recently, but I don't know what's bringing in this volume here. To the downside. City opens 30-day. Downside catalyst watch on PayPal. So that's all. I was just bringing that up.
We'll continue to invest in and build in, so it just keeps getting better and better.
I mentioned the stock price, Josh. I mean, it's been a bumpy ride for you. You announced layoffs about a month ago, and very little growth, if any, since we came out of COVID, when the business boomed. How much of this effort will help the company return to growth?
Well, first, Etsy is about 2.5 times bigger than we were before COVID. 2.5 times bigger. And the average customer on Etsy spends more today, 25% more than they did pre-COVID. And we're now one of the most popular shopping destinations in America based on the number of active users. Over 90 million active users shopping on Etsy in the last 12 months. So we think that we've really been able to hold on to essentially all of the gains we got during COVID, unlike so many that dropped back. And now the opportunity for Etsy is to keep growing on that much, much larger base. And people love Etsy. When you ask anyone if you've heard of Etsy, they mostly say yes. If you say, what do you think of Etsy? Almost everyone says, I love Etsy. What they then say is, I just don't know when to think of Etsy. So gift mode is an opportunity to say, one of the things you should think about for Etsy is anytime you want to buy a gift for someone, Etsy should be the first place you think of.
The bull argument on the consumer is unemployment 54-year low, gas prices are low, real growth in incomes. Are you seeing trade up or down in terms of price point when it comes to overall consuming?
Overall prices on Etsy have been, as of our last earnings report, have been holding pretty stable, but we definitely are seeing a trade down economy. So we've seen growth in the high income significantly outpace growth in the low income. So low income, I think, are trading down. They're buying cheaper proteins. They're not buying branded products when they're in the supermarket. And what we see again and again is they're feeling a lot of pressure that they don't have a lot of room in their budget to buy discretionary products. Higher income people may be trading down from Chanel bags or international trips to buying themselves a special treat on Etsy. So one of the things we've been doing over the past 12 months is really leaning into the value story on Etsy as well. You can buy something that's made just for you, and it can be very affordable.
But I don't know if you see them as direct competitors, but we've seen these new entrants and disruptors in the market like a Temu and a Shein. And investors look at that and the explosive growth they're seeing right now in those kinds of e-commerce names and wondering if it's hurting a company like yours.
You know, if I had to pick the polar opposite of Etsy, it would probably be Temu. Look, there's room in the market for lots of people. It's a very big market, but the more really, really cheap products flood the market, there's always going to be time and space for that for many consumers, but the more they're going to want something different, something that feels special, something that expresses their sense of style, and something that connects them with buyers and supports small businesses. When you're giving a gift to someone else, for example, what do you think better represents your brand with people you care about? I think Etsy is uniquely well positioned there.
Sarah mentioned the layoffs that you had already done. Are you satisfied with operating leverage at this point? Do you want that to inflect even higher?
I think Etsy's at its fighting weight, and we are very agile, we're very nimble, and I think we're really well optimized to be able to innovate with bold things and do them quickly and do them well.
Josh, certainly appreciate you coming here first to share the news and talk about the impact on the business. Thank you. We'll look out for that ad. Those ads. Josh Silverman, CEO of Etsy.
Meantime, the Copper Miners ETF on pace for the best day since December 1 as copper hits these 3-week highs. Freeport, one of the big gainers in that sector on the back of a strong earnings report. We'll talk to that CEO next.
Plus, of course, we're watching Tesla ahead of earnings this afternoon. 3 things to focus on tonight. Profit margins will be key after significant price cuts through 2023. Investors also looking for overall delivery goals for 2024. And then any details on Cybertruck production.
Let's see here. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Ty.
Being, quote, off the charts. The stock has started off with a rough start for 2024, down 15%, but off a big climb last year. We're back in a moment.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I expected. I mean, I said I would see it off the bell, but it doesn't surprise me that they're all taking profit down here. Maybe you get a chance at pre-market highs. Maybe you can get it back again. I felt like it was such a run that everybody's taking profit right now. I was in the middle of I almost traded the SPY, but I fudged up. I got in and then I got out because I ended up getting in. I didn't get in where I wanted to. I had too much size on. So these are up 15%. I'm glad I didn't take them. I was looking at the 487 or 488 calls. 487 puts. Let me see here. Let me look. Yeah, I would just watch Netflix compared to like Meta and all the other ones. Like like Google, right? Google still has a shit ton of room to go higher. It's no surprise if Meta pulls back. It's at all-time highs. Maybe you find a little bit of like divergence. Like one of them is like ahead of the other. Like if you find what's leading the pack, whether it's to the upside or downside, and have a little arbitrage going on there as far as like front running the move. Yeah, all of them are pulling back. And I've noticed, look at Boeing. Dude, look at Boeing. There's now that's volatility. That's what I'd like to see. This meeting must have started. Let me see if I can find this meeting. I haven't heard anything come across the wire yet on this. But that's volatility, man. Look at that wick, and that's Boeing. Like, these candles aren't that big. They're usually a lot smaller, so... I don't think I'm not sure if it's streamed live or anything. I don't see it, that I'm getting any information out on it unless I didn't hear it.
European markets moving higher ahead of tomorrow's ECB rate decision. The German DAX leading the way up about 1.5% right now, a little more than that. Comes as Eurozone composite PMI manufacturing numbers rose.
Again, I want to watch that because
came in shy of expectations and marked eight months of contraction. Some of the biggest gainers today include the China-exposed luxury firms and precious metals miners, as the People's Bank of China, the central bank there, makes a big move to cut.
Again, I was saying I was wanting to watch Boeing to see what this guy is saying. Mechanics failed to properly install blown out panel. Seattle Times report. He's meeting with senators to answer questions after Max 9 grounding. Question. Man, this sucks, man, because I want to be able to.
Adding to that mix to try to.
I want to be able to see it, you know,
and the economy.
But I guess we won't.
Question is, will it work?
A lot of discussion about the wealth effect, negative in this case, of the consumers over there, in addition to all the other employment and property issues that they've got. We, on the other hand, got above 4,900 for a moment. Let's get a news update with Silvana Henao. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Carl. Good morning. Russia accused Ukraine of shooting down a military transport plane today, killing all 74 people on board, allegedly including 65 Ukrainian prisoners of war. The Kremlin says the plane was on the way to a prisoner exchange at the border. Ukrainian officials cautioned against sharing unverified information, but did not offer details. NBC News has not independently verified who was on board the plane or what caused the crash. An official from the UN's aid agency said an attack on a shelter in Gaza killed 9 people and injured 75 more today. The official says 2 tank rounds hit the building in Khan Yunis, that's Gaza's second largest city, where the Israeli army is currently ramping up operations. And British billionaire Joe Lewis entered a guilty plea this morning for insider trading. The plea is part of a deal that gives Lewis the ability to appeal if he is given prison time at his March sentencing. Federal prosecutors charged the 86-year-old Tottenham Hotspur's owner in July 2023 for passing tips about his portfolio companies to friends.
So I'm trying to find out, guys, if I can find this Boeing stuff here and see if there's news or anything. There's an IPO, it sounds like.
Look at what Netflix's quarter could be telling us about the rest of the tech sector as the first of the Magnificent Seven gets set to report tonight.
And some new all-time highs to mention: NVIDIA, Meta, Berkshire, AMD, Visa, Microsoft today crossing the $3 trillion market cap. We'll be right back.
humanly possible.
Welcome back. Netflix price hikes from at least 9 catching our attention this morning. Stocks on pace for the best day since October. Our Julia Borsten's been digging through all of this commentary and joins us this morning with more. Hey, Julia.
Hey, Carl, that's right. I see the stock now of about 12%, and we've counted 10 firms with a price target above $500. Macquarie writing, what's not to like? Upgrading to buy as it sees Netflix's moves paying off. Pivotal Research raising its price to what looks like a street high of $700, saying this is what winning looks like. Jefferies with a buy upping its price target to the headline, do you smell what Netflix is cooking? And TD Cowen hiking its price target to $600. Writing off the top rope, Netflix delivers. Now, MoffettNathanson notes that now the media companies are helping Netflix out by licensing Netflix their content, but justifying its neutral rating on the stock with concern that the strong subscriber growth we saw this quarter from mature markets was actually a pull forward, and not everyone was so bullish. Deutsche Bank downgrading to hold, saying it is still the best story in media, but upside is priced in. And Benchmark with a sell on the stock, saying this is certain near the apex of the password sharing crackdown. So, Carl, a lot here going on, Sarah, in terms of this idea that the password sharing crackdown has worked, how much more is left to go, but no question that advertising is a huge opportunity.
So now they're all falling over themselves to up their price targets. Julia, what did the analysts get wrong or underestimate when it came to the jump in subscribers that Netflix reported?
I think it's really the fact that they could add subscribers in the mature markets. I was very surprised to see how many more subscribers in the U.S. and Canada. Obviously, they're first and most mature market, and as well as in Europe, where the perception was that these were just more saturated markets, not as much room for upside, and that Netflix was going to be using the lower prices in some of these more emerging markets as a way to grow that total sub number. But the reality is that the password sharing crackdown really enabled them to add meaningful numbers here in North America. The question is, how much of that is a pull forward? How much of this type of growth is sustainable? We know the numbers will drop in Q1, but they still will be above the numbers that they reported a year ago.
Got it. Julia, thank you. Julia Borsten. So what could Netflix's quarter tell us about some of the tech earnings still to come? Deirdre Bosa here with today's Tech Check. And I always wonder how correlated Netflix is with some of the other Magnificent Seven. At least there's a sentiment, I guess.
And that's what we're saying here is really a sentiment if we're looking at any kind of, or reading the tea leaves. But the message from Netflix for the rest of tech, it is keep it simple. Organic growth story, accelerating revenue, industry leader, and high margin areas of growth. As BofA puts it, moving into logical areas like advertising, live entertainment, WWE rights, and video games. No far out other bets, BofA says. And I had to wonder, guys, if that was a dig at other mega caps like an Alphabet, which literally...
So I'm watching and thinking about this here. Yo, this camera, like, seriously? This is insane. I'm looking at the I'm looking to see if we break this level. All right, this 213 area, if we're able to break it, I want to look for a put. Or if we just hang on, then it's no play. Because I don't really see the upside. I mean, it's got further potential. Alright, it's got further potential, but, you know, like up to the 50-day.
Shares up and now up about $72. That's Alpha Sandy Michael Lima.
Open, sell, hold, gaps down, rises. I think we got to look for this area. Yeah, 213. So if 213 holds, we'll see. That's a daily 90 MA hit. And then we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens here. I did not realize, like, I don't know if this freaking thing with this dude is on live or not, if it's being streamed or not. I don't think it is. Like, I don't want to be in a trade when I know the CEO is talking to the senators. Right? Like, look at that pop. Like, what could you possibly say to, you know what I mean? It's like, that's just like risk. That's like saying, you know, like even in the old days, like having Fed meetings when they didn't say what they were going to do and stuff. Like, that's fine and all because nobody used to watch, but like this is obviously moving because of him saying something or doing something, and I don't know where to get it. I'm sure Bloomberg has it, but I gotta find it. So I just can't. This is like what I was saying was this is like trading a Fed meeting going on that you don't know what's going on because you don't have it on, but yet here is a Fed meeting and you're trying to trade the markets. So. But this does look like a good hold. You've broken back above it. You've claimed its support. We might try to go start to fill some gaps above us. We might. I mean, oddly, you know, I know as weird as it sounds, unless this breaks and it's just one big long wick, this should have been a heavy resistance area. Even though this is the area. I don't know. I'm mixed because I feel like it's just made a lot of progress to the upside. Yes, the markets have, you know, kind of just sitting here putting in a pennant above, putting in a Kai pennant in front of double top pre-market, double top from pre-market on the S&Ps, but so it looks like it may have just broken it. So I'm going to keep looking to see if I can find this meeting so I can see what they're saying or not saying so that I can have an idea of what's up. JP Morgan. Huge trade. That's a nice hit. This is why I brought it up again last night was because that level holds. You got a beautiful trade. Like, let's go look at some of the options even. Let's just say what is that? 168. That was the level. All right, 168. It held 168. We'll do the 170 calls or 171, whichever you guys want to do. But let's look at the 170 calls. Let's see where they opened up this morning. All right, we'll go to fundamentals. We'll do a little click-a-lay. We'll go to a 5-minute lay. All right, so a little bit of math for you right here. So these things opened up. These contracts opened up at 66 cents. You take your little $100, you take your little $1,000, you catch the dip. Oh shit, 53 cents. Damn. All right. At that point, you're like, all right, bet. I need her number. All right. You see that pullback. You don't get long. It bounces. It goes from 50 cents in a 5-minute candle to 75 cents. You're like, oh, snap. That's 50%. So that's like seeing her, saying you need her number. And then she turned around. She got a fat ass. And you're like, oh, shit. So I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway. So there's that. You took your little pen, your little paper, you got her number, and this thing went from 60 cents. Right now is $1.50. $1.50. All right, $1.50. So you just turn your little $100, your $500. Really, if you can't buy 5 of these on a non-volatile contract, you know it's okay to start with 1 or 2. I'm not saying it's not. You know, you got to start somewhere, but you know, I could tell you right now, the majority of people are buying 10, 20, 50 contracts of these. That's a beautiful trade right there. That is a beautiful payday, right? That's a beautiful payday. 50 cents. Give me 10 of them, $500 on the light end. Bang. What did you bring home there? All right. 50 to 1 is 100%. Then you got another one. So just under $1,000 profit, I think. 50 to $1. Even if it's 75, 77, 140, you made $100, right? So look, if you guys don't have an idea, like if you guys have a number, right? You guys have a number you guys want to make in a year. Now you got to account for the days that you don't, you know, like something happens where you don't make money or you lose it. So there's Boeing. There's Boeing news. There's BA news. So what I was about to say is, I'm just going to use 100,000 because that is a simple number. All right, that's a simple number. How much do you need to make every day, on average, like for you to accumulate every day to make 100 grand a year? All right, we can do the math on it, but I want to say it's like 395. I may be wrong here. It's like 345, 390. I know it's in the 300s. What I would do is say $400. I need $400 every day, 5 days a week, 100 grand a year. All right. Let's do the math. I'm going to find out right now. We can always Google it. All right. So I think it's like 340 or something. I'm actually curious. So if you take that number, okay, you take that number, then you can start to do a math, come up with a number that you would like to get to, or that you need to make, or want to get to. All right. I know it's crazy. I'm telling you guys right now. I know you guys think it's crazy. I'm gonna tell you guys, this is the truth. There are people making and losing $100,000 every day in this marking on trades. Their stop loss is $5 grand. They have $1 million position size on, and they're making that 10% on $1 million. Now, when you get up with the big boys like that, there are the liquidity things you need to worry about, being able to get out of that position. It's out there. I know it because I know them personally. The majority of them could have a few good trades during the year and take off the rest of the damn year, pay their taxes, and they're done for the rest of the year. But it took them time to get to that point. You know, this stuff just doesn't come overnight unless you have been in the markets for a while and you have capital, right? Whether it's from the bank or, you know, a high net worth person you're running money for. But, well, the reason why I'm saying this is because most people don't even know what they want. They don't even know what they want. Right? They don't know what they want. And they come into a mindset where they don't raise the bar for themselves. Even if the bar is way up high and you can't get to it, at least you got halfway there. At least you're jumping and you're getting halfway there. You know. So set the bar high. But let's see. What was it? 300 let me see here. I'm Googling it right now. Okay, I feel like the numbers are like been changing. I don't know if that's nominal, adjusted. Anyway, it's like 384. That's on a 260 work week. All right. And we know there's what 50. I don't think there's 52 weeks. Is there 52 weeks in a year? I know that sounds crazy. I know that you may not think I know. It's either 52 or 54 because I get the years mixed up because of the market weeks. I want to find out. I'm pretty sure I'm going to say there's 52 weeks in a year. I think. Yes, there's 52 weeks in a year. I thought so. I just get confused with the one. Okay, so there's 300. They have here, you need a daily income of $385.62. All right? $385. Let's say 400. 400 a day. 400 a day. I'm going to use 400 a day as an example. So, if you wanted to gross annually 400 a day, what would we say in order for you to achieve that? How much, you know, and this all goes back because you can't really say, you know, you can do this by saying, okay, how much do I need to that I know if I get 10%, that is that, because 10% is an easy number. If you can't pull 10% daily out of the markets, things are going to happen, but you should be able to pull 10%. And again, adjusting for these losses, so you may want to raise that to like 15 and having those few extra winners to make up for a day where either you're sick or something goes wrong. So doing the math and figuring out where you want to go, and especially if you're just starting out, like understanding that the longer you have in this game, the better off you're going to be. As we always say, yesterday's lows are tomorrow's, or yesterday's highs are tomorrow's lows. Yesterday's highs are tomorrow's lows. And the more time you have in the markets, weirdly, the less riskier it becomes, in a sense. Where I was going with that was just having a target, and understanding it just in life in general, guys, where you want to be. I'm just using like income as an example, because I don't think enough people even just physically think about where is it that they want to go. They just randomly just go about things and don't have a like, let's say if I wanted to start a grass cutting company. All right, if I wanted to start a grass cutting company or something, or do you think any of these grass cutting companies have a number that they want to make, or do you think they just start and make it and they just go around and pick up as many clients as they can to fill it up, and it's just what they get is what they get? They charged them enough for the gas, the labor, right? And how many hours does it take? Without thinking, okay, like, this is what I need versus where I would like to be. Do you know what I'm saying? Am I crazy, guys? Like, I just don't think people enough think about where they would like to be, financial, happiness, what they want to do in life. I don't think enough people do that. I don't think that they actually just sit there and do that. You can just try and make what you want, but then are you taking the time? It's like, I just want to make the most money I can. Okay, cool. Okay, that's fine. How you going to do it? You got to plan that one out. All right? You got to sit down and figure out how you're going to do something, because I could use an example of just, having a taxi service or whatever it is. Like, are you going to be able to pull enough? Do you have enough hours and margins and time to charge? Right? Like what I'm getting at is, if you guys want to make some good money, think about a product, making a product and trying to sell that product. I don't care what people say online and all this and that, and solving a problem, right? At the forefront of all of it, you create something that solves people's problems, they'll pay you for it. And there's what, 3 billion people on this earth, and you just get a small piece of that. If you could just get a small piece of that 3 billion from those people and actually help them solve a problem and put a smile on their face, that for me is life in a nutshell, and that's what I would hope to achieve with mine. That's my plan. I've went through the plan. I've went through the math. I've done the math. I've done the plan. And I've been, like, right now I'm kind of waiting to see if we start getting a move at all, but I've got to start working on some of that right now. So, kind of just sitting back. We're going into lunchtime, and look, the SPY did end up bouncing. Where are those 390s at? I'm just curious. Or 490s. They're at 15 cents. That's sad. I'm so glad I did not take these. That is insane. That's so bad. Again, they are the reason they're not going up to like 10%, like 10 cents to 20 cents is 100%. Dollar for dollar, right? And that's why I took them a little bit, but it's up to 488, and I don't know. I would be upset if I bought that far out of the money and those things were still at 15 cents and I put on risk. I put on that type of risk for that. I mean, I guess. I don't know. You know, if you can sit through it. But there was one thing I wanted to cover as well. All right, there was one thing I wanted to cover. So there's this guy. I think he's hurting. Okay, I think this guy here is hurting. Let's see here. I think it's PIMCO's. Let's watch this video real quick. I want to show you guys something. I think this guy's getting his ass busted on volatility. Okay. He came out just. We need to lower interest rates. They need to stop QT. They need to lower rates and this and that. I'm like, bro, tell me you ain't getting squeezed without telling me you're getting squeezed. All right? Tell me you ain't having a bad day. Or he's trying to let, like, he can't sell enough of his positions. And let's see, PIMCO. When did, did he get out? I think it was PIMCO. Let's see here. And it was on Bloomberg. Let me go to Bloomberg. I think it was PIMCO. I think. I want to, right here. Here he is. This guy right here, guys. Watch this. Let's watch this together. Yo, my guy is hurting. I'm telling you. Hurting.
I do want to start off here with the yield curve itself.
Bill Gross.
What it's telling us, and more importantly, as Alex was kind of alluding to,
if it's too loud, let me know.
This, if you're not quite sure, not just whether the yield curve was steepen, but what will actually drive that steepening?
Well, let me start, Romaine, by saying that a negative yield curve, and I use the 2 to 10 year spread, which is about a negative 23 or 24. It's been as high as 50 to 60.
I didn't know this was 20 minutes.
Of normalization to get
interest rates from where we have it now at 5.25% for Fed funds, and to, basically balance out real interest rates and lower them so that the economy won't go into a significant recession.
So, Bill, if you think we're going to get cuts in the next, say, 6 to 12 months, are we cutting because of normalization to get that real yield kind of at a more normal level, or are we cutting because the economy looks really bad?
Well, we're certainly not talking about cutting the Fed funds rate based upon an economy that looks bad, although there are indicators such as the leading indicator number that came out today, and other indicators that suggest, like we talked about in terms of the negative yield. I think it does. I mean, I've got some historical charts, and others have provided those for me. Bloomberg.
Now, again, I have respect for this guy, but
basically suggested PE ratios of 19 to 20 times, which is what we're at the moment, and perhaps a little bit lower based on forward expectations. That
I want to say it was the end.
Well, I think it means. Going for an attractive yield, an attractive dividend.
So anyway, I brought that up because he was screaming, they gotta stop. I mean, as quietly loud as you possibly could. Look at the SPY, it's gonna go. Fudge sickle. I was in those 390s. I was in the 390s. I think I was in the 488s as well, guys. I bought 488s and then I sold them immediately because I ended up taking a position that, like, I wasn't, I didn't get the entry I wanted.
So
Like I accidentally got in.
To see momentum, and of course ad revenues.
I want to see if I can get something today, the rest of the day, and get get something going here. Day's not over with. I know the camera had to shut off. If you guys have any questions, just hit me up. If you guys need anything or see anything, just let me know. I'm going to get a couple things done here.
It might be the most attractive one. We own it. We're overweight it. It was a great stock last year, but I think it could be a great stock this year. And the cloud business, we're going to hear about 3 big companies that own the cloud. Amazon, Microsoft, Google. And I think the numbers are going to be better. They had a tough time last year, and this is an acceleration. We're going to find out whether AI is now producing revenue because of the need for more cloud storage. And the e-commerce numbers are good. They've been cutting costs in certain parts of the company where they think that they were overstaffed and overspending. So the numbers could be better than expected. And as Steph pointed out, it's at the lowest valuation that it's been in, decade.
Getting a nice move here, as we discussed. What I really want to know from both Rob and Joe, Rob, I'll start with you first, is why no Amazon for you? You have Alphabet, Meta, Apple, Microsoft. It's like kind of everything but. Why?
Let's talk about that. We owned it for a long time. We thought that they pulled forward an enormity of demand after the COVID pandemic, and so we jettisoned that. They did have a tougher year post that. We decided to place our bets in other areas. We are in all those other spots. I would note that Microsoft and Apple are neutral positions for us. Big being neutral, right? But neutral positions for us. Where we're overweight is in Meta and Google. And the reasons that we're overweight Meta and Google is the refocus on the core business and an acceleration in earnings. And fundamentally, these are the cheapest ways to get your exposure to that. So we're very confident that concentrating our overweight bets there is going to make sense. The other thing that I would say is we talked about lightening up on tech because of positioning sizing coming into the year, Scott. You've asked me a couple times, when is that going to happen? We have a mindset of letting our winners ride right now, but at some point, and you saw it in Home Builders yesterday, when the stocks break down after a good earnings report, that is when you want to pivot away, and we're not there yet.
Yeah. So, Joe, again, you've loaded back up on mega caps. That we mentioned yesterday that Joe T was at a 52-week high yesterday. I presume, given what's happening with the NASDAQ today, it's probably doing that yet again today. But for you as well, no Amazon. I want to know why.
Well, the way that Stephanie describes this Amazon company, it sounds like it's fundamentally a really strong company. And if I look at the chart, the momentum looks great. So next Wednesday, we'll be rebalancing the Joe T ETF. We'll see what the rules are applied and see how Amazon looks. Okay, so I understand that you're obviously limited in what you can say, and maybe we'll read between the lines if we have to. But Steph, do you feel as though it's like Bezos put a royal flush on the table when he left, and it's taken Jassy some time to figure out what the next moves are going to be to, in some respects, right-size the company, right? It was fairly bloated, right? Wondering about where cloud growth is going to be relative to the competitors like Azure and Microsoft and some of the other players in that space too. Has he completed that job, do you think, Jassy?
I think he's made huge progress. I think there's more that they can do, though, especially on the cost side of things, and the fulfillment centers and the build out that they did during COVID. That spend is actually now going to be done. And so that's why you have that operating leverage and that margin expansion on the retail side. They told us in terms last quarter on cloud, AWS, they signed a whole bunch of new customers in after the quarter closed. So that's why I think you're going to see an acceleration. May not be this quarter coming up, but it's going to happen sometime this year. And it's also just the law of large numbers. They're still growing at enormous levels. And we know that cloud is $1 trillion total addressable market. So I want to be there. And so, no, I don't think that it's all complete, not with a multiple where it is.
Yeah. Some were wondering, I think, when Bezos left, if that was sort of the moment where it's like the best days were behind it, because, as I said, he lays the royal flush, he leaves, and then the next few hands that are dealt, you know, Jassy's like, what am I going to do with this? He has a big job to kind of turn the ship around, but it's clear that you think it's in the right direction. There's the stock. It's looks like at the highs of the day here as we find out Stephanie Link has bought more. But the other big story today, as I mentioned at the outset, Microsoft. $3 trillion in market cap. 403.65 was the number to beat. Let's take a look at the stock there because it's above it now. So you got two now in the 3T club. Steve Kovac joins us now. I want to know, Steve, from you, the road to $3 trillion.
Yeah.
How they do it.
Yeah, and let's talk, and it's not just over the last 14 months, Scott, but it really did start in the public consciousness about 14 months ago. That was, of course, the launch of ChatGPT that blew everyone away in the fall of 2022. And then February of last year, Microsoft incorporated that ChatGPT into its own products, starting with Bing. Now, that one didn't exactly live up to the hype at the time. Microsoft kind of implied it would help Bing win market share against Google and other search engines and grow ad revenue by about $1 billion for every point in that market share gained against Google. That clearly did not happen. But here's what did happen, Scott. Copilot and Azure Cloud growth boosted by all that activity on OpenAI, which is, of course, hosted on Microsoft's cloud. And Microsoft started selling Copilot Assistant to businesses last fall. And today, just about anyone can buy it. It's open to consumers. It's open to small businesses. It's open to individuals. And we learned last quarter, all that activity on OpenAI really helped accelerate, or re-accelerate rather, Azure Cloud growth, since all of that stuff is hosted by Microsoft. And guys, that's what's to watch next week when Microsoft reports earnings. Is Copilot selling well and living up to the hype that Microsoft has promoted? And can Azure growth keep up that momentum thanks to all that AI activity happening on Microsoft's cloud? It's not just OpenAI, by the way. There's some stuff going on with Facebook and AMD and other companies as well. But look, this all goes further than back further than a year. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft for nearly a decade now, and he laid the groundwork for where Microsoft is today, building out cloud capabilities that made AI possible. Let me give you a little anecdote about Nadella. I met him about 9 months into his run as CEO, and he was already at that time hyping up AI. He told me a story about how they're working on real-time translation and how all the machine learning capabilities that they have. So this has been a very long time coming for Microsoft, and now we're seeing the benefits really play out, taking over Apple as the most valuable company in the world, Scott.
Yeah, our shareholders certainly on this desk today are reaping the rewards of that. Steve, that was great. Thank you so much, Steve Kovac there. So that is why, Rob, everything that Kovac just said justifies to many why the valuation deserves to be where it is. He laid it out, how they're monetizing. This isn't a pipe dream. This isn't a deep look into the future. Hey, one day we're going to monetize AI. They're already doing it, both through enterprise and from regular consumer customers.
And it is the single largest position at New Edge across all our portfolios, although it's a neutral, kind of remarkable, but it is. And what I would say is, yes, it's expensive. And it's all about the earnings. And what portion of those earnings can you directly tie to AI? This is a company that's executing phenomenally well, and they're clearly a huge AI beneficiary. There's no way you can't own it. The question is, how do you own it relative to the portfolio sizing? And, you know, that's what we're thinking about. The momentum's clearly to the positive at 31 times. It could have traded, it traded at 35 in the COVID bubble, right? We can get there. There's no question we can get there, and that's why we're kind of staying the course at current weightings.
The other question, Kerry, is how high can it go, right? Top's 400, now it's at 404.5, but today it was reiterated by its Citi, 470 is the price target there. That's up from 432. They're like, well, I mean, it's on the way to 432. We might as well bump it up to 470. Quote, ramping Gen AI should keep growth accelerating.
Yeah, I mean, it could go to 500. I mean, this isn't a stock that has to stop because it hit a certain price. It's not just a great company with an enormous balance sheet and an incredible presence in the major markets that people care about right now, which is everything that's cloud, AI, and software. But it's a company that you can count on. And in this sort of market, investors are looking to put their money where they're comfortable, where they feel as if we're in the growth part of the world, and that includes Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta. I mean, this is what these magnificent companies are about. It's not really about their valuation. It's about how investors have chosen to focus their attention on a smaller number of companies, and that's where the buying goes. We just care less as investors generally about the rest of the market, and so does everybody else, seemingly.
So let me just note as well, as we're having this conversation, the S&P is above 4,900,
Yeah.
carried in large part by this move in Microsoft, in Netflix, in Apple. You take a look at Apple, Joe, because the other 3T company, which Apple still is above, has been on the march again. Reiterated today, overweight at Morgan. You flagged this move yesterday in Microsoft, and now Apple's been on the move, dominating the conversation yet again.
Now, here we are, January 24th, and I think everyone's finally coming around to the premise the mega caps are not going away in any regard. Look at S&P growth year to date. S&P growth, S&P values actually down on the year. S&P equal weighted, down on the year. So there still is a degree of skepticism. I think everyone on the desk would agree. There's skepticism surrounding to date and its potential to continue throughout 2024. Important to address that skepticism and directly identify that there's a template in place. A template in place when you have two conditions. Number one, a Federal Reserve that is no longer adversarial. I think everyone agree they are no longer. Beyond that, innovation from technology. The innovation from technology is real, and all you need to do 94, 95, 96 cycle, okay? It correlates incredibly well with 22, 23, and 24. 94, midterm election year, Federal rates 7 times 300 basis points. 95, what do? They back off, they begin to cut rates. They cut rates 3 times, the market's up 30%. What happens in 96, a presidential election year? Does that automatically the technology innovation go away? No. That year, the S&P 500 is up another 20% because the innovation is there, it's real, and it correlates to the environment of now.
Sure.
And investors are paying for the growth from the innovation.
Right, but we all know how that all ended, right? When the music stopped, if not the record scratched.
So that is not, in my opinion, that does not mean today that you look forward and say, okay, in March of 2000, the market fell apart. You look at that and you say to yourself, okay, I'm not going to be investing. I'm going to remain skeptical on the market. If you're sitting in that cash yielding equivalent, you have reinvestment risk beyond what you could have possibly imagined. And you need to engage in the market once again. Not because you're thinking about, well, in March of 2000, 4 years potentially away from 96, by the way, you're going to see the market reverse and go lower. We're going to have a correction at some point this year, and I think it's going to be greeted with demand underneath the market because the technological innovation is real. It's not a hypothetical.
You know what the other point to make, too, is as these other mega caps have ramped, the market has been able to get beyond Tesla, which has been a disappointment. It's down double-digit percentage points, 15, 16%. Over the last month. It's going to report in overtime tonight. Dare I say that's like less riding on this report for the overall market than you would otherwise maybe say for the NASDAQ 100 because the slack is getting pulled up by all these other big names.
Yeah,
like Netflix.
Right,
like
well, because
Netflix.
and Apple and Microsoft are both 7% of the S&P 500. Netflix is smaller, much smaller, and that's helping today for sure.
But the
Tesla's
market
also
loves
much
this
more
sort of.
Yeah, my point being, some of these other names are much bigger influences on the S&P because they're much bigger weights. To Rob's point, right? You can't be overweight. What are you going to be? Put 10% in your portfolio in Microsoft? I mean, that's just not, in my opinion, not that responsible. You have to be more diversified.
Why isn't anybody interested in owning Tesla up here? Why not? I want to hear from the crowd.
Well, I think that all of us are probably interested, and we're probably
I'm not.
not at any price. Not at any price.
No.
I
Why?
think we would be.
Valuation, it's a cult stock. I think management, obviously he's brilliant, but it's kind of volatile, if you want to say. I also think there's competition coming, and I know the competition has kind of gone by the wayside. I know that, but I don't think it's gone away completely. And I think as these companies, these traditional companies, get more sophisticated in the technology and in the innovation, and I think they are going to eventually catch up with Tesla.
At the end of October, it was liquidated from the ETF. The reason was twofold.
Yeah, I knew you had it in the Joe T.
It was a breakdown in momentum, but the revenue growth, the revenue growth just imploded.
And margins.
Right, and it just hasn't come back. So, you know, it's not just that you saw technical deterioration. You saw fundamental deterioration in the business that was real. And it appears as though it's something a little bit more than cyclical in its nature.
Well, there could be a strike, as an example. I mean, that's something that could happen at this company.
I posed this question. I could see the sweat beads building on your brow.
Is that right?
I don't know.
It's a valuation, man. It trades at 63 times. It's just not really what we do.
Yeah. You don't have any, you know, higher. You have got to have some higher valuation names.
30s, low 30s.
That's about as high as you'll go.
Well, listen, I think we're in a market where you're being rewarded for durability of earnings and how you're pricing those earnings. I think you expose yourself tremendously if you buy these really high valuation stocks and anything breaks down, they're going to re-rate very quickly. And we've seen that in Tesla in a number of cases. So it's just not something we would own.
Yeah, how about Netflix? We made it our chart of the day today. You know, yes, there's the Steph move at the top, and yes, there's Microsoft hitting $3 trillion in market cap, but this NASDAQ today was coiled because of what Netflix delivered yesterday with this massive beat on a subscriber standard, 3.1 million versus 8.8, 8.9, and that's why the stock is shot higher by 12.5%. Brian Belsky joins us on the phone now because he owns the stock. What do you make of this, B?
I think it's amazing. Thanks so much for having us. I mean, we own it in 4 different portfolios. Remember, last year, actually mid-year of 2022, we actually added it to our value portfolio and ran it up 200% just because people sold it off so much. But we've long said that the 3 C's of communication services, cash, content, and consolidation, Netflix is going to win because they've got the content and they're the Kleenex of streaming, period. Drop the mic. They're the best company, the best cash flow, best content, and I think that's just going to continue. And I think this broader theme of earnings consistency, Rob talked about it. This is really, really, really important going forward because Joe talked about 94, 95, 96. The only thing that he got wrong was the 94, 95, 96 rally had nothing to do with technology, had everything to do with Procter & Gamble, Coca-Cola, GE, and Greenspan's speech in 1997 with respect to irrational exuberance. It wasn't about the tech stocks. It was about high multiple big cap names. That's the correlation now. Everyone's doubting this big move. The key thing going forward, I think, for the next 6 months is you're going to start hearing more and more about when growth is scarce, growth outperforms. It's not going to be about just buying the Magnificent Seven. It's going to be about buying companies with discernible earnings. And, oh, by the way, Netflix has them.
Yeah. What do you think about this foray into live sports with the WWE and whether you think this is the next frontier for this company?
Oh, it is. It is big time. I mean, our analyst, Brian Pitts, just raised the target to $638 today. I mean, you saw what your own company got you, and I've talked about it offline with respect to the streaming that we saw during the NFL playoffs. Americans love their sports. This is the real deal. And I would venture to guess there's going to be other companies that are going to go big into the streaming side of sports.
Yeah. By the way, the NFL game on Peacock was the single biggest subscriber acquisition moment ever measured by a company called Antenna. So your point is well taken. You have good programming, and people are going to pay for it. You just have to have consistently good programming.
That's the challenge, Scott, there from my lens with a name like this or any of these names. They're very capital intensive, and you can have misses, you know, with the programming. And so I'd like to know how Brian and anybody that owns these names get around that.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian?
Well, yeah, so it's a great point, and that's why the 3 C's of the theme, cash, content, consolidation. I think a year from now, we're not going to have as many streaming companies. We're going to see massive consolidation because of the cost side of things. That's going to be key. Obviously, you know, like content's kind of like fashion, and you have to be able to be in that right next big move, but you're not going to have all your eggs in one basket, but on the content side. But Netflix was super smart in terms of building that content library and had that cash and had the foresight to do that before anybody else. And I think that's going to be the key thing. You have to have a strategy, just like any other company, Rob, and everybody else on the community. You got to have a strategy and a product and service and go through with it on a fundamental basis. And that's why Netflix is being rewarded.
Yeah, Brian, I appreciate you calling in. We needed to hear from somebody who owned these shares today after the huge beat on subs and then that big subsequent move in the share price. By the way, I'll just shout out the home team again. 2.8 million signups that NFL game got on Peacock. So it just once again shows you the power of what live sports can do and how that intersection with streaming can really be a big deal. All right, let's look ahead to some more committee earnings because we talked about a lot. We've had a lot of stocks on the move. IBM, that's coming today. Okay, shares are at multi-year high into the print.
I know.
You nervous? You look a little nervous.
No, I'm actually not that nervous because it
Your
really
tone sounded a little nervous.
No, I'm not as nervous because it didn't do that well
Nike
last
nervous?
year. Not Nike nervous, definitely not. Definitely not. The transition is definitely underway at the company for higher, faster growth end markets, AI, cloud, blockchain, quantum computing, and the Red Hat acquisition is just has been amazing. I think you're going to see a return to double-digit growth in Red Hat that had gotten to single-digit growth last couple of quarters. But the bookings, the billings are strong. Software and consulting is 70% of total revenues. That's recurring margins. I think they will reiterate the $10 billion free cash flow number for this year. They better, but I think at the same time, the stock and valuation is pretty good. It's about 18 times forward estimates. That's pretty reasonable to me.
I'm going to give you the ball first, too, on Lam Research, because they're after the bell today, too. You've been talking about this one for a long time.
I know, and it's had a really nice run last year, up over 80%. But it's not really that expensive at about 25 times forward estimates. And if you think wafer fab equipment spend is going to recover, which I do, they will absolutely benefit because they're in data deposition, the two highest categories. Remember, wafer fab equipment fell 80% from their highs. A rebound. Companies are starting to reiterate that we're seeing a bottoming. Lam Research last 2 quarters actually raised the wafer fab equipment numbers for the full year, so it's encouraging. I like Micron's results as well. So I like this one. It's up a lot, so it's a little bit like I'm on the edge of my seat, but for the long term, I think that they're very well positioned.
Okay, we're going to end this block with 2 more moves from you, Stephanie Link. However, give me something quick, Joe, on KLA. Because you have that, and that's tomorrow. I just want to hear from you quick on that.
Very similar to Lam Research. Stock is at an all-time high. I think the expectations are extremely elevated. This is a company, though, that has done a phenomenal job in managing their margins. You're talking about a gross margin of above 60%. That's the type of company that you ultimately want to own. So susceptible to a technical correction post-earnings. Absolutely, but I don't see the fundamental breakdown.
I own both these, okay? And the upshoot on these, the recovery in chips is happening sooner than we thought. You have the reshoring and you have the investment in AI, and both those are driving, a recovery sooner, despite the fact that they're in a post-double-digit revenue and earnings declines. But it's a case of why stocks are forward-looking, period.
Okay, now, as far away from tech as you can go is how we're going to end this segment.
Isn't that the truth?
Okay, because you bought more General Electric, GE, which had earnings yesterday. It was a beat, and you sold Parker Hannifin.
Yeah.
So we're talking industrials, but give me GE. Why'd you buy more?
Because the quarter was great and the stock went down. And I like it ahead of the spin of the renewables and power business, which is going to happen in April. But that being said, you're going to have company that's trading at a discount to its peers, which I think is going to play catch up. And you'll have different analysts covering this stock going forward. You're already starting to see it. So I think that organic growth in aerospace yesterday up 12%, margins expanding, free cash flow being better. That's all good stuff, and yet the stock went down. I understand why it was up 61% in the past year. I think there's a lot more to go in this story.
Okay. Contessa Brewer has a market flash for us. What are you watching?
I sure do. Scott, DraftKings shares popping on a report from Sportico that the sportsbook is close to a deal with Barstool. Sources told Sportico it would likely be something more like a traditional marketing partnership with Barstool promoting DraftKings, not a total rebrand for the sportsbook a la Penn Gaming. Remember, Penn owned Barstool this time last year, sold it back to founder Dave Portnoy for $1. Although Penn had paid more than $500 million for it, it just wanted to move on to ESPN. Barstool had some restrictions. Those are over now. An insider for gaming says, yeah, a marketing deal is sort of obvious and intuitive, but how much value is really there? You can see DraftKings now up almost 4%. It hit a new 52-week high on that news, Scott.
Appreciate it, contestant. Thank you for flagging that, contestant Brewer. Coming up, more committee stocks are on the move. We have trades ahead on Freeport, on Intuitive Surgical, Thermo Fisher, and more. We're back after this.
Trial.
All right, we have a number of committee stocks on the move today. We want to do those, some related to earnings, some not so much. Freeport-McMoRan is up 5% on better than expected earnings. Joe T., you have this one first. And Steph, I do want to hear from you, but Joe, you take this first because you own it well.
I think this is a very strong quarter, first of all. In addition to that, you have the potential stimulus that's coming from China. This is a stock that is in the ETF, so I'm going to limit what I'm able to say about it, but I would certainly say the momentum was in a clearly perilous position coming into this earnings report. Now you could say that the momentum is really in a yellow light type of territory.
Hey, tell me about that. That raises an interesting point, makes me curious about. So you come into an earnings report and you have this discipline and these rules that you have to do for of where your bias is for the ETF. Momentum's broken down, and then they have a report where the stock goes up 5% on the other side. Then do you start rethinking, well, maybe this is the restart of momentum that, if I was thinking about potentially getting rid of a stock, that maybe now I do a little double check on that.
Yes, and you now observe the subsequent days to see if you get follow through, because that will be important in determining what is ultimately done.
All right, so we'll see where that goes. Steph, you own it too.
Yeah, it's definitely a double whammy. It was good earnings, it was decent guidance, but it's also China. This stock trades totally on China, even though it should not, in my opinion. But I thought really overall the quarter was good. They beat on revenues. Cash costs came down. Production was better than expected on the copper side. So at 8 times EBITDA, I think it's, with its stock down 9% in the past year, the expectations were quite low. But I do like the long-term story with copper.
Carrie, Thermo Fisher today downgraded to equal weight. It was at overweight over at Barclays. They do raise the price target to $555. I mean, their old one was $475.
So did you get that? Sounds to me like an upgrade.
Right. They do have valuation concerns, though. You don't?
No, not really. I mean, this is a great company that has been through a very tough time post-COVID, following an incredible period where everybody was ordering tests and taking tests, and all they could do was churn out tests for billions of dollars of profits. Now you've got no testing, and China's weak. But the stock is up 25% since the end of October because people realized that it got too cheap. This is going to be a relatively flat year. The earnings this quarter, maybe they'll be up a little bit, but it's really a 25 story that we think earnings will be up 15+%. And it's a great franchise of wonderful businesses.
Top and bottom beat for Intuitive Surgical, Joe, which hits a new 52-week high today. That was $384.
And the stock is now lower. So another example.
Why the reversal?
Strong earnings. I think it's nothing more than longs working off positioning. A lot of short-termism that was in this stock recently, expecting earnings to maybe power the stock even further higher.
It was up 45% in a year.
Yeah, they're selling out of that. I mean, there's nothing within this report that should trouble anyone. We're talking about the Da Vinci 5. The Da Vinci 5 now being introduced. That's their next generation robot for surgical. $7.3 billion in cash. This is just a phenomenal healthcare company.
Steph, what do you want to say about Boeing? So Calhoun, the CEO, is on the Hill. We do have this report in the Seattle Times that it was Boeing, not Spirit Aerosystems, that misinstalled, if you will, that the door thing that blew off the Alaska, the MAX 9. You had, I thought, fairly critical comments yesterday from the United CEO, Scott Kirby. He was trying to be a bit diplomatic, but nonetheless, I mean, sort of got the gist of, there's a lot of frustration among these CEOs in that industry about where Boeing is now and what it means for future deliveries.
But there's nowhere else they're going to go. I mean, there's just nowhere else they're going to go unless they want to pay top dollar for Airbus. They're getting huge discounts from Boeing because of all of these issues. So you've got a duopoly, almost 13,000 planes in backlog from the two companies. Boeing has 9 years worth of backlog. So the visibility, if they can get the execution right, which is a big if, I understand.
Getting more backlogged.
I know, but they have the backlog. So they have the stuff if they can actually deliver it, if they can produce it and deliver it safely. Obviously, that's the big problem. But the stock's down 17%, and I'm thinking like maybe they don't do $10 billion in 2025 free cash flow after all of this. But even if it's like 7 or 8, better than negative, which is what they've seen over the last several years. 7379 is very small. It's 2% of backlog. It's the 73710 series, which is 20% of backlog. So if they do not get that certified, that's your problem.
No, but that's what I'm alluding to.
But I think a lot is priced in.
But that's what Kirby was alluding to. And when I spoke with Ed Bastian, the other day, or late last week, yes, he expressed his confidence in Boeing, but said we're not taking a single 10 until we know that everything's cool. It still hasn't been certified by the FAA.
And I think it's a lot of it is priced in, down 17%. The biggest piece of this story is 737 MAX, plain and simple. That's 85% of the backlog. That is a big piece. And we know that there's problems right now, but not with the 8. The 737-8 was the problem a couple of years ago. They fixed it. That's now their biggest plane, and that's the biggest production growth profile for the company. Something goes wrong with 8, then the story goes away. But I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, let's move on and get the headlines now from Silvana Henao. Hi, Silvana.
Hey, Scott. Ukraine suggested on Wednesday Russia failed to inform it that safe airspace was needed after a military aircraft was downed while carrying 65 Ukrainian POWs ahead of an exchange. Ukraine's intelligence service said it didn't have enough reliable information about who was on board. Earlier, Russia accused Ukraine of downing the plane and said 9 Russians were also killed. Yemen's Houthi authorities ordered U.S. and British staff from the UN and humanitarian groups to leave the country within a month. The decision from the Iran-backed rebel group follows strikes by the U.S. and U.K. in response to its attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea, including one on a U.S. flagship today. According to CENTCOM, 3 missiles were fired toward it, but no damage or injuries were reported. And Ford issued a recall for nearly 2 million Explorer SUVs over concerns pieces of the roof trim can fly off while driving. The recall covers Explorers from the 2011 to 2019 model years. U.S. regulators opened an investigation into the problem last January after receiving dozens of consumer complaints, Scott.
All right, Silvana, thank you. Silvana Henao. Coming up, the one sector that Bank of America thinks could be this year's coiled spring. That's why it's our call of the day, and we'll debate it next.
What's up, Bills Mafia? Oh, man, I was really rooting for you guys. Sorry about that. I was just grabbing some coffee. This camera's been being a pain in the ass. Excuse my French. Excuse my French. I do apologize. And let's get... So, what do I think of ROM? Recent filing says they need to get the stock above 10 for 20 days to raise capital. I think they can... So, I'm not sure. Does Rumble has a gig with wasn't that news with Barstool or something like that? I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. Tara says we will. Let's see what we have here. The company on Monday announced a partnership with Barstool. The company, let's see. Rumble shares trading higher than us. Barstool Monday. The company on Tuesday. Rumble shares rise above. I'll have to look at that. Do you have a link to that filing, and we could read over it? Let's see here. I don't know what the short interest is, but I do know one thing. It would help if you did get more shorts in this thing to be able to have another lift off if you're trying to get to 10. Right, because you kind of want to be able to, like, whoever was short during this whole downside move. Wait, I'm just assuming it had a downside move. So whoever was short, come on. Whoever was short, you know, throughout, like, this move here, you got a nice gap up, cover, 200-day resistance, 100-day support, nice tail off of that. What I would do is I would look right here, big guy, Bills Mafia. I'm rooting for you if you're in this, my friend. Right here. All right. This level right here at $5.40-ish. I don't see why they couldn't. Again, listen, I don't know how many offerings they've done. They recently IPO'd. And, like, I don't know. You got to see how many outstanding shares there are, what the volume is. You know, there's not, like, one specific criteria. But... I will say this, if you are able to bust through this level, which if you look at the moving averages, if you're looking at the moving averages, everything lines up. The 100-day is what, roughly right at this area, right, at that resistance area. The 200 days right at that resistance area, so the chart, in a way, you know, blindly, like you wouldn't, unless like you saw this and we're paying attention to it and we're like, wow, like look at these zones. We have all major moving averages catching up to them. Chances are there could be a pop or some kind of news. Like you'll find, man, it's so funny how technical analysis will align itself right with either like news or they will, you know, they'll spread a rumor to like get the news going. They did it with Lucid. Like years ago when Apple said that they were going to use, or Apple did not say, but they said that Apple was going to use Lucid as their vehicle maker. And it was putting in a descending wedge that broke out, pulled back to hold it, the most beautiful pattern. And then I'm like, guys, watch for news. Like, or this thing's going to get a pop. You should get some type of news on this name. Sure enough, bang. Like Oxy the other day. So last week, we got long Oxy. I did not personally get long, but right here, on this reversal, I said, guys, watch for, because the technical setup told us, like, this is a new low. You know, you're getting that divergence on the new low. We literally, this candle right here, we were in it. At least, you know, mentioning, hey, this might be a good long. And I'm like, I said it. It's recorded. I'm like, guys, guarantee you. I said, well, I didn't say guarantee because I don't say it. I said, watch for news that Buffett's buying more. All right. And I'm still thinking that this thing is setting up, just like Rumble, that you have this bull flag here consolidating. This move to move, that move, well, this move here coincides with if you break out, you're going to all-time highs. It's literally to a T. What I'm thinking is, when we get down to these levels, either we're going to break and go test. You can see here real quick that 110. Look at that. Previous highs. That shit lines right up with one another in the same area. You know, I don't know where. It could break out down here at 60, 70. But long story short, either this thing is going to be a good short, you know, grab some puts, hang in there for like a month or two. Or Buffett, I think, Berkshire Hathaway starts owning enough and they possibly take it private, and the private placement price could be up around 90. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm like, this chart is telling us either, because if we break this level, we don't have much to stop us. You have this one level at 52.60, and then after that, you know, you got like a straight shot down the 40s. All right, there's nothing stopping this thing after this 52 level here. So do they come out? Because they're still holding it up right now. They're just consistently holding it up here by buying it. But what I'm trying to say is like the sellers, this thing has been consolidating for literally a year and a half. Over a year and a half. Whoever owns this at these prices are going to get tired. They're going to say, man, you know, all right, I'm getting my dividends. But the dividends aren't much. Right? We're talking 2 years here because I've been in this. I've owned Oxy since the lows. And I was down money. And I've been doing this long enough to know, like, people that look at their portfolios are going to start saying, like, man, I'm watching AMD. I'm watching NVIDIA. I'm watching Meta. I'm watching all these names go to new highs. And I'm over here still stuck in Oxy, like, not moving, you know, have my little dividends, but I want growth. So either this thing is going to start moving to the upside, or we're going to get a new move to the downside. And the longer it consolidates, the bigger that move's going to be, in my opinion. Because it's just going to unleash, like, either a buyout, or it's coming down, and then, you know, maybe Berkshire and them, they start selling. Maybe they don't want to own as much. I'm not sure. We have a change in presidency possibly coming. I mean, well, not possibly, but, you know, it's I'm not going to say it's inevitable, but, you know, we have a new presidency coming up. What does that mean for energy names? So, you know, I also wouldn't be surprised if they try to come out and we get news that says they are wanting to take this thing private. We got some nice volume here these past couple days. Look at that volume. That's Buffett boy. That's Burke. That's old Berkshire. But anyway, Rumble, I don't know enough, man. I'll have to find it. I don't know what, I'm not sure of, you know, that's a big level. I think you got to pull back. I think you got to consolidate here for a little bit. This move down will bring in new shorts. If it brings in new shorts, and depending on the float short, which we could go look at, then you could work your way up, man. $10 is a... Let me see here. Let's look at the chart. Let me pull up. I could actually use the volume profile without having it up. Man, $10. You should be able to get to $10. When? I don't know. Maybe more news comes out later down the road. I don't know, like, what. So I don't think you would want that. So thoughts on RUM. Recent filing says they need to get the stock price above $10 for 20 days to raise capital. Think it can make a run it. Sorry, I can't see the message because of the freaking. Think it can make it above $10. You know, I think it all depends on the float, number one, how many shares short. But they should be able to raise money below $10. I don't know what that's all about. They should be able to raise money at these prices. Biotechs that trade $5 do it all the time. I would assume. Maybe there's something I don't know. but I've always seen issue or like, you know, you could see an offering at any price. So I don't know if they're trying to dilute shares, or are they trying to do an offering, or they, if you're long this name, you don't want to see them you don't want to start seeing them dilute shares. I know you probably already know that, you know. But I gotta say, man, I love the name Bills Mafia. I love it, bro. I love it. I mean, just think, man. Your quarterback came out of Wyoming. Wyoming's always been a tough Mountain West school. But you know, I don't know. You know, I'm rooting for you guys. I'm rooting for the city of Buffalo. All right, I'm rooting for them. They've earned it. I don't know if what's his name still plays for you guys, the one with the long hair who came from Dallas, but that boy he deserved to get paid. He performs. He's a tough son of a bitch. Mike Beasley or Cole Beasley. I always liked Cole Beasley. You know, I think Cole Beasley is one of those workaholics that, you know, earns everything that he's gotten, and you know, he deserved to get paid, and he's helping Buffalo go to where they are. If Dallas wouldn't make stupid mistakes, you know, I'm a Dallas fan, but I also am more a college football fan than an NFL. You know, I don't really care for the NFL. It's just not what it used to be, in my opinion, because of just everything that Roger Goodell has done to that thing. Like right now, I'm going to give you a prime example. Why in the hell is a division team in first place, a division team playing in a damn wild card? Come on now. Like, they deserve to be in the playoffs. That's not a wild card situation. Now, I get it. They probably did all this stuff because of the 18-team schedule that they had to, like, figure something out. But it doesn't sound right. Like, don't call it a wild card. A wild card is 2 spots left that two teams get to fill. That's what a wild card is. You know what I mean? You're going to tell me the teams that won their division are playing in a wild card game. That just doesn't jive. It doesn't jive, in my opinion. Maybe just call it a playoff game. Why even call it a wild card? I mean, I get why, but it's just like it just, you know, once you started with the wild card ordeal, and just because you changed it to 18 teams, it's just not the same. Like, you can't just change it to a wild card and think like that it's okay. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I would expect anybody else, whoever won their division, to not play in a freaking wild card game. I don't know. I know I went off on a tangent there, but that's just, it's the stupidest thing ever. So listen, I love football. I love college football. You know, I like the NFL, but I don't even really watch it anymore. I do. Trust me, it'll be on, you know, but that sucks, man. I was really hoping that the Bills could go. I would have liked to have seen a Bills-Chiefs, like, championship. I don't even know who's in the championship, honestly. We got the Niners and who else? The Niners and Chiefs, I guess? Niners, Chiefs, and... Niners, Chiefs, Detroit, and Baltimore. That's right. That's right. So this will be the championship game. See, they call that divisional round. That's what the first one should have been a playoff game. The second one should have been a divisional playoff game. And then you have championship and Super Bowl. So, if you're still here. Here's what I would look for on Rumble. Look to make this double top, triple top support. Even if it comes below it, like really this 100-day moving average. And then see if you can start to notice that when you pull back into that area, you're seeing it move off of it, you know, in a decent manner. Because that's showing you that buyers are there, buying, shorts are covering, and it's showing you a bit of strength, even though the market's up right now, and Rumble is red. It doesn't really. I can't really compare it to the markets because it's got its own thing going on right now. So that's Rumble, buddy. I would watch this whole low down here, the 100-day moving average, wherever it's at. I'm pretty sure it's right around this area here. And look for some support. Look, even if you get down here, it's not over at $4.76. If you start getting to 8, then you got a nice 100% gain on your hands. I don't know what you have going on and stuff, but I really I hope you're able to, hope it works out for you.
For the number to be up about 7%.
I would just look at the shares short. I would look at the short float. You could Google it. What's the short float of, what's the percentage short on Rumble? It'll give you like 20, 30, 9, 10, 5%. The lower the number, the more, you want something, you want it to be like over 10, right? You want it to be like 13, 16, 18, 21, 22 would be ideal. That would be, ideal because that's, damn near a quarter of the shares are short. So, let me try and fix this camera real quick.
Kia is a great operational track record. I think you're going to see good cost cuts, better price mix, and I think you're going to see volumes starting to improve. And look at the manufacturing numbers today, the PMI numbers, and we're starting to see a pickup on the manufacturing side that should help them.
You want to take UNP also?
Yeah, a lot of the same similar story. They're optimizing schedules, delivery times, focused on increasing volumes, and there might be some upside to earnings on lower fuel costs.
Okay, Booz Allen. Carrie, why don't you give me that quick? That's Friday before the bell.
Yeah, Booz Allen, again, it's a defense stock. It's a contractor. It does a lot of consulting work around the world, and this is the type of environment which is good for Booz.
All right, we'll step away for a couple minutes. We'll come back. We'll do final trades on the other side.
We'll see how this does. We'll see if it stays up. It may not. I may have to restart. Like, I may have to shut it off, restart the computer, and do something like that. It's so weird. It does it from time to time, and then it won't do it on, like, weeks on end. So, it's really got a mind of its own. I don't know if it's my computer or what it is. I have an AMD Ryzen 7 processor. Like, I don't know.
AmazonFresh.com.
Those 490s are up 100%. You had to wait a while though for those.
What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
I don't even want to look, man. I know I got long AMD, but I wanted to get back in it, and when I fed my little girl, and look at those options at $4.80, almost 500%, man. That sucks. I couldn't justify paying $260 when I just paid like 15, 20 minutes earlier $1. Okay. I got in those at $1.12, $1.11, and now they're up $4.80. Now I stuck to my plan. It is what it is. My cat was, whining to get. She wasn't whining, but she was yelling at me to get food. She was meowing at me, and I'm like, all right. That sucks. I'm like, yo, let me go give her some food, and maybe I'll get that pullback. And it's like clockwork. She does it every day, guys. Right as the bell opens, 9:30, 9:45. Meow. I'm like, girlfriend, can we switch it to like 11? Like, cause I feed her in the morning when we get up. But she's just, it's so crazy how it works. But they just look. As soon as I move, the camera, I guess, auto focuses or something, and it messes up. So now I'm starting to think that's what it is. Is like the camera will start to focus on the like with me going back and forth, and it'll shut it off. But it didn't do it there. I don't know. Yeah, you got final trades here. Blackstone. Oh shit! I forgot about Baba today, guys.
Closing bell, 3 o'clock Eastern time. Boy, we got a show. Ed Yardeni is going to join us. Remember his note from a few days ago questioning whether there was too much exuberance developing. He didn't really say there was now. Just wondering if we're just getting started on that road. So we're going to talk to him. We'll debate the market road ahead with Ed Yardeni of Yardeni Research. We also have Bryn Talkington with us and Dan Ives ahead of Tesla earnings too. So we're loaded up, and I hope you'll join me in a couple hours time. Rob, final trade.
Baba, still cheap since last week, and it's an underappreciated quality grower.
Okay, Carrie?
Blackstone, we think earnings this year will be up 30%. Private equity will do more realizations. Good environment.
Earnings are tomorrow, I think, right?
Yep.
Okay. Joey T.
Did you lean across and cheat and see my Apollo Global Management private equity name, Apollo Global Management, breaking out?
All right, P, you get some love. All right, Steph.
I continue to like SLB. Phenomenal quarter, great free cash flow.
Okay, S&P 500 right now, never been higher. 49.03 is what we'll call it. So we got some records to watch for, and I'll see you on Closing Bell.
Thank you so much, Scott, and I've never been higher either. I'm Tyler Matheson. Welcome, everybody, to the exchange. Here's what's ahead.
She knew I was talking about her.
A lot of dislocation of
She's up here on the desk.
Is a good thing because it has created a lot of opportunity. He's here to tell us where those opportunities lie. Plus, less than 2 weeks after the Bitcoin ETF approval, there are two asset managers dominating the flow race, and one of them is here with us today. An interview with Fidelity's head of digital assets just minutes away. And we'll get a small bank gut check, two under-the-radar names.
All right, guys, I am going to.
Up big in the past 3 months, and both CEOs will join us
I'm gonna
in
check.
this hour. But we begin with today's.
All right, S&Ps are pulling back. I guess you guys, if you guys want me to put up a chart of anything, just let me know. I'll throw up Tesla. Or I want to watch BABA because I want to see if we start breaking and holding this 100-day. I may try to take a long on it. I pull back long, see if we can't get this thing up here. Take profits at like 76 area. 76, 76.50, but I want to make a few phone calls. So I'll be here. If you guys have questions or anything you guys need, I'll be here. If the camera freezes, I apologize ahead of time. I'll try to be on it and fix it. If you guys could, hit the like button. It greatly helps us. Well, really, it helps someone else find our channel. That way, if they'd like to trade with us, you know, find us and hang out. You guys, you know, you'd allow somebody else to find us. So we do appreciate it.
those are the big foreign buyers, the worst since September of 2022. The only decent metric was direct bidders, and that was a little higher than 10 auction average. Dealers took a whopping 20.4%. Guess what? Worst or the most they've taken since September of 22. So as you look at the charts, you can see how the market is moving higher pretty much on all maturities. 5-year yields now are on pace for the highest yield close since the 12th of December. And that D-minus grade is not a nice setup going into tomorrow's 7-year note auction. Tyler.
Can't digest the volume of supply that is being pushed its way.
Well, yes, I think that's a pretty...
Sorry if that was really loud, guys. That hurt my ears. Sorry about that.
...to step up too aggressively to auctions that have moved to very close to all-time record high amounts being auctioned. And this, of course, moves into not only a U.S. scenario, but a global scenario where debt offerings are going to be on the high side for the entire year.
All right, Rick Santelli, thanks very much. Chris Grisanti, MAI Capital, back with us now. Do you have any reaction to those fixed income numbers?
Well, I've thought for a little bit, Tyler, that the market consensus on the Fed cutting sooner rather than later is a bit optimistic. And somebody used the phrase...
I can't believe we're still, we're already back. I mean, I can believe it, but wow, after that strength to turn around and sell off like that?
I've never seen that in my 30-year career. The Fed cuts for bad reasons, not for good reasons. So I think rates ease their way back up as we're seeing with today's auction.
So let's go back to Albemarle and lithium and your thesis that that stock and that commodity have been knocked down so much that ultimately, eventually, they're going to come back because they are unloved and they have some intrinsic value. However, at the same time, we keep hearing about how the uptake of electric vehicles is slackening.
Right.
And so that would say, well, maybe one of the big demand theses of behind lithium is being undercut.
Yeah, but that feeling, I think, is the feature, not the bug here. I think the consensus is starting to form as, oh, EVs are a fad, EVs are slumping. I think that's why lithium prices are so low. Lithium prices are also so low because, remember, there was a scarcity of lithium a couple of years ago.
Not now.
Folks really pre-ordered, so the inventories are relatively high at the dealers. But those will work off. And so we've heard all these stories about peak oil 3 years ago and things like that when oil was down. So I think there's a cycle of the story, creating the bear market. But I do think it's hard. The U.S. is probably the slowest adopter of EVs, but Europe is doing it. China, as we know, is doing it in spades. So it's a big market out there, and I think this is a cyclical slump, not a secular change.
All right, good stuff. Chris, thanks very much.
Sure, Tyler, good to be with you.
Nice to have you here. Chris Grisanti is with MAI Capital Management. All right, meantime, Bitcoin is down about 20% from its recent high of about $49,000 following the SEC's approval of spot ETFs roughly 2 weeks ago. Who figured? Prices hovering near their lowest level in 2 months, trying to stay above the 40,000 mark. Those new spot ETFs overall have seen positive net inflows since their launch. Well, you'd expect that, I guess, according to FundStrat. BlackRock and Fidelity's products leading the way by far, with more than $1 billion in net inflows each. On the other hand, investors have cashed out more than $3 billion from the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust since its conversion to a spot ETF. For more on the state of spot Bitcoin ETFs, we're joined by Fidelity's head of digital assets, Cynthia Lobassett, and our own Kate Rooney. Kate, the floor is yours.
All right, Tyler, thank you very much. We really haven't heard from Fidelity on this topic yet. So, Cynthia, it's really great to see you. Thank you. And we're excited to hear from you today on this. I do want to kick off with how investors are differentiating between these ETFs that on the surface, for a lot of people, kind of look the same. How are people distinguishing between what Fidelity is offering and what BlackRock and Grayscale and others are doing?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me today. We are really pleased with the market reception for these products, and what we think of as a differentiator for the way in which we've designed this product is Our ability to be able to provide a custody solution for these for our Bitcoin ETP, as well as our own proprietary index methodology provided through our index team and capabilities there for pricing. And that, I think, is reflective of an over 10-year commitment to research and development in the digital asset ecosystem.
Really interesting. I think a lot of people might not know how deeply Fidelity has gotten into Bitcoin, but also digital assets. I wonder about the next step here. An Ethereum ETF has been talked about. What do you think the odds are of that being approved this summer?
Well, so, as you know, we do have a filing that is live with the SEC at the moment. So I can't really comment much more, beyond what is on the public record. In terms of, what we think about the prospects, what I can say on that front is that we are looking forward to engagement with the regulator as we have for several years in the development leading up to the launch of the Bitcoin ETP.
So how are these Bitcoin ETFs going to fit into the average retail investor portfolio? I wonder what you can tell us beyond even digital assets, what you're seeing from the self-directed side of Fidelity in a changing rate environment now that these crypto ETFs are offered. Can you give us a little bit of a breakdown on the state of the retail investor?
Yeah. So what we've heard from retail investors and really just all investors across different client segments on our platform is that there's a great deal of interest and certainly curiosity and wanting to learn more about digital assets and Bitcoin. Our commitment to how it is that we think about products that we make available on our platform is we want to offer a wide variety of choices of assets, but alongside of those choices, we always ensure that we are providing research, analysis, and insights derived from our research teams across the platform. That way, we believe that it's important to provide that education as a way to help facilitate investors making good decisions.
So is there room for everybody in the end? Do you expect some consolidation, maybe some of these ETFs to dissolve at some point, as fees are fiercely competitive and there's probably not enough inflows for everybody? I wonder what you expect in the next year or so or 5 years when it comes to these ETFs and the competition here.
I think that what we've seen in the ETF markets overall is that there is, as you pointed out, competition.
I am thinking about the shout. Never mind, I'm taking it back. Maybe later on. Look at how we just ripped off of that level. Guys, pay attention to those things. Look, just boom. All right, now if we take it back and reverse it, I guarantee you this volume gets like the actual sell candle, the next one. All right, because now we have the 9 EMA coming up probably to this prior support, which might be resistance because it's an increase in volume, but the end of that, like I'm telling you guys, it's important to understand how in which it moves. It tells a story. It tells a huge story. So, that's what I got to say about that. All right, that is VWAP. Probably turning into resistance now because it was support for a brief second. That's what I'm going to do. I am going to watch this and trade it as I see it, which is 90 MA 1 minute, 90 MA 3 minute-ish, VWAP short up at this level here, up at like 487.85, call it 489. But wait, right? Just wait a minute, because you might get a pop up to like 488.40. Right? You might get a pop up here, right? And then they step back in. You put in your little lower high, something like that. So, I guess that bond auction or something made this thing tick. And now she's doing what she's doing. Alright, so. Man, I wish I could get that. Get an AMD. The market gave it to me today, man. And I messed up. I should have never walked away from my computer. As soon as I mean, guys, I literally wrote that trade out. Clear as day. Just wrote that sun gun out.
the earnings call, and you're looking at an EPS of 73 cents a share. The gross auto margins, and by the way, this is excluding zero-emission vehicle credits. If it comes in north of 15.7, that may give a little bit of relief to the investors who are trading after hours. Free cash flow coming in, that's the expectation, $1.67 billion. Then in terms of the narrative, well, it's all about the 2024 production guidance, delivery guidance. What does the company say in terms of what it expects to deliver in the coming year? Most believe it should be about 2.1 million. There's also this report that came out within the last 24 hours that they are planning a new lower cost model. Not sure that they'll get into that on the conference call, but certainly Elon Musk has said, look, you have to get to that lower market as much as possible. That's where the real growth is going to take off. And as I mentioned, in terms of EV share, Tesla, it still dominates this market. I get this question from people all the time. They still have over 50% of the market, but yes, its dominance of EVs, it is eroding a little bit, even as it grows EV shares and EV sales here in the United States. And of course, so much of what drives the conference call tonight with Elon Musk, as you take a look at shares of Tesla, it will revolve around what he's seeing and what the company is seeing in China. Do we have a sense that the price cuts, the price pressure might be easing up a little bit? I know he's going to say nobody knows for sure, but that was the case a couple of quarters ago, Tyler, that people thought, well, okay, we came out of the call and we think that perhaps the pricing pressure might ease up a little bit in China. Not the case. They're still cutting prices. Not as much as they were earlier in 23, but they still had to cut prices in the fourth quarter.
All right, Phil, thanks very much. Phil LeBeau with the reporting there on Tesla. More analysts are turning a little bit bearish on the stock ahead of the report, including Redburn Atlantic, initiated with a sell today. Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas, one of the Jonas brothers, slashed his price target this week, citing oversupply and a slowdown in global EV demand. He actually sung the lyrics to that. EV sales in the U.S. have been in a steady decline since April of 22, as you can see in that chart. But despite all that, our next guest remains bullish and sees a 40% upside in the stock from here. Let's bring in Tom Narayan, Global Autos Analyst at RBC Capital Markets. I should point out, maybe we can take a picture of that chart on the wall over there. Brian, can you pivot that thing? Look at that. They have doubled production in 2 years. What are they going to do next year, or this year, I should say, in terms of production?
I think it's going to be 2.1 million is where consensus is. I don't think that's that unreasonable. That would be
wouldn't look like it from there. They're doubling every 2 years there.
But I think that's to be expected. We're in a lull, right?
Yeah.
But the expectations have come down quite a bit.
Yeah, I've been transparent on this area in saying that I drive a Tesla, and I'd go into fuller detail on it. I do like the car a great deal. It's a very responsive, very quick car. There are a couple of things that I nitpick on it. Your argument, or part of your argument long-term for Tesla, is in robotaxis, self-driving, autonomous vehicles that will be used for ride pickups and so forth. I am an autonomous drive skeptic. You've got to convince me that those cars are going to work, that when there's construction, they're going to know what to do, and they're not just going to stop there with people behind me honking at me while I'm trying to get to my meeting across town.
So, first question I would ask is, have you tried FSD?
No, I didn't spring
You have
for
autopilot.
That. I have autopilot.
Try FSD. I think it's the best.
Will they give me a little trial on that? Will they give me?
Probably will for you.
For me, well,
for regular people, maybe not. But,
me.
But it is the best consumer product, I think, since the iPhone. It is an incredible product. 80% of the time, it's driving for you.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And I think when they lower the price, which they will.
So you've been in
eventually-
one of these cars like
Oh,
that?
yeah.
You've driven
a lot.
it. You've driven it.
It's driven me a lot. And I would say it's an incredible product. I think the reason that people don't realize it is it has such a low attach rate. Only about 5% Tesla owners pay. It's a high price.
It's a high price. It's
but what if
thousands of dollars.
But what if they lower the price, the attach rate explodes, and people realize how amazing this product is? I think they're reluctant to do it now because of the liability issue.
Well, that's what I was going to say. There are two things there that hold me back on that. One would be government approvals, because, I mean, look. GM, government approvals is one thing, and insurance approvals and liabilities, that's another big issue here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of knuckleheads who will like hang a string to a brick and then go take a nap in the back seat. And that's what Tesla's worried about. They don't want those guys, right? And they want to make it so there's a monitoring system that's there, and they want the product so good that the regulators not only are okay with it, but mandate it. And we're hearing about that. Legislators are realizing that a Tesla Autopilot is 5 times safer than a regular car on the street in terms of accident
With a cab
rates.
driver, a regular, I mean, you're talking about cabs here, right? So these robo-taxis are going to be smarter and safer than a regular car service that I take or a street cab that I take.
Absolutely. We already know that just the regular autopilot is 5 times safer than a human. A robo-taxi would be probably even more, because that will use, the software will be even better. It'll use machine learning. I mean, this is years away, I should stress. But the extension of where we're headed, this is definitely where we're going.
Yeah. I want to get to the idea of where you see the stock going, and maybe you can wrap that into the answer here. One of my nitpicks with the automobile, and I think it's one of the reasons why Hertz is saying, hey, we're getting so many high claims for not injuries but damages on these cars, is that Tesla has really invested 100% in the utility of the touchscreen. And if you're driving and you have to go to a touchscreen and go down here to find where the radio is and over here to find where the windshield wipers, your eyes aren't on the road.
Yeah, I agree. I find that annoying as well.
Sometimes buttons work better and knobs. They actually work. You know?
Yeah, I think the idea, though, is that, and again, I would strongly urge you to try FSD, is when the car is driving you most of the time and you're only driving it when something odd is happening, you're okay with the touch screen, basically, because most of the time you're going to be free to use it.
Where do you see the stock going over the next year, let's say?
Look, I do agree that it's going to be challenged this year. There's not a lot of big catalysts, but it's down $180 billion in market cap in the past 3 weeks. It's down 22%. And I know my price target's 40% higher from where it is today, but that's because it's been down so much. And I think a lot of the negative news that's already out there is in the stock. I don't think it'll be that hard or Herculean to get to that 2.1 million guidance a number, and I think that's what's going to drive the stock. And remember, this is a largely retail-owned stock, and folks in that community are looking at 10 years out, 20 years out, 30 years out. They're not looking at it as a car company. They're looking at it as an autonomy company.
Yeah, very interesting. Tom, we'll have you back. I'd love to keep the conversation going. Appreciate it.
Try FSD.
I'm going to call them. Right. See what they do a deal for me. All right, Tom Narayan, thanks. Coming up, Netflix having its best day since October. I am too, actually, after beating the street's estimates for subscribers and revenue. But is the streamer truly a bellwether for big tech earnings? We will look at what last night's report means for the mega caps. Best day since October for Netflix and me.
Let's see if this helps. Sorry, I didn't mean to shout into the mic, guys. I'm going to grab a little bite to eat. Just give me a couple minutes.
Stand tall. Welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Kate Rogers with your CNBC News update at this hour. President Biden expected to pick up a key endorsement today from the United Auto Workers. 3 people familiar with the decision saying it will likely come this afternoon when the president addresses the union at a conference in Washington. Last fall, Mr. Biden became the first sitting president to join a picket line during the UAW strike against Detroit automakers. 8 of the nation's most prestigious schools, including 3 Ivy League universities, have agreed to settle a case alleging they conspired to limit financial aid packages of some students while favoring wealthier ones. The schools will pay more than $110 million into a fund for students suing them, but the settlements will need to be approved by a federal judge. And comedian Jon Stewart is going back to The Daily Show. Comedy Central announced today he'll host and executive produce episodes on Mondays through the 2024 election cycle, with others filling in for the rest of the week. Stewart originally left the show back in 2015. Tyler, over to you.
Well, that should be interesting to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Kate, thank you.
Coming
up, a check on the pulse of the consumer with a pair of regional bank CEOs, their views on interest rates, lending, the Fed. Next, The Exchange returns after this.
What's up, bro? How you doing today, buddy? Looks like we just tried to reclaim VWAP on the S&Ps, and then it just literally rejected. So there's a bit of weakness there, just a bit. I was getting ready to go grab a little bite to eat real quick. Not sure if I was gonna run out, make something here. Let's see, man. Yeah, man. And I mentioned that this morning. My game plan today was 1, semiconductors and the Big 7, right? Netflix just killed earnings. And not only that, you know, they pretty much raised and doubled. And I didn't say it in last night's live stream, but they reported like $2, a little over $2 a share EPS, and guided for the first quarter around $4 EPS. That's double. So I don't know if the CEO stepping down is going to save them some money in the meantime. I mean, if he's going to make up double the EPS, which I'm just saying, I don't think that's the case. But what, you know, it's crazy. I think it's crazy because it was the biggest fourth quarter they've ever had for new subscribers and, you know, stuff like that. So that was the focus, was the Big 7, right? Microsoft, NVIDIA, stuff like that. And we said that in semiconductors. AMD, monster move, man. Monster move. I was able to catch a nice little long. I think I entered that about $1.11. I got in that about $1.11. And what I did was I took this reversal right here, and then it just flipped. So what I did was I had mentioned that I was taking it, but I was telling everyone on the live today, I'm like, guys, this is not the move I'm looking for. Like, I just took that reversal because I seen it, because we just flipped, we went under and hit this area. But, you know, it was more so to do with, like, getting long that pullback, because that's when we broke pre-market lows, and I'm like, well, we're at least going to go back up and test it. So I scalped that long to get some money in, and then whatchamacallit, I two things. I told them that I wanted to, well, you'll see it live later because I'm going to cover it on the live stream, but I literally was like, let's walk this thing up, and I drew the circles. I drew the freaking circles on this thing. I said, let's see. Let's start making some progress. Let's start making progress, right? And literally, at every circle, I'm like, yo, here's the resistance. Let's see. We need to start holding this. And then I want to start holding this. Like, we start walking this up. Let's get long for that at least high-a-day test and breakout of high-a-day because it had a nice upgrade today. And then Abby wanted to eat, my cat. So I left it every day, bro. It's like clockwork. She literally, as soon as the bell rings, she's in here yelling at me. Meow, meow. So, it left. It left me, but it's all good. It's day's not over with. Tomorrow's not over with. Friday's not over with. Man, these things are up fucking, excuse my language, but these things are up. We were in the 177.5s. They were up just under 500%. What's going on? Okay, 395, 405. I was going to say, there was a bit of this. So, from a dollar entry, $1.10, that would have been, you know, if anybody was here to capitalize on that, that would have been very easy to capitalize on, taking that AMD long. We were on this thing like a hawk. And then Ty called out Netflix. It ended up pulling back. Let's check on that. So it did recover a bit. Looks like it's trying to turn this area into resistance. Man, I'm kicking myself in the ass for that was my 100%. I'm telling you, man, I'm getting myself before Friday the bell rings. I'm gonna get me a 100%er. I wonder if AMD's getting ready to pull itself back right now. I want it. I want it. I guess that's a new all-time high for AMD. I think. Yeah, that's a new high, guys. That's a fresh all-time high. So yeah, that was on our watch list. Meta, you know, just watching the big names. How's your day going? And I wish there was somebody that was just like, bro, I got it. I got the AMD. You literally said, let's see, as soon as we start to recover pre-market lows, start trying to walk this thing up. I was getting her food, but I was seeing if we could get this pullback to 170. So I was still being like, I thought that I would have a chance at like 170. That's why I left real quick to go feed her, because I'm like, yo, she's not messing with me when I get in the middle of this thing. Okay, yeah, that's cool. This is a pretty big downside. The markets are flipping quick. There's a lot of take profit. I don't know if it was a bond auction. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, the move's already made, so you already know, bro. Don't get FOMO. Like, it's easy to say don't get it, but you already seen the move has already been made. Maybe if you get a retest of here, okay? But you see how it's coming down in that type of manner? Even though it's low volume, you know, you should still, if we start to hold it, right? VWAP catches up. It's already up 6%. You know, maybe you could scalp, you know, get a little long to go here. Or go, man, and freaking JP Morgan. JPM. I did short or go long. I think I went long the SPY. JP Morgan did the thing finally. It just left this area. So that was another one that we've been watching that I and then Boeing, I'm waiting to see if she's going to break out, which it looks like it. See, it's just struggling up here. But it's still giving you that upwards momentum where it's not showing you weakness, it's showing you strength to an extent. Right? It just continuously keeps trying to get up to this level So it's like, why fight the short until it can break 209 and crack it, right? Cracks 209, gets short, and then see if we can get it back down to 200s. The markets are flying though, so that's why. Look at the Dow. The Dow's not even green, or it's barely green, up 0.5%. So what a little cup and handle there it is. That's ugly, but it's like, what a pattern you got there. The IWM. It's another one we're watching. Just trying to give you some ideas, like the IWM. Damn, I missed that short. Brutal, man. Shat. Look at the volume there. So something's going on here. The SPY and the Qs will not hold up if the Dow and the IWM continue to sell off. I just don't. And this is the level I think that the IWM needs to test. I think it needs to come back down to 191. So maybe if we can get a bounce, we broke this level here. I may put a short on and try to swing that trade just like you're talking. It's so far below VWAP though. Look at the volume that just came in. I'm going to wait. I want to see a clear setup. Like, I can't get short when it's that far below VWAP. Like, maybe if we come up here and can't get through it, then maybe I'll try to carry a short into tomorrow or something. But even then, I'd be worried about a gap up to like this level at 196.78-ish and then the sell-off. So, you know, it's going to have to be pretty clear, like what, you know, there's got to be a nice setup for me to take it. Save, we can look at Save. It's selling off a little bit, which we need. If they want this stock to go higher, they need shorts to get inside this thing to get squeezed out. When buyers start to bring this thing up again or attempt to. Other than that, Save. I don't know if DWAC's shortable, what it's doing. It's just hanging out, not doing much. Meta. We looked at AMD. Meta's still at highs. Look at that cup and handle. Look at that. Boom. Bang. Boom. That's a nice cup and handle there. Now, I'll give it this one. Looks like a cup and handle there. Like, for me to say there's a pattern, it's got to be pretty spot on. Because I'm one for when I see patterns and like pennants and cup and handles, like, because I've seen them so many times in the past, and I know when they're one or not. You know what I mean? It's like, if it's not clean and it's got like eight different shoulders on the left-hand side, it's got cancer on the left shoulder, and the head is, you know what I mean, barely sticking up. It's like mutilated. Like, I don't really, you know. But when I see a nice setup, I will attack it. I think the last one I did on the bullish side was the reverse head and shoulders on Google intraday. It was so clean. You can see it on every time frame, 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute. You know, those are the ones I like to trust. And step up, put my foot on the pedal. So, yeah, I'm going to go grab something to eat, buddy. Give me just like a couple minutes. I'm going to heat something up, and I'll be right back. And we'll see what we can do. Home Depot is a weak. Look at that. It's back down to that level, that minor level we were talking about the other day. It's trying to make another low.
Keep it simple. So what are the characteristics of keeping it simple if you are
All right.
a mega cap? Well, what Netflix
Netflix shares are higher after the company added more than 13 million subscribers and beat revenue estimates. At least 19 Wall Street firms hiking price targets for the streamer. So what does this quarter tell us about some of the big tech earnings still to come? Deirdre Bosa joins us now for today's Tech Check. Hi, Dee.
Hey, Tyler. So obviously the mega caps, very different businesses, very different moonshots. But if Netflix tells us anything, it's this. It's keep it simple. So what are the characteristics of keeping it simple if you are a mega cap? Well, what Netflix has was, one, organic growth. It also had accelerating revenue, which is important when you look at an Apple, which has seen decelerating revenue over the last year or so. It's an industry leader, and it has high margin, logical areas of growth. How B of A put it was like this. They're moving into logical areas like advertising, live entertainment, WWE rights, video games, not far out other bets. Other bets kind of implies like an alphabet, right? We were just talking about this yesterday. It's their moonshot factory where they have radical ideas and they're burning through billions of dollars each year. Wall Street, at least if we can see with Netflix so far, appreciates a more straightforward story. When you look at other mega caps that might have a more straightforward story, a Meta comes to mind, right? It is an industry leader in social media. It already has those OpEx targets behind it. It's increasing in Reels. On the flip side, a more noisier or less straightforward story might be an Amazon, right? Where there's still questions about its AI strategy and AWS growth. So that's sort of what we could see in the next few weeks as we get the rest of the mega caps reporting.
Very interesting. Simple is better, maybe. increased the appetite for tech consulting. That combined with recurring software demand. But the firm's a bit more cautious on the hardware side. Your trade on IBM.
Tyler, I like IBM here. I think that it's traded magnificently this year. You can see that they've gapped up the last 3 quarters and they've beat EPS estimates 3 times in a row. So that bodes to a positive. I will tell you that this stock is incredibly extended going into the earnings report. So for that reason, I don't like to make a bullish earnings trade, even though I love the longer term trend. I think that IBM is going to go back up and retest the previous all-time highs, but I would like to buy this on a pullback. I think you would have a much to this stock around 160, 165 to ride it back up. So I'm eyeing for a pullback here post earnings.
All right, be opportunistic with IBM. Thank you. McCormick, shares of the spice and sauce maker down 16% in the past year. Jefferies noting that while more consumers tables, continued at-home cooking is a tailwind. Certainly is in my home. Danielle, you just don't love the taste of McCormick. I love Frank's hot sauce, man. Wow.
You know what I don't like is I don't like the look at the chart and you see what this compared to, you have the NASDAQ making a new all-time high and you have McCormick that's just continuing to trade lower. I also don't like the way that it's reacted to the last couple earnings reports, but I will tell you, sometimes it's up, sometimes it's stock as well. I prefer to wait until after earnings. We're up against a lot of resistance between $70 and $75 a share. So I think that if we get a rally up into that zone, that's going to be a much better place to short it and trade it back down into 60.
All right, let's move on to talk a little bit about some airlines. Finally, American, Southwest, and Alaska all reporting before the bell. Shares of all 3 getting hit over the past underperformer here following that door plug blowout earlier this month. Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun meeting with senators today to address that incident. Just a day this airline that flies that airplane, the Boeing MAX 9, projected first quarter loss. Here's low.
I wouldn't buy these with my money, Tyler. When you look at the longer term trends, they may get through earnings relatively unscathed, especially because United did manage to gap up post earnings. But when you look at the longer term trends, they're down. And as you mentioned, there's a lot of issues right now with the airliners that are impact earnings for the next quarter. So with these stocks, I think at least at minimum a hold. I wouldn't buy them, but I would prefer to look for spots to short them. And has rallied directly up into resistance. You have earnings coming up. You're likely to have investors bailing on this stock before earnings. So I think that this one's in a great spot to short it between 215 and 220.
Well, that's Boeing, you say, is great, because that was where I was going to go. What has all this meant? Boeing has had, let me just say, a lot of issues over the past 4 years that bear on safety, and that cannot be comfortable for that company or for its customers.
Yes, that's correct. And oftentimes when you have the airliners reporting earnings, they rally into resistance tomorrow or even well, a good proxy trade would be to trade Boeing, because if they don't do well and Boeing has earnings upcoming, a lot of the times you're going to see investors bail on the stock, just like what happened with Tesla this quarter. You have Tesla investors bailing on the stock just prior to earnings. So this can be a really good short-term trade just prior to the event because of all of those.
Very interesting. Danielle, thank you so much for being with us. We'll have you back soon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Danielle Shea. Don't miss Alaska Air's CEO Ben Minicucci, who will discuss earnings and the Boeing MAX 9s on this very program right here tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The Dow is still higher by about 34 points, but that's nowhere like it was about an hour ago. Perhaps that 5-year auction, which Rick Santelli gave a D- grade, was what has taken the wind out of the sails of the Dow. That does it for the exchange. Coming up on Power Lunch, burritos and benefits. We'll dive into Chipotle's efforts to attract
I'm just eating real quick, guys. Just give me a couple minutes. And look, Tesla's getting ready to go back and test these lows. Just watch, because that IV is going to be insane. So, I hate that I got to bring this up. I need to throw this on the other monitor, the other computer I have. The Q's had a really nice setup here.
And Meta, Microsoft crossing the $3 trillion market cap level for the first time ever, and Meta getting back above $1 trillion.
Let's begin though with two big stories in the
Man, that's...
Boeing CEO meeting with Senator.
It's just like, so the Q's, it's like, this is nice, man, but you don't want to, man, this is, are you long? And that's, or are you short? Because I was going to say, okay, I would have taken the short. Why would I have taken the short? I can see why you're taking the long, right? Very obvious support and resistance, you know, the basics, right? But look at this. You have retraced all of that pretty much. Opening price is right here. You went up, and now you're right back to the open. So the strength has given up, because this is when I get into Fibonacci's. Like, people don't really, or like not all people, you know, just think about what just happened. And like, we could just sit here, right? Doesn't mean we're going to sell off further. We could, or we could just sit here. But the fact that we retraced this whole move, like we ran up, you pulled it back, it ran, it pulled it back. So these bounces are getting pulled back, and they're going to stop going long, because I'm seeing it. I know others are seeing it, that these pullbacks are not just pullbacks, they're taking it back, if that makes sense. But I get the long, right? It still has not broke, no matter what. This thing could just sit here today, and just kind of like rally end of the day. Maybe Tesla has killer earnings. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But maybe, you know, we have such a, it's up 1%, and we came in with a decent gap up, you know, and it's like, look at that gap up. So there's a lot of room to be filled here. But I get it. I could see why you would do the long, but me, I would have to take the short, and it's not a short right now. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see it start holding like this high, and then this high, and then not get below like this. Right there would be my line in the sand. That would be my line in the sand right there. You know what I mean? Like that's the line in the sand right there. Anything over that, like that's it. Now it's going to turn it into resistance. It's probably going to test low a day. Depending on Tesla, you might get, you know, you might start working your way down here. And exactly. And that's why you got to have a stop loss, because if you don't, you're just going to get demolished, because whoever's not stopping out right now, guess what? They know it. They know what they got. Look at the increase in volume. You might get one of these, right? You might just get a straight drop. You know what I mean? Just like the wrapper, straight drop. So maybe you don't. Maybe you just come up and kind of like hit 428 again. Maybe it does come up to 428, but I don't think you're, you know what I'm saying. You know exactly what I mean. Like, this is too big of a retracement to think about. Like, for me, the long would have to be now. The long is low a day, or yesterday's close, or whatever we have pre-market. Just because, like, now the strength is over. There is no relative strength. That's been taken back, in my opinion, at least. This is my opinion. Because once you see this lower low right here, like this area, right there, right, you want to see higher highs, right? We don't have that. We have potentially a rollover. And I was I'm just bringing that up just for like insight for anybody else that's on here, if anybody's on here, that you want to sense the price action, you know. And I'm not, you know, I'm not really just saying it for you, Basic, but I just don't like that pullback, in my opinion. I just don't like this, and I know what you mean. Listen, but then again, you know, you don't take your shots, you're not going to know. You know what I mean? This thing could go back up here, right? But still, I'd have to leave it alone. I'm not going to dwell on this, but banks are strong. UNH weak. Red, as a matter of fact, like the Dallas Red. So we have that. Nvidia. All right, Nvidia. Strong. I wish this Boeing thing was live, because I can't find it. If anybody has a link to Boeing's CEO meeting with the Senate, if it's even recorded or if there's a live anywhere, there might be one on Bloomberg. But I don't know. Give me a second. I want to check. It's probably over now because it was earlier. It's like I would like to have known what was said and what was asked. I couldn't find it. People, I guess, didn't find it big enough news. But I wanted to trade this. I said it yesterday that this is going to be tradable with him going to the Senate, and I think he's going to be there again tomorrow. You know, this is... There we go. And like I said, this feels like there's some strength here now. The overall market was going up. The overall market's pulling back now, and this is still going up. You see what I mean? Like, I'm sensing strength out of Boeing to start filling some gaps. And maybe the 50-day and stuff, you know. So, another test of the 9 EMA right in it. Boop. Look, it's trying to break it. Yeah, I wanted to watch that because look at that candle. That's a huge candle for Boeing. On an average day, like, look at this little weenie. Look at that thing. Freaking $2.17 to $2.19, $2. It's doing $2 a move right now. $2.09 to $2.16. You know, the 1 minute candles are $2 wide. How do they not have ServiceNow's earnings on this freaking most anticipated? Are you crazy? Come on. Am I missing it? Do I not see it here? Like, you have United Rentals. Like, that's cool. That's a big one. Like, Berkeley. Like, you can't put ServiceNow instead of, like, Berkeley. Or, I mean, you guys remember, not Seagate, but CGen. I think it was CACI. Like, I mean, I've never heard of these. Night transportation. You're going to have a transportation. I guess it's important, but come on, man. ServiceNow is reporting tonight. I thought it would, bro. I thought it would. I just couldn't. I need to eat. I need to eat. I haven't ate much this week. Just because I haven't left the house, and I need to go get stuff. I had Panda the other day, and I kind of been like wanting to go get it, but I got to leave to do that. Kinda, you know. It's not the same if DoorDash gets it. I don't know. It's not. It's right around the corner.
Senior autos analyst at Barclays. Dan, it's good to talk to you today. You expect a big shift here where demand is driving.
I think 427. Should this is what you want to see. Look at the volume coming in too. That's what you want to see, man. You know, this is it's a big gap up, man. It's a big gap up. Check some of the stocks that are in the NASDAQ 100 to see how they're doing as far as like the 5 biggest ones, and see if they're starting to pull back or give you any type of signs that they're going to pull back. And, you know, like I said, the Dow, IWM are pulling back. Like, you know, it's I know it's a tech type of day because of Netflix, but
How much do you think that the Hertz sell-off of its, a portion of its electric vehicle fleet is going to...
shit, I thought I had the mic off. What's up, Wiz? Nah, I'm in like the mid-Atlantic, just outside of Philly, like right by Jersey, right by Maryland, right by Delaware, right by PA. I'm in Delaware. My grandfather and my grandmother have a home down there, though, in Orlando, or St. Cloud, Kissimmee, in Florida, and in Tampa. I wouldn't mind being down there, though. We just got some snow, right? Got all this snow, cold as shit. Excuse my French, but and now, like earlier, it was starting to get warm. They're saying it's supposed to get up to like high 50s, 60s. And we got all this snow on the ground, so it's like one extreme to the other, and I'm over it. I kind of like global warming, if that's what you want to call it. You know, bees are important, they say, so, you know, the more the merrier. They get to live longer and stuff. You know, it's nice to have snow and stuff every now and then, but man, it gets freaking messy. You know, it gets messy when it just melts and everything is just muddy and just, you know, it's just a, you know, it's just like dull. There's no leaves on the trees, and it's just, I don't know. So, how about yourself, man? How about yourself? Is that where you're at? I mean, I know you could consider the South, Georgia, South Carolina, Louisiana, all that good stuff. I'm jealous. I'm jealous if you are, though, from the South. Dude, this camera, I'm ready to just, you know, I think if I close it off again, or if I, when I close the stream down, I'll unplug it and I will redo everything. Oh, you're in Canada. Haha. He said, boy, don't talk to me about cold. You don't know shit about the cold, bro. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. He said not even Canada. I'm in I want to say Carolina, but North Canada. I like Canada. I like Canada. I wish you guys were able to have your guns. I'm sure you could have it for hunting and stuff like that, you know. That's the only thing I don't like about Canada, you know. I feel like you guys, us, everyone, for the most part, responsibly, should be able to have the right to their last breath, right? When shit goes down. I firmly believe that. Legal, not legal. No one else is above you to tell you you cannot fight to take your last breath. Other than that, I love Canada. I love people from Canada, all that fun stuff, you know. But yeah, there's a sell-off now. And like I said, I want to look, and it cracked it. It's not a major level here on the Qs, but right here. Right there, baby. That's what we want to see. We want to go inside that pit with this resistance here, right? And it kind of like falls into place. Longer term, guys, watch this level. I was talking about it. Like right here. This is the bigger level I want to see. I want to see the Qs get like back down in, like this would be a little far because it's already support at 422, but this white line, I want to see us, you know, I'd be happy with a test of yesterday's, like, I guess it was like after hours, this pivot high. I think you're going there. I always say, right, when these wicks come up, all right, so what this is, like when people say, oh, it's not real, right? When you see these long wicks, they are real, okay? Because by law, now I've done this before. I want to show you guys something. If you guys watch level 2, all right? If you guys ever watch level 2, you're going to see at times some orders, like even towards the end of the day. All right? I'm going to show you guys an example, and I want you guys to do the math on this. All right? This is the Qs. All right? This is the Qs here. Now, I'm going to try and focus this in so I can help you guys see it. I want you, this is, oh, you guys are going to kind of like this. All right, let me make sure I'm up to date here on this side of things. Because this is one order. I'm going to show you guys one order. I think this was probably like a month ago. All right. All right, so I have this. I'm good because I want to make sure that you guys see it, that it's clear. Let me get my camera because I got to fix this thing. I don't know why it's giving me issues. I really don't. It's either my computer. I have an AMD Ryzen 7. I don't know why it's not working. Okay. You see that outlined number there? Let me make sure that you guys can see it, that it's focused. Alright? You see that blue number there? Alright, so what this is the Qs. This is $386.23. Now, the rest of the orders that were filled were at, like, above it, below it, $387. $387.47. $387.48, $387.50, $380.49. So you see what? So it's pretty much $387.50, high 40s, right? Well, this order is for 205,780 shares. So we'll call it 206,000 shares. You know, it's just under. We'll call it 205,800 shares. 205,000. Not and 205,800 shares. The math on that is probably $72 million on that, just that one exchange. So what this is, that's what you okay. Yeah, so when people say that now this is the Qs, this order here, it happens all the time, even here, right? Look at this, right? This wick. They put these here in Ottawa, or I want to say Ottawa, if that's okay, Wiz. You know, so what it is legally, they have to print that order. So I've just seen a lot where people are like more so kids or young adults that may or may not have been doing this for a while, but they legally have to print that order, right? They legally have to. So when that gets printed, I take notice to that. I like to see that because I'm like, okay, if I can go back many, many times and I will see whether it's the next day, 2 days, or 3 days later, it'll still visit that price action within, you know, it could be a week. I'm not putting a time on it. You all know what, you know, you can't really put a time on it, but it will revisit it. And it always usually has. And that's a nice hold right there in that cup like I was talking about. You know, kind of, you know, this is a good area here too. Kind of, not really. I don't know. I think we're starting to see some profit taking. I don't know if they're expecting GDP to come in well below, if they're expecting to see a big jump in unemployment, or this is just take profit. I think that's what we're seeing here today. I think we're seeing a take profit type of day, and you can't blame them. I mean, we've went from, you know, even just looking at from the S&Ps. You know, when is this? 11. We'll talk December. Since December, we've went from 455 to 490. It's not crazy. We've seen crazier, but you know, this has been a big run. If you don't take profits here, shame on you, I guess. You know, if you're not, you know, can't be scared to pay taxes, right? Put it in your pocket. You know, I don't know. You got buy orders. I would let it. I would see what comes with this. You know, I don't know. I would. You know, that's cool. That's what you're looking for. Just keep an eye. Look at this volume, Ottawa. If you don't mind, if I call you that, Wiz. Wiz, look at that volume, man. On the SPY. You know, just like look at the ES. You know what I mean? Like, I think you're getting some profit taking here. I do. I think they're taking advantage of this, and this is the first that we're gonna see. Nice. I think I'm gonna join you guys. I think I'm gonna join you. It's 2 o'clock. Was there? There wasn't a bond auction at 2, was there? I know that they've been kind of. Yeah. The only other time was the Treasury General account when Janet Yellen was with the TGFA or whatever it's called. You know, people, you know, she kind of saved the market or whatever, and then the next week or the next 2 weeks later or whatever, it kind of carried over, and now it's like dulled out. I always like I don't pay attention to the bond auctions, but I do. I want to know what they come in at, and I don't trade off of them unless there's a real meaning to. Look at that. That's a really nice support level right there. Look at that reversal. That's a nice reversal with volume. That's nice. Wiz, that's a nice. See if it can hold it. No. Dude, this camera's gonna just... I might just have to leave it off for a little bit, guys. I'll try. I'm gonna unplug it and plug it back in. Look, and then look at that. You tried to gain some ground and they took it right back. Can they crack this? If they crack this, I would fall back and let them do what they do and get a short. You got a little bit more to go. It looks like you got about 2 more cents to go, $2 more. See what happens here. See what happens here. What's she gonna do? This is where you want to see it just flip back up to the top. It looks like you're about 2 standard deviations below VWAP as well. Pay attention to how far you are below VWAP. Usually you get to that 2 standard deviation part with no news. It'll usually revert back to the mean. I'd have to pull it up. Look, right there, right on the money, baby. 49.0476. There's your valuary, that monthly valuary high for the 2-minute chart.
To claim your free copy, go to itsnotanoption.com now and just cover shipping. That's itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com. AI is redefined.
Let's see if we can reverse it there. Let's see. I'm gonna unplug this.
Machine learning, robotics, and generative AI are increasingly
Flip it and reverse it.
accelerating decision-making and improving our lives at work and beyond. AI's real value is that our companies use it to empower the workforce and earn trust from customers.
Let's go see what the SPY looks like. I may join you guys on this. It's just weakness, man. I don't know if I even want to fight it. I've got a nice long on AMD today that I took profit on. I paid pretty damn nice. Alright, man. This thing is just... Now it's starting to worry me. Yeah, I was like, what the hell's going on? It's because I unplugged it. Excuse me. Look, there's the reversal. Look at the reversal. There she goes. I'm not going to be able to get it. Yeah, there might be some room left, but I'm. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, that's what you want to see. That nice long candle. Take it back. Take back that candle. You almost got a 3-bar reversal, but that thing, that sell candle is pretty big. But thanks for stopping by, Wiz. It's nice to meet you, man. Look, let's see if you hold low a day. Walk it up. This is what I was saying with AMD. Walk it up. Let's see if we can walk this thing up. A week 5-year auction. So that. Of course you go off. I don't care anymore. I'm not fooling with this thing. I'm gonna shut it down and then do. I will fix it. All right, so natural gas. Let me refresh this. So I'm expecting, let's see if natural gas pulls back to 2.2, or gasoline futures, and then see if you get a bounce off of this level here to try and take it higher. I may look at, I don't really think the risk to reward on natural gas is worth it though. Come on. Oh, look. This is hilarious. Look, listen. Look, as soon as I brought this up, guys, look at this. Wait, look.
Under or above, it's minus.
I tell you what, you cannot make the market up. You can't make it up. The charts tell you everything you need to know. Wait till you guys hear what CNBC just said.
Take that level out and trade above minus 15 basis points, we'd be looking at the least inverted the spread's been since of 2022.
And I talked about this earlier.
And believe me,
I said this earlier. I said if you know how to read a chart, you can kind of see if there's going to be news, a buyout, or something.
Rick Santelli,
listen to this.
Thank you very much. The White House delaying a decision on a big nat gas terminal, a particularly big hit to the export ambitions of U.S. companies.
Sorry, I know that was loud. I'm sorry. Oh, look at that reversal.
Okay, so the New York Times just wrote about this and saying that the Biden administration is delaying that permitting review for CP2. And this
Can't make
will
it
be
up.
the largest
I have not
LNG
talked about
export
natural
terminal
gas.
in the U.S., and it's more than one of a dozen projects that are currently in the pipeline review process. And this is really interesting because this has become a battleground issue. The U.S. is
that's just funny. Look, here it goes. Yo, I literally have not talked about this in like a while. And you just can't make it up. You just can't make it up. Okay.
And so what he's saying today is that he's instructing reportedly
That's hilarious.
to take a more
That's too funny.
holistic review of this project and evaluate what the carbon emissions would be from the project itself. And typically that has not been done. And so now the industry is saying that if all of the other projects in the pipeline
Okay, so yields did pop a lot. That's why the market pulled back, guys. Look at that. 3.8 previously, and they just came in at just over 4.5 basis points. 4.5%. The 2-year did come in under, which is obvious with your inversion. But previously is what I was, getting at was the previous than the previous month. So that could be where you got your volatility. But that was at 1 o'clock. Retail sales year over year in Argentina, 168. No craziness there. Way under. So I guess this Argentina news is also saying, which may not be talked about, is look how below retail sales they were. Not that it's, it's just that's something. If they're forecasting 1.9, just under 200, you know what I mean? That's volatility because the economists aren't getting the number right. And that was half the reason we had volatility back in 2022. People were saying it was the Russia war. Well, yeah, for a little while there, but we were having it because they could not get the inflation data right. Like, the data was way off, and so the market doesn't know what to price in.
Activity, that stock hitting a more than 2-year high. They make sensors for things like EVs and wind and solar farms, and they say EV demand is actually a lot better than.
I think I might make. I'm gonna watch natural gas. I think I might make my first trade in natural gas in years. I can't think if I've traded this. I don't think I've traded UNG ever. I don't think I have. So 23, even if I get like a $3, let's see here.
UN officials say the center was
sorry
serving
about
as a
that. I
shelter to
apologize.
hundreds of people trying to escape the violence of the Israel-Hamas war. They reported 9 deaths and 75 injuries after 2 Israeli tank rounds hit the building. The State Department reiterated this afternoon civilians must be protected in the violence. The White House announced today President Biden invited Kate Cox to the state.
I just got to log back in because I have.
At the center of a high-profile
I got
abortion
logged
case
out.
in Texas after the state passed its near-total abortion ban. The invitation is another sign the president will make abortion rights an important part of his re-election platform. And sources tell CNBC Saudi Arabia opened its first alcohol store in the diplomatic quarter of its capital city, Riyadh. The Saudi government has not confirmed the news. The store marks a major breakthrough for the highly conservative Muslim theocracy, where alcohol has been banned since 1952. According to store rules seen by CNBC, only non-Muslim diplomats can enter the store. Back over to you.
All right, big changes there. Thank you, Kate. After the break, Nikki Haley was once a rising star in the GOP and a hopeful contender to Trump. But losing New Hampshire is fueling fears that the same thing could happen to her in her home state of South Carolina. And that's up next and next.
I wonder if I might be able to get a short here and maybe take this into tomorrow. I want to see what was going on with this news, or I'm gonna wait a minute. This seems like the real meat and potatoes of the trade at $21.95. Call it 22. Is the market still pulling back? No, it's consolidating.
Republican candidate Nikki Haley is only remaining competitor in the New Hampshire primary last night.
Yeah, again, I wouldn't mind seeing. See, this could be I still don't. I don't know. I think you're going to get a bounce. I think you're going to get a bounce. You came into last night's price. So this is I have futures on this account. I'll have to throw some money over and try to not try, but if I wanted to see, I usually trade futures like if like there's a presidency or news or some event, something.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Former President Donald Trump scoring a double-digit victory over Republican candidate Nikki Haley.
Real quick, guys, I guess, I don't know how much of that was buying, but man. Just remember this, guys, for when we come back up, because this is probably the start of profit taking. And I mentioned that I felt like everything is good as can be. Labor market, just, but I don't think people are really seeing the amount of layoffs that are just back to back to back to back. Like, it's just every day we've been coming in and it's 3 to 4 or 5 companies talking about layoffs. And just the numbers that we've gotten in the past 2 weeks, it's already past what the initial jobless claims are. I mean, Google themselves is about 10 to 12,000 people they're going to lay off. Add in Citi, add in all these other ones, PayPal, you name it, right? So that's why I think the next little fear is going to be questioning on whether or not we're in a recession. That's going to be the next one. And I'm still curious to see if we're going to have. A lot of people keep bringing up commercial real estate. I mean, I know that stuff takes time with with default rates and stuff like that. I know they're up. But I guys, this thing is still not over yet. I feel like we've only gotten halfway through it. I feel like we've only gotten halfway through it. I am really curious to see how this all ends.
Where she really could have won, in theory. There were enough independent voters out there where this really should have been a state she did well at. Now, the Haley camp's going to argue, well, we got within 12 points, and that's great. But, I would say that 12 points back from number 1 is still number 2. It's still the silver. She did not win in New Hampshire. And that's the situation for her now, just reality going into South Carolina.
Libby, let me turn to you. Ms. Haley memorably said we don't do coronations in America. We do elections and choices in America. But I have to say, this is looking more and more like a coronation of Donald Trump.
I'm still here. Like I said, I'm going to go get some more chicken nuggets real quick. I'll be right back.
This was really Donald Trump's nomination to lose. He was such a clear front runner, both in polling, but also in fundraising. And also something that may not be really appreciated is that his campaign this cycle is incredibly sophisticated. It's very professional. It has an excellent ground game. So all of the ingredients were there over the last few months for Trump to basically wrap up this nomination in the early stages of the primaries, basically the primary process being over before it really starts. Now, Nikki Haley did well enough last night. We'll see. I mean, I think the news about the donors is quite notable. She has a big fundraiser here in New York next week, at least supposedly. We'll see how that goes. But she may stay in South Carolina. But unless something really dramatic happens in South Carolina, which looks very unlikely, this is going to be effectively a coronation. Well, Donald Trump will be the nominee.
Is South Carolina her make or break state? I mean, if she doesn't win in South Carolina, is it over?
I mean, we were saying New Hampshire was make or break, really, but again, she did well enough. She didn't have the knockout that she really needed to change the momentum of this race. But yes, I mean, I think for all intents and purposes, South Carolina is really going to be the last gasp. Now, there is a chance, like Governor DeSantis, who said he was going to stay in until South Carolina, but that, of course, promptly dropped out. There is a chance that she may drop out as well before that contest.
Watch and see if you get a wall of selling here. See if this thing starts to fill red. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, let's see what happens here. because I think you need one more little pullback. See what happens there. I feel like we need a pullback. Doesn't mean we'll get one. I'm just curious to see if there's still. I want to see if there's still a lot of selling. Let's see. Still pretty heavy. Still heavy. Man, I mean, that's an understatement to say that it's heavy, but they're there. They just ain't coming in heavy. They're not coming in heavy. Alright, let's do this. Alright guys, so it is, they had a nice pop of volume there. I'm not sure the direction, I guess down. Yeah, it was going down. They really stepped up on that pullback off of that wick. So it's already 2:41, man. This day has just flown by. Holy smokes. Are you guys seeing that? Like, you seeing how fast that volume is increasing to the upside when it goes to pull back? And then it goes up and the volume bar barely moves. It barely moves, and then the selling, it just rips higher. It was. There you go. That's a walk up. That's a long right there, right into that wick. You're gonna know pretty quick if you're wrong. I mean, you'd have to worry, you know, maybe your stop loss is just under this. Maybe your stop loss just under 486.21 on the SPY. So I'll put a little dotted line here and let's just see how we do. And if it's not there and it's still in the area by the time I get back from making, I'll only be gone for like 40 seconds, but let's see what happens right here. If your portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call.
Yeah, Dr. Sheechan even takes your sketchy insurance. Sheechan. You've got more options than you know. Book now.
Okay, I think I see it. Here it goes. We'll watch this area. There you go. That's what you needed to get up off of that level.
NBC.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. One of the most expensive properties ever listed in the history of the Hamptons. is now falling into bankruptcy, and it's up for auction. Robert Frank, how did that happen?
Such a fall from grace. It was once listed for $150 million, offered for rent for $1.8 million a month. Now, the famous Hamptons estate known as Ladune is headed to the auction block. It's 4 acres, 2 houses, 400 feet of oceanfront in Southampton. The owner was Louise Blouin. She was a Canadian art world publisher who bought the property back in the 1990s for $13.5 million. As her business faltered, she put it up for sale in 2016. It came on and off the market. No buyers emerged at her price. One of the loans defaulted last year. She put it into bankruptcy. It has 23 bedrooms in the 2 homes combined. There are 2 pools, a sunken tennis court, a theater, a sauna, spa, 2 gyms, everything you could ever want. The auction will be just in about an hour at 4 p.m. today at Concierge Auctions. Now, Concierge sold the most expensive home ever auctioned 2 years ago. That was an estate in L.A. that had been listed for $295 million. It auctioned for $141 million. The bids on this property start at $66 million. Obviously, it will likely go higher than that, but it's just to tell you that this could go anywhere, and we'll start to know in about an hour.
So $66 million is the reserve? Is that what
There's no reserve, but there's clearly a starting bid, which means someone has bid or pledged to bid to buy this for 66. So we know they're going to sell for at least 66. The question is, how much more than that?
Like, is there a lot of interest in getting a Hamptons estate right now? Is this like a hot property to have and to own? You're going to have sharp elbows at the auction?
It is. The very high end of the Hamptons, oceanfront, a lot of land has been very strong. There just isn't a lot of supply. Last year, we had 2 homes sell in the Hamptons for more than $50 million, including one property similar to this in East Hampton that sold for $91 million.
Where is this one?
This one's in Southampton, so a little bit further west. But at that very top end, there isn't much inventory. Everyone wants oceanfront. And last year, nationwide, we had a number of dozens of properties sell for over $100 million. So that very top of the market, there's still demand for special property.
And this house will sell today.
It will sell today at no reserve, no matter what the price. So that's going to be, this is a real cliffhanger because this house has been famous. It's been on and off the market. The most expensive, it starred in a Woody Allen movie, so everyone knows it from that.
Oh, really?
So a movie called Interiors. But so a lot of eyes on this property. To your point, Contessa, how many people will actually be bidding? That'll be the question.
She paid what, 16?
She paid 13.5 back in the 1990s. And then she built an extra house on it, so that adds value.
Yeah. All right, Robert, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Coming up, off the hook, shares of AT&T falling on softer than expected earnings. We will trade that one in 3 stock lunch when we return in 2 minutes.
All right, sorry about that. I just thought about something. Like I said, guys, the volume isn't. I feel like we just gapped up a lot.
Today, and here with our trades is
Shit.
Quint Tatro, founder and president of Jewel Financial. Up first, Quint, is DuPont.
All right, so what I want to look at is semis. All right, for instance, AMD. Let's see if she's gotten that pullback. I was thinking about the trade I took earlier. Yeah, so kinda. I was thinking about the trade I took earlier. Still some decent volume, but the take profits are coming in. So what I was thinking was, yeah, I seen that this morning. It is getting crazy. It is expensive. It is getting crazy. You got to think though, New York is crazy in and of itself. Like back in 2005, I would go to New York. I had a friend in New York City, and I would go take the Chinatown Philly bus to Chinatown, New York, just because it was like he didn't really. I don't know. I could have drove my car. I had just bought an Audi at the time. I just bought an S4. It was my first car that I bought that I like really appreciated and like and it was my dream car, right? It was a B5 S4 2002, and I was just in love with it because the first time I had seen one, it was just, it just caught me. But anyway, even back then in like New York and stuff, like, back then $1 million apartments that were like minor, even back then it's like sounded crazy expensive. But like New York on its own is just stupid expensive, stupid expensive. But to them in that economy, like when everything is, you know what I mean? They're paying $20, $30 a pack of cigarettes, like, and like, just as an example, I don't know how much drinks and stuff would be, so it's kind of like, you got to remember it is New York. But yes, 91 million, almost $100 million. That is crazy. That is crazy. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. It is getting crazy, bro. It is. It really is. And another example was the houses. Like, I was looking up a duplex to buy. It was either a triplex. I think it was a duplex. And, I never went to check it out, but I remember saving it to, maybe go check it out. But it was it was listed, I can't remember, for a while. So I figured like they weren't coming down in price or something, and either it needed too much work. But anyway, that was before all COVID happened, and I'm like curious how much that went for. And I feel like they knew going into it that they would be able to sell it in front of these rates being where they were, and that even if they sat on it for another 6 months to a year, they would be able to turn some, I don't know, 10, 15, 20, 30 grand in their pocket, depending on what they got it for. I don't know. But yes, it's crazy. It really, listen, and you know what? It's gotten so bad, even in the States at least. It's like, it is almost impossible in certain areas. If you don't have a skilled trade and you're not making 100 grand a year, 80,000 a year, let's say, and you're single, you're not affording a house. Like, if you are, you're still barely getting by. I mean, the average home in where I'm at in a county, now there are expensive houses and low housing. I think the last time I looked, the median price was just under $500,000. It was like 450,000 for, I don't know, maybe 1,200 squares too much, but just a regular home, for like a regular home, that's what the average price was. When your average price for earnings for bring home was probably, for a single person, maybe on the high end 45, maybe 60, because there's people that make a lot of money and back, but the majority of original people are lucky to be anywhere over 23 an hour. I'll put it to you that way. They'll be lucky to make over 23 without a skill, even with a skill at times. You know what I mean? So yes, everything has, for the most part, has become unaffordable to an extent. Or at least you're like, something goes wrong, you're screwed. You know what I mean? And then add on rates because houses have not came down, right? They have not come down in my area. So not only are you paying more for the house, you're paying more in rate. You're paying I think CNBC just put it up a while ago, like, and even the national average was like you're paying an extra $1,200 a month than your neighbor, right? If you were to have bought in this time period. And that's the point of the Fed. I try to stress, like, the whole point of this is to be able to slow down demand. Now, you can't really stop people for overpaying for something, but, you know, it comes to a point where the buyers will all be exhausted and step away, and we still have yet to see that. And maybe these layoffs start to bring some of those foreclosures, as sad as it is. It's, you know, but being aware is the first thing you can do to help yourself, right? They don't teach that stuff in school. You know, being able to handle certain economic conditions that need to happen to have that, you know, the rate of growth to, you know, to be, you know, not too exuberant, you know, and get out of hand like it has been. And they've been giving, if you have kids, you're getting an extra $300 a month, or you were. And they tried extending that, and, like, it's crazy. And you wonder why you have all this homelessness, right? You know, as far as, you know, owning properties and stuff, you know, when it does get like that, in a sense, if anyone is able to, you know, if you go to Section 8, you know, prices is increased, so the government does have to pay more. Now it comes, and there comes in the Balance Act, right? Because if individuals, you know, average earnings are not up to where those taxes are for home prices, for you know, Section 8 stuff that the government has to pay out. A lot of people don't talk about that, right? The more rising taxes because the government has to pay more because of the inflated prices of just a lot of the things that they pay for, right? Not just the cost of food and things like that, excluding that. So it has been getting ridiculous, though, Wiz. Absolutely. It's just gotten, you know, it's gotten a little bit, it's just gotten away from everyone. And everybody, it feels like people are just, like, barely hanging on. You know, I feel like 2008 was a turning point, you know, to just provide liquidity and stuff. And, you know, at least we're all here knowledgeable to be in the markets. So when we do get those pullbacks, we're able to buy asset prices at reasonable cost, you know, and over time that can help you. You know, people think you need thousands upon thousands of dollars. You really don't have to start. If you have a job and you have a consistent income, you can either decide to go out to the nightclub or, you know, go purchase a company, you know, continuously, week after week. That's what I did. That's what I did, guys. You know, my family was never in that stuff like that, and my parents did do really well for themselves. They always worked late and all that stuff, but, you know, this is the great equalizer, and we got to be lucky that we have it, because there's countries that they're not allowed to do this, or, you know, they're not in it with the crowd because they're not, you know, they don't have the money. They're not, you know, kings or queens. You know, they're not in. You know, they're not in the in crowd per se. You know, they're not born in the royalty of sorts. I was thinking about a short here on AMD, but, you know, part of me doesn't want to sell on, you know, try to get short strength, just in case the SPY does pop. But I can sense again today, and I want to write that down, as a sense of a pullback, a sense of take profit, I should say. Let me write this down just so I don't forget it. And excuse my spelling, it's awful.
Stocks like Netflix, Nvidia, Meta, Microsoft continue to surge. Speaking of Microsoft, is going for $3 trillion in market cap as a close today. It already topped it on an intraday basis, but we have to watch it now.
Will she break? I think she will. She's already broken VWAP once. Oh, and I was saying about the AMD trade this morning when I thought I had enough time, was that I felt like the reason we didn't get, like, it didn't really, like I wanted to see this hold. I mean, it obviously did, but this candle just, boom, and when you got this, it did pull back here. So I take that back. It did pull back and hold this level. And then just went. I thought I would have a little bit more time when I fed my cat again for the second time this morning. Well, I got to give it to her. I fed her at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. So, but she's just like every day, right when the bell rings, here she comes 10 minutes later. Every time, like just like clockwork. And this one got away from me today. I did get a nice profit off of it though. I can at least say that I did make money today. I am green again. I just did not get my triple digit gain or close to it because I am still really wanting to, if the market offers it to me, grab it. I got in this thing at $1.11. It was up at like 400 and some percent, just under. It was like 450. And that's not even at highs. That was like right around here on this second extension. But and it's funny, you know what? CNBC, they brought on Howard Marks yesterday, and he is a big distressed asset buyer. That's how he became who he is, and the company that he helped build, or worked for, and I've seen a little bit of his past, but that they took over like when you come into troubled times, right? This is kind of funny because when you come into troubled times, like guys like him come in and like when these companies need bailouts, or want to turn things over, they buy them at a discount. And I think he bought Regal Cinemas back in the 80s or 90s when they were facing bankruptcy, and he ended up turning Regal Cinemas around and made them a nice profit. And CNBC's talking about him now. He was on yesterday, and there's like all these signs that I feel like, I feel like it's coming, right? It may not be this quarter, but in the next few months, like February, maybe March, maybe we start to get we get some decent uptick in unemployment or the labor report, or initial jobless claims and non-farm payrolls, and then the market starts to price in or worry about a possible recession, so. I am also curious how much Powell talks to CEOs, and if that, other than the banks, if that's why he was so dovish. And the Fed, for the most part, they're a bit dovish, but they come on CNBC and try to act like they're not, but they know the lag effect, and I know that they gotta talk to CEOs, and because their job is the labor, right? Maximum employment and stable prices. So how do you get to understand what the sentiment is in the labor market in all different sectors without talking to the CEOs and people of business, that hire thousands upon, that hire hundreds of thousands of people. So I felt like maybe he got word from them and was getting that sentiment of like, all right, guys, we are starting to plan some layoffs. Our orders are getting cut. We're not getting the demand part has worked. You have slowed demand down. Semiconductors a little bit different. It just hasn't happened to them yet, but with people getting laid off, it'll be just an eventual thing when it does catch up to semis, right? That's less new cars, that's less everything, computers, and just, just a lot of things, so. And one other point, that's the other point that I was bringing up, was the IWM and the Dow. These blue chip names, and look at the IWM. The market's gapped up huge, and these things are selling off. You know what I mean? Like, they just hit yesterday's high, and the Qs and SPY just ripped today because of Netflix. well, I'm not just going to say Netflix, but because of ASML, their report on semiconductors, and then, you know, the big seven. So, and I always say, watch the divergence. Like, they're, you know, a healthy market, they're all kind of just floating up together. You want to see a healthy market. This isn't a sign of a healthy market.
Are negative now, and the Russell 2000 was positive, and now it's in the red.
Yeah. Well, as you know, the market started to broaden out basically in October of last year as people kind of concluded the Fed's done raising rates. But we did build in probably a lot of excitement about the Fed cutting interest rates. And now it's like, well, maybe not so much. And so I think that what we have here is a situation where the market is focusing on the bond market, and the bond market is a concern.
I guess my next obvious question is, well, I don't know. I feel like you're kind of concerned about where we are. The bulls...
Just the speed at which we're going up, quite honestly.
Well, but I mean, the bulls listen to you and they love what they hear, right? Bulls want this, you know, reinforcement that we're all good and this bull market has legs. But what am I supposed to do if I'm kind of getting concerned about the speed at which we're going up? What do I do?
Well, you know, Scott, I've never been very good at giving trading advice.
But you said know when to get out.
Well, if it's a melt-up, then we'll have no choice but to trade. But I don't think now's the time to get out. I think there's still upside for the market, and I don't think it's necessarily going to lead to a melt-up. I'm just more concerned about that possibility. My base case is that the market goes to 5,400 by the end of the year and 6,000 by the end of next year. 5,400 seemed like a ridiculous fantasy, but it's only, what, 10% away, 11% away?
5,100 was, you know, your lofty target excluded was kind of the standard that we got
that's
to,
correct.
right? You had a lot of these targets going to 51, and you're like, wow, that seems lofty.
Now they're being raised.
Now you look at where we're at, and we're like, well, that's like 4 or 5% higher than where we are now.
Yeah, I'm not feeling so lonely anymore.
Yeah. Let's see, speaking of that, where Bryn Talkington comes down. She's a CNBC contributor, of course, of Requisite Capital Management, joins the conversation now. So, Bryn, nice to have you back. You hear what Ed Yardeni has to say. What are your own thoughts about this market, where we are, and how fast we've gotten here?
Well, I mean, definitely tech has gotten here really fast. I think you have to separate the different sectors. And I think as we're talking about different decades, to me, what I keep hearing is this a 1998, 1999? But the reality where this is not 1999 is actually, if you take a step back, 2-year rolling returns. So Scott, the NASDAQ composite is actually negative for the last 2 years. And the NASDAQ 100 on the last 2 years is only up about cumulatively 5%. And so last year's numbers were gangbusters. But if you take a step back, the median 2-year return for the NASDAQ is around 25% over a 2-year period, and we're still negative for that whole composite. So I do think
I don't want to
there's room
interrupt
run,
here if you guys are
it just
listening
does
to
not
this.
feel like
The
1999
IWM's testing yesterday's low.
when you look at those rolling 2-year returns. I will say, though, when I look at NVIDIA up, 25% or 21%, AMD up almost the same, it feels like everyone's trying to bring forward AI in the next 1 year. And to me, where the market is ignoring right now is like the big capex that Meta, Amazon, Google are spending. The market's rewarding that today because they're building out their infrastructure. So to me, I want to know, how long is the market going to allow them to spend capex and without monetizing? Whereas we all know NVIDIA
There's your sign.
is just taking all of that capex.
I'm pretty
right
comfortable
to the bottom
here.
line.
I'm not
So, Ed,
uncomfortable.
what do we do with this whole AI frenzy? Now, if we look back and we try and make parallels to 99, you had a lot of stocks going up.
Right.
They had no earnings. Right. They had eyeballs. Okay. The difference now, we have monetizable money from NVIDIA and from Microsoft.
Yeah,
these
great
stocks
companies.
don't go up the way they're going up without being able to monetize AI now. This is not some distant, let's look down to the end of the rainbow and hope there's a pot of gold. Microsoft goes to $3 trillion in market cap today. Why? Because they're already monetizing it both from an enterprise and consumer standpoint. NVIDIA can't sell these chips fast enough. Does that give you any comfort?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm not uncomfortable here. I'm perfectly comfortable. You know.
All right, so look at this, guys. So this might be a play for me here. All right, this is I want to see if we can get back up maybe tomorrow or something to 196, 195. And that looks like a decent short on the IWM. I've been still trying to like get a play out on it. I almost took it Tuesday for the gap up. That would have paid nice. I just didn't take it. I don't know why. I didn't. Probably because I was green on the day, and I didn't want to throw kind of like risk that. So I was fighting that. But it's like, do I try to... This is a lower volume bar actually on the hourly chart versus this. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on this? Like, if you would, do you guys... Does this chart scream like pullback to you at all? Like possibly 192? That would be the target. I feel like, a strong day like today, the IWM's selling off, down 0.5%. If it would be better to just try and wait for the bounce back, because it should. It'll sell off, bounce back, sell off, bounce back. We should get the bounce back. I'm going to wait and see if we do. So I'm going to let you guys know right now. Excuse me, sorry. Look, it feels like we're rejecting this level. And that's what I was trying to decide was because we've cracked these lows here. So we've already reverted. Okay, so I'm seeing it. So if we on the next bounce on the IWM, I want to take a short. I may try like a leveraged ETF on this to try and maximize my the trade. Maybe like take my position size in half, try to get a good entry, and then I could get like a little bit more than what I get normally, right? What is the ETF for IWM? Let me find out. I'm not sure if you guys know or not, but let's see here. Sector, SPY, IVV, is that what that would be? iShares Core, VU, Vanguard. Leverage, here we go. QLD, UDAO. P. DDM.
Maybe would be that would make the market probably a little bit uncomfortable. Doesn't that put more pressure on things like small and mid cap?
I think it's not so much the level as it is the move. I mean, the move up has got everybody jittery because nobody is quite sure. Well, how high is it going to go? Back to 5%, and the auction was just disturbing. I mean, there's still the Ray Dalio scenario, which is what we're not that far away.
So there isn't really one for the IWM. Is that what I'm seeing? Short QQQ, ultra short. The Dow 30. Wow, that's so weird. Oh, here it is. Here it is. We have this. We have so large cap growth ETF. But that's not what I was looking for.
Maybe instead of 2%, it's more like 3% or more.
Bring the important thing is going to be earnings, obviously. You have to be a rocket scientist to suggest that earnings are going to be the driver of stocks, outside of whatever Fed policy move you may get. So how are we feeling about that as we're about to get really heavy in the bigger names? And I'm going to ask you about one particularly after you answer this question.
So if you look at all the 11 sectors, which sector has the biggest earnings year-over-year growth?
Healthcare.
Technology. And so I think that
I was trying to answer her question.
I guess what I'm getting at is my base case is 5,400, 6,000 end of the year, and better than expected real GDP growth over the next few years. So maybe instead of 2%, it's more like 3% or more.
Bryn, the important thing is going to be earnings, obviously. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to suggest that earnings are going to be the driver of stocks, outside of whatever Fed policy move you may get. So how are we feeling about that as we're about to get really heavy in the bigger names? And I'm going to ask you about one particularly after you answer this question.
So if you look at all the 11 sectors, which sector has the biggest earnings year-over-year growth? I mean, drumroll, technology. And so I think that Satya, I think Mark, I think Andy Jassy, I think the Tim Cook, their earnings will be what they are. They will be solid, but I feel quite certain their guidance and their vision around what we're doing, what they're doing around AI and monetizing it, and that excitement is just going to continue to fuel this narrative I'll just say in the Qs, in those names, because that guidance is going to be strong around AI, and the market just can't get enough of it right now.
You're an earnings bull, right? You have a big number.
I have a big number. Last year I was at 225. Maybe we'll coming in a little bit shy of that, but I think 250 this year, and 270 next year, and then 300 by 2026. So as the market looks at 2026, at the end of 2025, I think we could be at 6,000 on the S&P 500. So 20 times 300.
And we justify an elevated multiple because of that, and rates have come down. Economies remain robust.
The valuation question has been out there forever. And of course, Chairman Alan Greenspan made a famous comment: how do we know whether we're at irrational exuberance valuations? I've looked at the history of valuations, and you know what? They don't have as much to do with interest rates or inflation as with the business cycle, which is affected by those. So if we're not going to have a recession anytime soon, and I'm still in that camp, then I think valuation is sort of up in the eyes of the beholder.
Well, the problem is, though, you learn your lesson too late.
Correct.
As what happened in 2000, right? For, like the JDS Uniphase stocks
I remember those,
and things like that, right? You never learn that valuation was too rich until something blows up, and then you're like, oh, well, how do we know that?
Well, look, we had the tech wreck in 2000, and yet notwithstanding that, the internet continued to proliferate, and look where we are now with that. And it's the same thing with artificial intelligence. I think we're getting maybe a little bit ahead of ourselves in terms of what it can really deliver in terms of productivity. I mean, I think the market's already discounting the Roaring 2020 scenario. I think it started to do that when OpenAI introduced ChatGPT, and that was November 2022. The market's been going up. And I agree with Bryn that, the NASDAQ's looking great. But it can also look too great.
Well, we wouldn't be talking about Microsoft at $3 trillion in market cap without that ChatGPT and OpenAI thing that happened late last year and has fueled, as you said, this whole thing. Speaking of tech, Bryn, Tesla, earnings in overtime. You have the stock. This thing has not traded well after the last three releases, down almost 10% in each occasion. What are your expectations?
So, I mean, the chart looks terrible, lower highs, lower lows. So from a technician, that's never a good sign. You want that $200 to hold. There's really pretty decent support there. I mean, you want earnings to be going higher. Q4 2022, they had about $1.19. I think expectations are for 79 cents. So Scott, that needs to start going the other way. So I think that, to me, the most important point is, are we going to get mercurial Elon, or are we going to get visionary Elon? The second part that I'm sure he'll get asked by one of the analysts is, he made that commentary of he doesn't know if he wants to innovate at Tesla unless he has more ownership of the stock. Well, that's not going to get worked out in the next few days or weeks. So I think that's going to be a headache and a wet weight on the stock right now. And so I think longer term, though, this year can be one of those transition years. Elon, there's no better innovator, and there's no better person that has the manufacturing prowess coupled with innovation than Elon Musk. We just need to get the sentiment, and we need to get the earnings in the right direction.
It's going to be exciting to watch in overtime. Bryn, thank you very much. Ed, it's great to see you in person here at Post 9.
My pleasure.
We'll see you soon. That's Ed Yardeni right here on Closing Bell. Let's send it now to Christina Partsinevelos for a look at the biggest names she's watching into the close. Christina.
Well, let's talk about ASML, because shares are up about 10% after posting strong earnings and orders that more than tripled sequentially. What we're seeing from the semiconductor equipment maker is that the 2024 guide was weak, yes, but that was already factored into the stock price, and management really focused a lot on the 2025 catalyst that should drive new EUV orders which are really expensive and in turn help growth. And that's why you're seeing shares pop 9% now. And AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, jumped more than, let's see it, 5% right now in today's trading after New Street Research upgraded the stock to buy. There's been a lot of upgrades lately. The firm said AMD is the best play for data center AI chips, especially if the company's $400 billion addressable market forecast actually bears out. Both AMD and ASML hit new 52-week highs today. Say that 5 times fast.
Christina, we'll see you soon. Thank you. That's Christina Partsenevelos. We are just getting started right here on Closing Bell. Up next, we're gearing up for that Tesla release. Star analyst Dan Ives is standing by to break down what he'll be watching when those numbers hit in overtime. He's going to join us here post 9 next, just after the break. We're live from the New York Stock Exchange, and you're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
I appreciate all you guys stopping by. If you guys have any questions or any tickers or anything you guys want to cover, it's 3:30. I probably won't be taking any more trades today. I may not. I'm not sure. Maybe scout something at the end of the day. I don't know. It's got to show itself and prove itself to me that it's worth the risk. You know, being up what I'm up right now, I'm not giving anything back. Just want y'all to know I love y'all. Let's keep continuing to step this game up. We're going to step it up. You know where you want to go. If you don't know where you want to go, figure it out. Come up with a path to get there. Okay, a path to success. What does success look like to you? It may be different than what it looks like to me. Success can be money. That's successful if you conquered your money goal. But it goes further than that, all right? It goes further than that. Appreciate all you guys. If you guys could, take a second. Just hit that like button for us. That would be awesome because it would allow someone else out there to find this channel that would like to be here and just haven't found us. So hopefully we can give somebody another, give some people some home, give some people a home that would like to trade with us, and answer some of their questions and help them realize that the market isn't a get rich quick scheme, but you can do pretty well. Just manage your risk and you know, taking the time to learn it right and do it right, it can go a long way. So I appreciate you guys for hitting that like button and subscribing. I'm working on getting a hold of people as we keep continuing to get these subscribers and likes. I'm working on right now even to get some people on here, or you know, and if you guys ever want to come on here, send me a message. My link's down below, or hit me up on Twitter, and we can talk markets. We can chalk it up. So I'm still watching the markets. I'm not going anywhere. So yeah, Tesla earnings coming up. I just wanted to write down a couple things. I'm writing down it on my paper, and I'm writing it down here on this thing. So I'm still here. If you guys have anything or see anything, shout it out. Let's see what happens here at this close. Yeah, that's risk off, and of course they bring Dan Ives on. Got to bring the tech guy, Dan Ives. I like Dan. He got some funny outfits, but
the lead there. So where does this go from here?
Funny guy.
Look, in China, this was a record quarter for Q4. So the one thing is, from a demand perspective, that poker move is paid off. I think now when it comes to Tesla, the focus is 2024, you can't continue to cut prices. And I think if margins start to trough, and they talk about that, and upticking from here, I think volume's 2.1, 2.2 million, then at that point, I think the bottom is in for the stock.
What if the new reality here is just lower priced vehicles from Tesla going forward? And that's just the way it's going to be. Because in an environment of slowing EV uptake, I think it slowed more than people thought. Yeah. Now he's in this battle in China with the competitors there, that there's no other option.
Yeah, and look, and I think for the recognition now, you've definitely seen Bloom come off the rose for overall EVs. We've seen that globally. But the question is, do you want to own a Tesla or do you want to own an EV? I still believe they continue to own the market along with BYD. But now you got to you really have to hold serve in terms of what's happened from a price perspective, because this is all, in my opinion, the reason that we're long-term bullish. It's just the start of the next phase of the Tesla story in terms of autonomous, FSD, the rest of the Tesla story. So we are going through. I view tonight, it's a moment of truth. I think it's going to be a moment of truth. Well, it's a moment of truth around margins. And I think I think investors' frustrations built. We've seen that especially the last
You use that
month.
a lot, the moment of truth. I mean, maybe investors are getting sick and tired of waiting for this. And why also has the stock over the last 3 earnings reports?
well, what Dan Ives also isn't saying is how bad it hurts buyers who buy Tesla and they turn around and sell it for $10,000 less, and it screws up their equity in their vehicle. And it makes them not want to buy it because, like, oh, I'm going to go buy this. You're just going to sell it cheaper the next day. So that's not good. That's not good. You can do it. You can do whatever the hell you want. But there are consequences for it. And that's just a piece of it. Not that they're doing anything wrong. I feel like if we get a pullback, I want to buy Tesla. I want this thing to sell the hell off so I can buy it. They can venture over into other things. Phones, computers, software, AI, all that fun stuff. So let's see what happens.
Out there on social media, like the 25% thing. What am I supposed to think about that?
So I think the 25%, I mean, and we talked about it, it's something where it's an issue from an AI perspective in terms of a big part of the Tesla story. But right now for investors, you don't want to see Musk adding uncertainty and some sort of, issue with the board. And that's why I think that's a little more talking rather than action. But that's why when he talks to investors, he needs to lay it out in terms of, I'm here, I'm committed. The price cuts was a 2023 story, not 2024. We're gaining share. China's strong. If that happens, then this is a stock that starts to significantly reverse from here.
The elephant in the room, I suppose, at this point is the future of Twitter. What happened? Do you think he's going to have to sell more shares in Tesla?
I don't think he's going to have to sell more shares. I do think he's going to get outside capital to ultimately build X into a super app.
X, I keep forgetting X. You don't think you think he's done selling Tesla stock to deal with any, debt-related issues with X?
I think for now, he's done, and if he needs ultimate capital, that would be outside capital. I think that black cloud is more in the rearview mirror.
Okay, let me ask you about two other things you cover. One is Microsoft. We mentioned, I'm going to look at it right now, because it was over $3 trillion in market cap today for the first time ever. Now, it slipped a little below that. We'll watch it between now and the close. How did it get here? Is it all about the ChatGPT, the OpenAI thing?
And me and you've talked about on the show, really for the last year, the OpenAI, the Copilot, Nadella really leading AI, along with the godfather of AI, NVIDIA. This right now, from a monetization perspective, for every $100 of cloud spend, this is an incremental $35 to $40. I mean, I could argue the Microsoft story, you still have $1 trillion and a half of value not captured in the Microsoft story, which is why I think we sit here a year from now and we're only halfway through the monetization.
Let me ask you about Apple, too, because that stock looked awful, right? The chart was a mess.
Yep.
And here we are, we're on the doorstep of $200 again, amid some suggestions that maybe last quarter they sandbagged it, and now they're going to blow it out of the park this time because they sandbagged it.
Yeah, I mean, look, first 2 weeks of the year in New York City cab drivers bearish on Apple. And I think what started, and we've seen with our checks, I think it's going to be a strong quarter relative to iPhone. I think the China demise story is more of a fictional story. I'm not saying it's champagne and roses, but I think better than expected. And the renaissance of growth. You're going to see iPhone growth, services back to double digits, and I think this is one. That's how you get to a $225, $250 stock going forward.
Lastly, because I do have to go, what about regulatory issues around this company? Not only with the watch, but these, reports that, DOJ is looking around. What do we think?
I think it's going to be background noise, and especially, it's something that in the Beltway, it's going to be more and more front and center. But I don't necessarily think for now it's going to impact the stock, because the growth versus regulatory, right now investors are focused on renaissance of growth with Cupertino next Thursday.
All right, I appreciate it, Dan. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, that's Dan Ives of Wedbush joining us. Up next, big opportunity in small caps. Well, Bank of America's Jill Carey Hall is back. She's drilling down on the top reasons that she does think small caps are just getting started. We'll do that after the break. And as we do head to break, let's get a quick check on shares of Netflix. They are surging today after that strong subscriber growth and revenues that beat the street. Closing bells coming right back. That stock's up near 11.
a member.
Welcome back. Small caps again sitting out the rally. The Russell 2000 is lagging today and also heading for a negative month. Our next guest sees 5 reasons the group is poised to spring higher from here. Joining me now, Bank of America Securities Head of U.S. Small and Mid-Cap Strategy, Jill Carey-Hall. Jill, welcome back. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
You know, what looked like it was going to be a great trade now kind of sputtering around a little bit, and it's down. The Russell is today. What are we thinking?
Well, I think even though we're starting off with a bad January after the 4Q rally, it doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have a bad year. There used to be these January effects in small caps where January used to be the best month and it used to be predictive of the year. But we haven't really seen that. It's not necessarily a great signal of how the year is going to end up anymore in recent decades. And we do think this is going to be the year you want to buy small caps. I think a lot of the macro indicators that are most correlated with small caps performance, when you think about PMIs, when you think about consumer sentiment, small business optimism, a lot of those are inflecting, turning more positively, bottoming off troughs. And this is an environment where profits growth is bottoming and picking up. And that's an environment where smaller stocks usually tend to outperform larger stocks. So, I think this is. Go ahead.
No, please, you finish. My apologies.
No worries. I was going to say, I think, investor sentiment is starting to turn a bit more positively. And obviously, we've seen, some of the mega cap leadership from last year persist amid earnings this year. But, a lot of those mega cap growth stocks are the more crowded areas of the market. And, small caps are an area that, even though sentiment is finally starting to turn positive on small caps with what we track with investor flows and surveys, investors aren't really all there yet. So I think there's still a lot more room to run on positioning and flows relative to the more crowded areas of the market.
A headwind, you have to believe, is going to continue to be yields, though, right? Today is a perfect example. You have, as yields move up, smalls go down.
I think if we're in a backdrop where Fed is cutting rates, which we expect them to start cutting in March of this year, looking for 100 basis points of cuts throughout the year, typically small caps outperform in those environments. I think the biggest risk is if rates stay high, you still have small caps with a lot of short-term floating rate debt. So refinancing risk is definitely the biggest risk out there for small caps with respect to rates. I think the somewhat good news is that it's, seems largely priced into the index when you look at how much multiples for small caps have contracted over the period that rates have gone up. But I do think for some sectors within small caps, real estate, consumer, some others, this is, one of the biggest risks to watch.
Usually comes down to banks whenever you bring up the Russell, because the regionals are such a large portion of that. And in many cases, it's because of the refinancing risk and all of that around commercial real estate. Are you concerned?
Some nice rejection there. The lows. How low can you go? How low can you go? I was getting tired there for a minute.
A lot of the credit signals that we're monitoring is important, and we got more negative on small caps last year in the winter spring after everything happened with the banks. But I think we're seeing an incrementally more optimistic backdrop for banks. I think if M&A picks up, that could be beneficial to some of the bigger parts of small caps. Biotech, financials. We've started to see that happen for healthcare. So, I think some of the biggest parts of small caps look, incrementally better than they did last year or the year before.
We'll leave it there. Good to see you again. Jill Carey-Hall joining us today. We'll see you again soon from Bank of America. Up next, Microsoft's latest milestone. We mentioned it already. The tech giant doing something for the first time in its 48-year history. We're going to drill down on it and find out what could be next for that stock when we come back on Closing Bell.